Or at naval academies, and Ryan's like, yeah, this is just, it's not that. It's not that occasion. I loved this actual line from Ryan. Jenna made me laugh out loud because he says, "You understand, no one is graduating." And you've got to know Ryan is now crapping in his pants because he's like, he has a line prepared if they throw their hats. And this is the line: "May your hats fly as high as your dreams." And I have seen people put that on their graduation hats for graduations. I have too. So now we go back to the office. And this is when we learn about Pam's art show because Roy says he's really excited. We have back-to-back really awkward Pam and Jim talking heads. Yeah. Pam's like, "I'm happy to be with Roy." And then Jim's like, "Yeah, Pam's with Roy. I'm Kevin. Moving on." And I'm just like, okay, guys. I think he's with Karen. Who did I say? Kevin. No, I didn't. You did. And everyone listening right now just heard you say it. Oh, no. Maybe I should take a sip of my tea. Maybe I need more caffeine this morning. Wake yourself up. You were up late last night. I was, lady. I was. I know, because I woke up to a string of messages from you that were sent at like 12:30. I'm so sorry. I didn't think you. Like, what, does it alert you or something? I have my alert. No. It was when I woke up. I woke up and looked at my phone and I was like, wow, yeah, because I woke up really early this morning and I was shocked to see all these messages from you. I was like, wow, Angela's a real early bird today too. Look at us. And I was like, no, they were from late last night. Yeah, they were from really late last night. I wasn't up being an idiot. I was right. Jenna and I, we have some other stuff. I didn't say you were up being an idiot. No, I know. I'm telling the 21-year-olds out there. Jenna and I have some other stuff guys that were hatching up, and I was working on one of them.
We have something brewing.
I was inspired late last night. Okay, I've had a cup of tea. I'm waking myself up. I'm not going to call Karen Kevin. So now Pam tells Kelly about her art show. Mindy's performance, where she feigns interest and acts like she's going to come, is just freaking amazing.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's all of us when we've been invited to something that we know we're not going to go to, but we're saying we're going to go to it.
Yeah.
Oh, I would, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
I
yes.
will
Absolutely be there.
Yes.
I can't wait. All right, so now Michael arrives on campus. He is so excited. There's just all of these memories coming back to him that he's having that might have occurred if he had ever attended college.
That made me sad, by the way.
It made me sad too.
I mean, Michael would have loved college. I think Michael would have been like an RA in the dorm, you know,
100%.
and he probably would have been like a lifer RA. They probably would have been like, you can leave now. He's like, no, we got another batch of students coming in. And they're like, you're not a student anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Well, we had a fan comment from Amber Morris.
Okay.
You know that moment when Michael runs up and tries to join the Frisbee game?
Yeah.
She says, fun fast fact. A friend of mine, Nathan Blank, played the Frisbee student at Ryan's school. Michael ran up and stole a Frisbee and threw it, and Nathan's line was something like, dude. And he has had nothing but wonderful things to say about his filming day and working with Steve and BJ.
Aw, I love that.
Yeah.
That is very sweet. That scene made me laugh really hard because everything about how Steve approached that Frisbee was wrong. No one should ever grab a Frisbee and throw it that way. And it just was so perfect.
Well, now we're going to go back to the office, Angela, because now that other card that Brent talked about, the one that says bad in office, is about to go into play.
We're in the office and Dwight sees some kind of animal feces. He's on the case. He's like, oh, there's a bird in the rafters, guys. But it's not a bird. It's a bat. And everyone freaks out.
Everyone except Jim and Creed.
Oh, yeah, Creed is ready.
Angela stops, drops, and rolls.
Yeah.
Stanley leaves. Eventually, Dwight is able to lock the bat in the conference room after a bunch of mayhem. Fan question from Leona Woldridge, Ruth Rodriguez, Heather Flynn, and Abby Mole. At approximately 5 minutes, Angela drops and rolls while the bat flies around. Then, you barely hear her voice in the background, either talking to herself or praying. Do you know what you're saying?
I do. I remember Joss saying to me, all right, Angela would totally freak out. And, you know, we talked about what did that look like? And would I drop to the ground? And I came up with this dropping to the ground and rolling. That's my memory, Jenna. That I dropped to the ground and I decided to roll. And Joss really liked that. And then I just laid face down on the carpet. And I improvised this, and I said something like, God, this is Angela Martin. Please don't let that stupid thing come anywhere near me. And I just sort of mumbled these prayers.
I love it. When I was a child and I would pray, I would lead with, God, this is Jenna Fisher. I would lead with an introduction.
Same. 100%.
Yeah, I was like, well, I need God to know, like, I need him to like key into who are these prayers for? As I'm receiving these prayers, who are they coming from? So I thought, well, I'll lead with my name.
I used to say, Lord God, this is Angela Kinsey. I'm in my bedroom. I am on a street called Kavling in Jakarta, Indonesia. That is in the southern hemisphere. It's a group of islands. I'm just below the equator. Like I needed him to know where I was.
That was some serious location honing right there. You were like, the coordinates are latitude 75 degrees latitude.
I'm in my bedroom. It's down the hall on the right. It's across from the bathroom.
Oh my gosh, I did not get that specific, but I applaud that.
Thank you.
Then we had more fan questions about this scene from Rosalie W, Tanner W, Mia F, and Jacob W. Was the bat that got trapped in the office a real bat? Kentopedia says, yes, we used a real bat for 3 scenes. the scene where Dwight stands on Pam's reception desk to look inside the ceiling, a few shots of the bat on the ceiling in the conference room, and for that shot of the bat on the ceiling in the kitchen. Kent hired 2 bat wranglers to provide us with the bat, Chad Dunn and John Baldwin, and they put Chad up in the ceiling to hold the bat for that scene where Dwight peers in, the one we were just talking about. Now, the rest of the time when we see the bat flying around, that was all CGI. Kent said he hired Mitch Suskin as our visual effects supervisor. He was great, did a terrific job, and they worked with several production houses to animate the bat. And then there was a third kind of bat that we used, which we will talk about later in the scene with Kate.
Yes.
And it was a mechanical bat.
Yes.
So 3 different bats.
3 different bats. I have a tiny bit of bat trivia.
Oh, lay it on me.
Okay, here's my little bit of bat trivia from this episode. In the DVD commentary, Rain says he named the bat. That he was talking to the bat wrangler, and Rain said, "What's his name?" And the bat wrangler was like, "Oh, we've never given him a name." And Rain was like, "What? I'm gonna name him." And so Rain named the bat Gary. It's Gary, Gary the bat, and we called him Gary all week.
Well, good job, Gary.
Yeah. And now my question is, Rain, if you ever listen to this, is that Michael Gary Scott? Oh. Or is it just Gary? Just Gary the bat.
Well, I remember shooting this scene, Angela, because they laid out for us this very elaborate trail of how the bat would fly so that we could all react to it, because we're reacting to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is flying through the ceiling.
Right.
And so it was really choreographed, like bat is here, bat is there, bat swoops here, bat goes into conference room. And it looks so real.
Yeah.
So yeah, guys, we are screaming at and reacting to nothing flying through the office.
Yeah, we're not freaking out the bat. We're not screaming at him. I have a few background catches from this scene.
Lay them on me.
3 minutes, 54 seconds. Pam is sketching a tape dispenser. Yeah, we don't see it though in the art show.
Well, she doesn't have time to watercolor that before the art show.
Well, I didn't know.
This is just something she's doing on the side.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is she last minute trying to hustle up some more art for her wall?
No, she just has a light work day and she's sketching at her desk.
Okay. At 4 minutes, 26 seconds, Rain's butt is right in your face.
Super right in my face.
Super
yes.
right in your face. You're like, Dwight, what are you doing? His butt is right in your face.
Yeah, Rain thought that was very fun. I'm sure you did. I'm not going to give you a deep dive on bats.
I am shocked.
But me and my kids listen to this amazing podcast. It's for families and kids called Smash Boom Best. And what they do is they have 2 people debate 2 different things, and then a kid decides which one is better.
Oh,
and they had it's so cute. So they had one called Bats versus Owls. And if you want to learn some really cool stuff about bats and owls, I recommend this podcast because we love it. They eat a ton of mosquitoes, guys, especially in Texas. There's this huge swarm of bats that's responsible for really controlling the mosquito population. And their feces can be used as energy. Uh-oh, I maybe am telling you some
I
bad
know.
facts.
Now you're telling us bad facts. Toby has a fantastic talking head during all this chaos, and he's like, the simple solution would just be to open a window. But none of our windows open. That's a little creepy.
It really is. Well, Angela, then you have a talking head where you say, I can't even say it.
This is one of my most quoted lines to me. Like when you meet fans of the show and they quote a line to you, this is one of the lines. Strangers would come up to me and be like, poop is raining from the ceilings. Poop.
It's so good. Angela, we had a fan question from Jackie K. How many takes did it require for Angela to get the poop is raining from the ceiling talking head?
We did a few because we were playing around with what type of distress was this for Angela? Was she angry or terrified, scared, annoyed? So we did a few, and the one they picked was where I'm actually concerned and scared. And I have my rain bonnet on.
I was gonna say, the rain bonnet is everything. Everything. Angela, my grandmother had one of those.
Yes! My grandmother got her hair done once a week,
Same, and it would be the same hairdo. It was set for the whole week. Yeah, that's what the ladies used to do. They used to have their weekly appointment. They'd get their hair washed and set and then just teased and sprayed. Yeah. And then my grandma had this little rain bonnet folded up in her purse, and if there was even a sprinkle, she would throw that thing on.
Yes, same with my grandmother. I have so many memories of her putting it on, going to church, because there was just maybe a tiny bit of mist. I was just tickled by this scene because it made me think of my grandmother, and I love that Angela Martin keeps one on hand. She has a rain bonnet ready to go.
When I saw it, I thought we need to bring back this rain bonnet.
I looked online. There's a lot you can buy now, and you know I love a good pun. There is a company that makes one, and they call it hairbrella. I want a hairbrella.
Well, Jim calls animal control, and they say they're going to be there by 6 o'clock, but Dwight finds this unacceptable.
Yeah.
But this is when Jim starts his prank on Dwight. He's distracted by this bite on his neck, and he's just feeling like really tingly and strangely powerful.
Huh. Can't explain it. That's all he has to do, and Dwight fills in all the blanks. Well, now back at the business school, Michael is in like a sound booth watching Ryan sort of give an introduction is what he thinks, right? But
Yes.
Ryan is basically telling the classroom that Dunder Mifflin can't compete with the bigger chains. He thinks this whole business is going to be obsolete in like 5 years. And in fact, he thinks the management isn't flexible and able to adapt. And you know what I wrote?
What?
Ryan, how dare you? You know what this means to Michael. How dare you set him up like that? Look at that. If that conversation was going to come out in the classroom on its own, fine. But Ryan could have set him up differently. He could have said, you know what, guys? Dunder Mifflin is a small company. It has a harder time competing. But you know what? Management really believes in it. They really believe in like a one-on-one personal connection. And my boss is someone... he's sort of part of a dying breed of a traditional salesman. He's being a total punk in this moment. I think so.
Well, then when Michael takes the stage, thinking he's been introduced in a totally different, more
Yes, bueno, probably. And 2 minutes ago, I gotta go like fucking weather for this. That's big. Is it? I mean, he's the greatest college football coach in the 21st century. So, God, I was even here. Dog. Dog. I was here. Look at 2,000 people already went to crash on fire.
I think so.
Well, then when Michael takes the stage, thinking he's been introduced in a totally different, more flattering way, he enters with his own musical fanfare.
He shows
He
up.
brought with him.
He shows up with his boombox.
Yeah,
He's playing like classical music. That's a bold move. No matter how Ryan set you up, even if Ryan had painted you in an amazing light, to walk in with your boombox playing your intro song is a really bold move.
knowing everything we know about Michael, it's surprising that he didn't show up dressed as a character to inspire the students, but he has come as himself.
But he does bring props.
Oh, does he ever? Well, he starts by tearing up someone's book as a way of inspiring them. And then he moves into his candy bar runner pun.
Then he lets the classroom know there are 4 kinds of businesses. Number 1, tourism. Number 2, food service. Number 3, railroads. Number 4, sales. Number 5, hospital and manufacturing, and then also air travel.
My favorite is hospital/manufacturing. I know. So then he moves into his candy bar puns. Oh,
Yeah, so good. So good. Do you know who wrote this whole scene?
who?
Jen Salata.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
It's so great, isn't it?
Well, we had a lot of people write in. Sammy Sauls, Allie Steckling, Lily McGrath all asked how much of Michael's speech to Ryan's business class was improvised. Guys, basically none of it. It was almost like I went to the script. It's basically all scripted. What you see there in the episode, scripted.
Yeah, we didn't get to be there, Jenna, to be in that classroom. It looked like so much fun. So we asked Brent Forrester what was it like to shoot those scenes with Michael and the students, and here's what he had to say.
Filming the business school scenes with Steve Carell in that lecture hall full of kids was really unforgettable.
Yes,
and I
I've
kind of
seen this
suspected that it was going to go great because I knew that Steve had come from this live performance tradition with Second City and that he really thrives on that live audience connection. And here was a chance for him to perform both in front of a camera and in front of a live audience of kids who this time were all fans of The Office. We were in season 3 at this point. What I remember is the way these takes would go. Steve would perform the scene, and then the kids in the audience would have to pretend that they were very unimpressed by his lecture, and so they would sit there in silence. And then the assistant director would call cut, and then the whole group of kids would just burst out into laughter that they'd been repressing through the whole scene. So over and over again, it was Steve performs, silence, cut, huge laugh. Then, in the final take of the final scene, Steve performs, there's silence, the AD says cut, that's a wrap for Steve. The audience of kids burst into laughter, they stand up and they give him this ovation that went on forever. I was standing next to Steve at the time and I saw the tears come to his eyes. It was so beautiful. One of the highlights for sure of my time on The Office.
Oh my gosh, I wish I could have been there. I bet it felt so magical to those kids, you know, and to Steve too. He basically had this whole audience just for himself.
And kind of what Brent was talking about, which is that Steve started in live performance. Yeah. And I did too with theater, Angela, and it was a big
adjustment to be sort of acting into a void, which is the camera. You don't get to see your jokes land. You don't get to hear people in their living rooms at home, you know, moving through your performance with you like you do in a theater situation. So it's always fun to get to perform for a live audience. Always, always. That was my whole, you know, every week doing an improv show. And it is a real energy to have a room like that with you and in the moment with you. It just always kind of makes my skin tingle. All right, so should we go check in at Dunder Mifflin now? Because Dwight is making a trap for the bat using a box and some glue.
Yeah,
so poor bat. Terrible.
Yeah.
And in the background, Jim and Karen are continuing this prank.
Yeah, Karen is doing it, not Pam.
I noticed. And I don't want to be,
oh, here it comes.
I mean,
was Pam better at pranking?
You said it. I mean, yes. I feel like Jim and Karen's prank is a little presentational and a little on the nose. And I think that when Pam pranks Dwight with Jim, it's more subtle and creative. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know, it's really hard to have the finesse of like drinking your water by the water cooler and, you know, covering up whatever Jim is doing by drinking a little cup of water and looking around. I mean, that is hard. That doesn't come natural.
Bring that up. I knew you were going to bring that up because it's the one time that Pam is terrible at pranking.
It makes me laugh.
But I'm sorry, her other pranks are very good. But yes, so they have this whole bit where like Jim can't pick up her piece of bread. It's white hot. It's garlic bread and it's burning his hands. And she's like, this is ice cold. And then we go into, I mean, it's a little bit of heartbreak in the break room again with Toby. But it's Toby.
Oh yeah, it's Toby has some heartbreak. I mean, you guys, Toby is in love with Pam, and here is his opportunity to see her outside of work and maybe dazzle her somehow with his knowledge of art and support her. And it's the same evening of his daughter's play. He's devastated, and he's even trying to think of a way to get out of going to see his child's play.
I know. He's like, it's just, we need to support local art, and what they're doing is not art. Let's be honest.
And Pam's like, you should go see your child's play.
Yeah. Yes. Oh.
Well, lady, while this is going on, back at the school, they're starting to get into the Q&A part, right? And the students are starting to ask Michael questions. Things are kind of falling apart. There's a moment, Jenna, I love so much. I love it when Michael says, real business is done on paper. Write that down. And they all type. Yeah, it's just the sound of keyboards.
Yes, that's a very fun joke in the script too. Like it says, the students all get out their computers and begin typing. It's so good. So the students start asking him, how would you keep a client from leaving Dunder Mifflin for a nationwide chain? And Michael's like, I don't need to persuade them to come back. They'll just come back eventually when they realize what a debacle it is to go to anyone else. And then the student's like, well, has anyone ever come back? And Michael's like, I don't want them back because they're stupid.
Michael is starting to take this personal. He's getting his feelings hurt.
And that is when one of the students points out, even your own employee says that Dunder Mifflin is going to be obsolete in 5 to 10 years.
Oh, I mean, this is just like a sucker punch. Michael is so hurt.
Yeah. So now, back at the office, Dwight has formed an allegiance with Creed.
What I love about this, Jenna, is that Dwight couldn't even get a sentence out. He was like, listen, Creed, I need an alliance. He's like, sure. Like, Creed is just like, let's to go.
He is up for it.
He has a drawer of tools.
So does Dwight. They're meant to be.
Yeah.
Dwight asks him, can you turn a wooden mop handle into a stake? And Creed is like, what size?
Yeah, he's got a drawer of mung beans and weaponry, apparently. Well, Jenna, I think this is a great time to take a break because when we come back, Dwight and Creed are going to catch a bat.
All right, guys, so Creed and Dwight are on a mission. They are going to catch this bat before 6 p.m., before the professionals of animal control arrive. They're going to take care of this problem.
And Kelly begs them, because Creed has now gone into the supply closet. He's grabbing some kind of spray. And Kelly's like, do not hurt that bat. It has feelings. And she just makes this big plea for the bat's safety. And it comes flying into the main area. And then Kelly immediately screams, kill it, kill it, kill it.
Yes, exactly. The bat flies into the little kitchen area, and Kevin closes the door. So now that bat is trapped inside, and Kevin is like, oh my gosh, I am the hero. I am the hero. Kevin's day has gone from a near-death experience to being a hero. He is having a day.
Why do I feel like that's like Kevin's every day? Every day Kevin thinks he's a hero. Or a really mundane thing that's not quite heroic.
You might be right.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin thinks he saved everyone in the office, but guys, not everyone was out of the kitchen. Meredith had gone to the bathroom.
Well, we're going to leave her in there for a while because we're going back to Ryan's class.
It's getting ugly. It's getting ugly. Michael is grasping at straws. He's so offended. He's taking it personal. And he just starts saying all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, he's like, guys, this is a David and Goliath situation, but remember, David always wins, and it's just like America. America is facing 5 Goliaths. 5!
And then he lists them off. It's like Al-Qaeda, global warming, sex predators, mercury poisoning.
This is when Michael points out, you know what? Ryan has never made a sale. And he started a fire trying to make a cheesy pita. That made me laugh out loud.
And then he said, and everyone thinks he's a tease.
Amazing. And then he says, you know what? Ryan doesn't know anything, and neither do you, so suck on that. And he storms out of the classroom. He is so hurt.
If you're Ryan, what are you thinking right now? Because you now know you wrote there with him. You are going to have to ride back to work with this person.
That is uncomfortable. Michael tells Ryan, business is always personal, Ryan.
I mean, that says everything you need to know about Michael, but we know this.
Well, I respect that about him. I respect that about Michael. That business isn't business. Business is always personal. And that, he's going to say this later. A business is made up of people. I liked it. He tells Ryan, when we get back to the office, you better pack your things.
This now starts one of my favorite storylines
Pam is finally at her art show. She's waiting for people to arrive. And we had a fan question. Alex Lane, Ryan Moberly, and Shelley Jones would like to know what kind of discussions occurred regarding Pam's art show outfit.
And here, this little like swoopy side ponytail. Pam just is trying to look like she lives, I feel like, in the East Village of New York.
Yes, well, they wanted to know if I had any input into what artsy Pam would look like that night. Oh, yes, I did, and it was so much fun. Carrie Bennett and I, we had the best time. She came up with this idea of kind of like this beatnik turtleneck, yeah, with the little jumper over top. And then Kim Ferry and I thought, what is the hairstyle that coordinates with this little hipster outfit? And we thought low side pony. And I think it works.
It's not just any low side pony though. It's got a little bit of curl. It's kind of relaxed.
Yeah. It's smoothed out. It's not her like frizzy curly hair that we normally see her with.
She's ready to walk out of that art show
into 1960 something. It's so sweet. I absolutely loved it. And you can see all of Pam's art behind her. It's a series of watercolors of, simple, ordinary items and things, which I think kind of goes to that whole theme of the show and Pam finding beauty in ordinary things. And I liked the juxtaposition that, Pam's wall is like a coffee mug and a stapler and a vase holding flowers and, a painting of Dunder Mifflin. And then just to the left, whoever's art display that was is like aliens or like an alien robot. I'm not really sure what it is. Well, we had a fan question from Molly Warner who says, according to Dunderpedia, Joss Whedon was not satisfied with the original art that was produced for Pam at the art show and that new art had to be made. Can you clarify what that original art was and why it had to be changed? Well, we asked Brent about this, and here's what he told us.
What I remember most about Joss Whedon's directing of this episode was a crisis that happened around one of the watercolor drawings that appears in Pam's art show. Now, these watercolor drawings were created by the art department at the office, and they appear in the background of all of the shots of Jenna. And, as background items, they might not seem that important, but when we got on set, there was one drawing that Joss just strongly felt that Pam's character would not have done. It was a watercolor drawing of a church, and he just felt it was out of character for her. And you have to imagine, when you're shooting a television episode, the time pressure is so intense. You do not have time to stop and mess around. And Joss, however, felt so passionately about this picture that he stopped production and said, I need a new picture. I would like a picture of a stapler. That's what I think that Pam would have drawn. And like I say, the whole production shut down. They brought the executive producer, Greg Daniels, to set. They had a big discussion about it, but Joss would not back down. And we were on location. We didn't have the art department with us. Who was going to draw a picture of a stapler? So the assistant director, we were on a location at a university. The assistant director went into a classroom full of art students and said, is anyone here able to draw a watercolor of a stapler? And they pulled some young woman out and they paid her $50 or something, and she just cranked out this picture of a stapler that you see in the background of all of Pam's shots. And afterwards, I was riding back in the van, to home base with Joss, and I said, Joss, what was all that about? Why did you get so intense about this? And he said, Brent, in my experience as a director, every single time that I have felt strongly about some detail of the shoot, and I have allowed myself to be persuaded out of it because of time pressure, 100% of the time, I have intensely regretted making that choice. And so now I understand that I should never compromise when I feel something strongly as a director. It's a great lesson. In my limited experience as a director, I've never forgotten it. I think it's a really good lesson for all of us as artists. Stick to your guns. If you feel it passionately, you're probably right.
I have to say, Angela, the watercolor that stood out to me the most when we first flash up to her wall was that stapler.
Yeah, me too. It was absolutely what Pam would have done. Because Pam, we already established she's sort of drawing things in her world.
It was sad.
And she sketched a tape dispenser. It would make sense to me. And then, Jim, I feel like that stapler also represents Jim. Jim put that stapler in Dwight's Jell-O mold, I never thought of that. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Pam painted that stapler because she was thinking of Jim.
I just got chills. Well, I got a little lowdown on the Dunder Mifflin painting from Kentapedia. He said that is not actually a watercolor, but it was a photograph of our building that they manipulated to look like a watercolor.
Oh, like just some fancy kind of graphics.
Yeah, so no one ever did a from blank page watercolor of the building.
That time a while back, Jenna invited me to do a wine and canvas night. And it was so fun. It was like in a part of a mall, but you entered from outside, right?
Yeah. It was a mall in Pasadena.
Yeah, and we went, and you kind of just sort of pick a random night to go, and I wasn't really sure what we were painting, and then we found out we were painting cats on a fence at nighttime.
Yes.
And I still have mine. My husband loves it so much he hung it by where he feeds the cats. So the cats see the cats on the fence as they eat their dinner. It's kind of funny. But I became sort of really interested in this wine and canvas night. We were talking about doing another one, maybe inviting a few friends. I found that they do wine and canvas and everyone can paint the Dunder Mifflin building.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing.
Wouldn't you want to do that? I would love to do that.
Angela, I think it would be really weird if you and I showed up at a wine and canvas and painted Dunder Mifflin.
There's like a room of people. Like you sign up, and we showed up, there were probably 30 people there. And we had a little seating assignment. We had our canvas and our paints, and then they pass around wine. And the teacher is at the front. She had a headset on, remember, so we could all hear. So you and I would be in a room with like 30 other people, total strangers.
I totally remember it because my daughter has always, from the time she was born, loved cats. She loves cats, and I knew she was going to love this painting. And I didn't want my son to feel left out when I came home from my painting night. So on my canvas, I added a little spaceship out in the sky because he loved outer space. So I was like, okay, well, this will bring him into this painting. And we have it in our playroom.
I love it.
Hanging up.
But I want to do a wine and canvas night, and I want to paint Dunder Mifflin, Jenna.
I can't say I want to do that.
You don't want to paint Dunder Mifflin? I no. Well, you have it, don't you? You own it.
I do. I already have it.
You own it. And
I was going to leave that for the end.
You own it. But also, Jenna, what if your painting was horrible? Your attempt at painting Dunder Mifflin. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I will say this too. In this pandemic, my daughter's gotten really into watercolor painting, and so it's very funny to me that I, as Jenna, am now sitting around every day doing watercolor paintings like my character Pam did. And I think I've gotten really good at doing flowers. I've actually watched some tutorial videos.
Well, maybe I'll watch a tutorial video on painting Dunder Mifflin, and
there must be one.
I'll paint it and show it to you.
There you go.
Okay, sorry, where are we, lady?
Well, back at Dunder Mifflin, Meredith is still hiding from the bat, and everyone is just leaving for the day. Everyone's like, bye.
Creed is like, later, Mary Beth.
Yes, people wanted to know if that was improvisation. No, that was scripted.
Well, there are a few deleted scenes that happen right here, Jenna, that are worth mentioning. One is that there's a few cutaways that they didn't have time for of Meredith trying to leave the bathroom and then seeing the bat screaming and going back in.
Oh, okay.
So kind of playing up the fact that she really does feel trapped and she really is scared.
Okay.
And then there's a scene of Dwight looking through the blinds and screaming at her. So there's this sort of like build up of this moment. And then the other scene that I love that's deleted is as everyone's leaving for the day, leaving Meredith trapped Angela and Kelly exit together, and Angela says, "Just goes to show you the power of prayer." And Kelly says, "You prayed for this?" And Angela says, "In a general sense." Oh, my goodness. So, did I pray that Meredith needs some kind of reckoning and it's going to happen?
Wow.
I know.
I guess Angela maybe prayed that she would be scared into better behavior.
Yes.
And this is, she feels, the answer to her prayer.
Better lifestyle choices, Meredith.
So now we have the scene of Dwight going in to capture this bat. And it ends up landing on Meredith's head. So he has to put a trash bag over her head with the bat inside.
And kind of like wrestle her around.
Insanity. Well, you know we got a lot of mail about this one, Angela. Monica Sweeney, Jessica Bone, Ashley McGettrick, Aaron Westra, and Raphael Brestle-Smith, and I mean just countless others, said the scene with Dwight trapping the bat on Meredith's head looked so real. How did they do it?
Well, we asked Kate to tell us all about the scene, and she told us she worked with both a real bat and a mechanical bat. Here's what else she had to say.
Yes, we had a real bat with like 5 handlers. Actually, I had 5 handlers. Yes, but we were not allowed to make any noise around the bat. I couldn't scream. So even though I was screaming, I was acting like I was screaming while we were shooting because don't upset the bat. And something with the sonar. And then we had this motorized thing that I had on my head, and we actually did it with stunt double. But I don't really think they used her in it. Maybe one little shot with her in it, one cutaway. But I did all of it. The motorized thing on the head, it was like sort of like this fluttery thing. It was almost like a headband with a motor. And then there was a human being with like a puppety thing with a stick. He was on his knees and he was trying to put the stick up my skirt before he introduced himself, which, whatever, I mean, a little out of order. And yes, I could breathe with the bag over my head. We figured it out, it was fine. So I was acting like that. And it was one of the most fun scenes I got to do with Range. And he's an amazing actor and he goes for it, man. So, but I am not afraid. I have never been afraid. I'm brave woman or Twin Truth. So that's it. Same bad time, same bad channel. I just wanted to say that first.
Yeah, I guess Phil Shea got this mechanical bat, like a battery-operated Halloween toy, and they put it on a headband on her head. Because it really does look like there are wings flapping inside that bag. It was, what a good, just old-fashioned movie magic moment.
Yeah, it was like some new technology and old tech all came together.
Yes.
I have a memory, Jenna, of like Kim Ferry and Phil Shea working on that headband. Like I remember it in her hair and makeup area. Do you? Like she was like sort of like dancing with it and stuff.
She had it on one of those little mannequins.
Yeah.
And he was in there with the little battery-operated controls explaining how it would work, and they would put a bag over it, and they would test it. I remember that, too. He must have been in there in the trailer when they were doing that. I have that same memory.
Oh, man. And then on top of it, there was a guy with a stick and a puppet. My God.
What was that about?
I know. I mean, Kate said, like, he had to put a stick up her skirt. Like, maybe they had all these different ways that might be under the bag. Anyway, well done, everyone. It was a team effort, but I thought that scene was fantastic.
Well, the other thing she said in her clip, too, Angela, was about how she wasn't allowed to actually scream.
Yes.
So when I heard that, I remembered that from our big group scene with the bat.
Yes, I did too. When Rain sort of like pokes the ceiling up, the real bat is up there. That shot was the real bat. And we all had to be silent.
And I remember we had to be super silent as they brought the bat in and placed the bat. And then when they removed the bat, before we started doing all of our screaming and reacting to nothing.
Yeah.
That happens a lot with animals. I worked with a squirrel, where you had to be super quiet around the squirrel.
Really?
Yeah, no sudden movements around the squirrel.
Okay, so now we're back at Pam's art show, and Roy has come, and he's brought his brother.
Yes. And you know, Roy has just regressed, right? He says all of this stuff that is so insulting. He's like, oh, hey, look at this. Like, no one else showed up, but I came and I brought someone. That's pretty cool.
Well, you know, I don't know if it's Roy regressing or is he just trying in his very lame attempt here to say, Pam, look, you know, I show up for you.
But I know, but like, what is he needs a big congratulations for showing up to his girlfriend's art show? Like, you're doing the bare minimum.
Roy at his real true self is going to make the most basic amount of effort and expect that to be enough and even applaud it.
Roy is the type of man who needs to be thanked profusely for doing everyday chores like the dishes and taking out the trash as if he's done something extraordinary, but really you're just contributing to the partnership of running a household.
Yeah. I changed a light bulb.
Yeah, oh my gosh, thank you. Meanwhile, Roy is not probably thanking Pam for everything she's doing to contribute to running the household. That's the dynamic that Pam has to look forward to if she follows through on this.
Well, I definitely think this art show night, she's raw, she's feeling vulnerable, and she needs Roy to be more of a support, and he's just not able. And I think that's the reality. Roy is going to be a great partner to someone else that doesn't need the same things from him that Pam needs.
Well, as he's leaving, he tells her this famous line, which is that her art is the prettiest art of all the art. Thank you, Roy, for that nugget.
So I do have a little post-it, and I wrote on it, I'm sorry, is this some Gil sass?
Yes, some Gil sass.
Yes, because Oscar and Gil show up to the art show. They don't know that Pam has walked up behind them. And Gil is really kind of going off on your art. He's like, listen, real art takes courage and honesty, and this is motel art. And Oscar says those aren't Pam's strong points. I think all of that hits her so harsh. I think it's even more powerful for Pam to hear because in this moment, she's forced to hold up a mirror to her life. And part of that courage and honesty is finally boldly saying, Roy is not my person.
Well, Angela, earlier in this episode, Pam declares that being back with Roy shows maturity and dignity. Remember? And she's like, oh, I hope that didn't sound braggy. But when she hears this from Gil and Oscar, she's being confronted with the fact that getting back with Roy does not show dignity or honesty or courage.
Yeah, and I feel like it's one of these beautiful moments on our show where, you know, on the one hand, we're talking about her art, but on the other hand, for Pam, it's like this self-realization about her choices in her life.
Well, you kind of think that it can't get lower for Pam because her only two visitors have been Roy and his brother and Oscar and Gil. And then she's standing there alone. The evening is winding down. She starts to take her art off the wall, but then Michael walks in
and we hear Pam Casso, and you're like, oh no, is this going to be good or bad? He's started off with Pam Casso.
Yeah, it's like, wow. And I think that's Pam's reaction. Pam's like, oh, Michael, you came. But it's kind of like, I don't even know if I can do this. But Michael is immediately just so taken with her art. And some of this is because of what he's been through today. You know, Michael doesn't know what Pam's been through, and Pam doesn't know what Michael's been through. But in this moment, these two human beings are coming together, and they heal one another.
Yeah, they're coming together a little hurt and broken from the day And this is such a beautiful scene, Jenna. I just love all the beats of it. I love how excited Michael is. I love how moved Pam is by his excitement. And he sees that her car and his car, she painted both of them. And it's just such a sweet scene.
We had a lot of people write in. Mary Ruff, Soraya Garlip, Madison Schnurple, Stacy Dull, and Layla Baroka all asked, Jenna, how did you prepare for the level of emotion you had to play in this scene when Michael shows up and tells Pam that he's proud of her? Did you stay in that emotion during the breaks? And if not, was it hard to get back between takes? Guys, I will tell you, I didn't have to prepare much for this because my Steve partner was Steve Carell. And the relationship that I had with Steve in real life, and I think, Angela, this is a little bit for you too. He was someone I looked up to in the way that you look up to a mentor or a parent. And I admired him so much. So just to have him look at me and say, I'm proud of you, I just started crying.
Yeah.
His sincerity and his truth in saying it, he's a wonderful actor, and it was easy.
He's just such a special person. So to have moments like that with him, the emotion is pretty ready to go.
I did this appearance on Busy Phillips' talk show.
On Busy Tonight, I remember.
Yeah, and it was like around my birthday, and she had secretly called people from the office to send in gifts for me, and you sent in a shirt with a loaf of bread on it.
Here's the crazy thing. She reached out to me. She was like, Ange, I want to do this. What do you think? I said, I am literally online buying her a t-shirt with a loaf of bread on it. And she was like, oh my God, can we have that?
So it was this total surprise, and I get all these presents, and this whole time that I've been doing this talk show appearance, the entire time, there has been a giant box sitting on the set.
For like 20 minutes, right?
20 minutes.
Easily.
Yeah. And at the end of the segment, she says, well, we have one last gift for you. And it's this giant box. And the box pops open, and Steve Carell pops out of the box. First of all, I was so scared because I wasn't expecting a human being to come out of the box. And then as soon as I saw that it was Steve, I just immediately burst into tears. He had sat in a box for 20 minutes while I droned on giving this interview just to surprise me for my birthday. I don't know. It's that's Steve, you guys. It was such a just generous, kind, loving thing to do. So you just have to, that's how he's always been. So in this moment, shooting the scene with him or any emotional scene with him, it's all just right there.
I love that so much, Jenna. I hope people can still watch that because that moment is so sweet. And you start to cry, and Steve is smiling, and you guys hug, and you say, how long have you been in there? And he's like, for a while, because they had to set that box before you came out.
Yes.
So he was there before the interview and through the whole interview.
Yes.
Well, we asked Brent about the art show and how they created this moment between Michael and Pam. And Jenna, you might want to buckle in because get ready for a love fest from Brent Forrester.
When people ask me what is my favorite episode of TV that I have ever written, I always say business school. And partly it's because the episode is so nicely designed. It's got that big comedy sea story with the bat and the vampire. It's got a big comedy performance story with Michael going to business school. But above all, it has this tremendous emotional story with Pam's art show.
Really?
I think that what is happening in Pam's art show is one of those wonderful coincidences of the experience of the writer, me, and the actress, Jenna, coming together. If you try to be an artist of any kind, a writer, an actress, any artist at all, you have to believe in yourself so profoundly, and inevitably, There will come moments of failure where your belief in yourself is damaged. And it is so painful and unforgettable when it happens to a human being. And I think it's really what Jenna is expressing at the end of this episode. If you read her tremendous book, An Actor's Life, which is both an instructional manual and a riveting autobiography, you will learn that Jenna Fisher spent 7 years trying to break into the business of acting. At the end of 7 years, she felt that she had failed. She packed up her car and she decided she was going to return home to Missouri. She was only persuaded to stay by her acting coach and her manager, who said, please, Jenna, spend one more season trying out for TV. And that's when she got The Office. But that experience of terrible defeat is something that I believe she never forgot. And it's what she's expressing at the end of this episode. Steve Carell says that when he watches Business School, that moment where Michael Scott hugs Pam and there's a close on her face, Steve says he can see 5 different emotions play through Jenna's face in that performance. It is a heartbreak and it is gratitude. It is just the whole human experience wrapped up in a single take. It's a tremendous performance, and it's part of why I will always be so grateful that I got to write this episode for one of my favorite actresses of all time, Jenna Fisher.
Oh my gosh, Brent, what do you say after that? That is the most beautiful thing ever. Like, Jenna, that is so lovely.
You know what? I'm going to save that and I'm going to listen to that anytime I am having a bad day, because that really, thank you, that lifts me up.
Jenna, I have been at all of your big life moments. Really, I have. I have heard toasts and speeches about you, and that's probably the best. I'm saying, like, I was at your wedding. Brent should have given a toast at your wedding. Clearly. Oh my gosh, he like recapped your book and your whole life experience. And then what Steve said was so beautiful. I mean, Jenna, Brent was going on for so long, he ran out of air. Did you hear? At the end, he had to go. He was so passionate talking about you.
Everything he said is true. There's one thing, I never actually packed up my car and said I was going to leave, but I did say, I called my managers after 7 years of failures and said, I've decided to become a vet technician. I had signed up. It was a 2-year program. I'd been doing some animal rescue and I was going to do it full time. And I wanted my vet tech license so that I could administer medicines. And so I was like, I'm out of here. And it is true that my manager and my acting coach sort of yelled at me and they were like, what did you think an acting career was? You thought it was just a bunch of ups, just a bunch of successes? No. It's little successes followed by many failures. This is what being an actor is. And it's true what Brent says too, which is that I did channel a lot of those struggling years into my performance for Pam. I literally sat at a reception desk and dreamed of being an artist. I have done that. I did it for 7 years. So I deeply, deeply felt Pam's longing.
Yeah.
Brent also sent us in an audio clip where he discussed just the overall story for this episode with Pam and Michael and why he thinks that it resonates so much with people. And here's what he had to say about that.
I remember before I was sent off to write this episode, I got into a big debate with Greg Daniels, the show creator, about the story of Pam's art show. And I, at the time, thought of myself as a sophisticated storyteller. And I took the position that this story did not work. Because, I said to Greg, a story is about a protagonist pursuing a goal, overcoming obstacles, and in the end, accomplishing that goal. And in this case, Pam's goal is to be respected as an artist. But when Michael Scott buys her painting at the end, it doesn't resolve her problem because she does not respect Michael Scott's taste. Ipso facto, her problem is not resolved and the story does not work. And I remember Greg saying to me, Brent, this is a sophisticated story with a sophisticated ending. It would be like this. Suppose you, Brent, were the protagonist and your goal was to impress me with your storytelling abilities. But you said something so stupid in the beginning of this story that I fired you and sent you home. You went home miserable, not having accomplished your goal, but your family dog came up to you, cuddled with you on the couch, and put his head on your lap. This would be an emotional resolution and consolation, even though your stated goal was not achieved. Greg was so right about this, and it was so funny the way he put it. You know, Greg, his body of work is characterized by these sophisticated endings where the character does not get what they think they want, but still gets what they emotionally need at the end. And it's part of the reason why I'm so grateful to have worked on this show and worked with Greg Daniels, who taught me so many priceless lessons about storytelling.
Jenna, we both feel like we know Greg. We've known him a long time. But when I hear these stories from the writer's room, it's this whole new perspective on Greg. And man, I am just more and more impressed with him and how he can convey a thought or explain the dynamics between human relationships. And he's so flippin' smart. It's so true. And it is such a sophisticated way to tell a story. I mean, they've written songs about that idea. You don't get what you want, but you get what you need. Yeah. And that is what happens in this story. Yeah. It's so layered. Pam and Michael heal one another and give one another what they need. Yeah. Someone to say, I'm proud of you, and someone to show Michael, I guess, what the power of a piece of paper is. That's what he says. It's so sweet. Well, and also just to be appreciated. Pam really appreciated that he came there. And it's a reminder for Michael that, you know, business is people, and you can't cancel people. That's right. We had a question from Amber, Julie, Aubrey, and Rohit. Did anyone end up keeping the picture of the office that Pam made? Yep, me. We talked about that in Casino Night with John. Yes. That I got to keep that, and I have it hanging down in my entryway of my house. And a little thank you to Phil Shea for making that happen for Jenna. Well, we wrap up this episode finding out that Ryan has not lost his job, that Michael has just moved him to the annex, which is such a punishment because now he's going to have to share a desk pod with Kelly. And Kelly is so excited. She's so thrilled. And here's a little tidbit from the DVD commentary. Brent said he went into Mindy's office and he said, Mindy, here's this scene. And he pitched the scene to her. And she began to just improvise as Kelly, how Kelly would respond to this news. And Brent just wrote it all down verbatim. So, he was like, he said, Mindy is so great at channeling Kelly that you literally could go in and pitch to her a Kelly moment and she'd be like, oh, she would totally say this. I love that. Well, we had some fan questions about this. Haley, Fortino, Jillian, Audrey, and Marielle all asked, was Michael moving Ryan to the annex as a punishment, a way to get Ryan back out of the bullpen so that he wasn't as visible and could be in the writer's room some more? I'm sure. Yes. Yeah. Because now our three writers were all back there. Paul, BJ, and Mindy. No, it was very smart. Well, yeah. Jenna, there are some deleted scenes, in this episode that are really fantastic. I haven't talked too much about them, but there are two that are sort of interesting, and I thought I'd share a little bit with you about that. And we had some fan questions. So here's the first one. And Ryan Moberly, Jamie Kearns, Ali Giancarlo, and Jamie Miller all wrote in, and they said, in the deleted scenes, Karen attempts to rip down Pam's art show flyer in the kitchen. All right. They say, I know there's so many people that say that Karen didn't deserve all of this hate because her only crime was not being Pam, but can we please discuss? Yes. So what happens, Angela? Okay, well, Karen is in the kitchen. There's a flyer for Pam's art show. And she looks around and she reaches up to grab it, to pull it off the wall. And then I think Oscar walks in and she just quickly leaves. And we don't really know anything more than that, just little glimpse. But, everyone in the office knew about it. I don't know that she was being that vindictive. Maybe she just wanted to see the details. But you could say maybe she didn't want Jim to see it. Maybe she didn't want Jim to want to go. Maybe she wasn't being vindictive. I mean, she was going to take it off the wall. I think this was a good cut because I don't like this side of Karen. I'm glad that this was cut from her story. Me too, because Karen was already so vilified. She didn't need to lean into it.
You know?
Yeah.
So I think that was a good scene to have deleted. Now here's another deleted scene that Kate Flannery and I talked about, and Susan Lewis and Kyle Meeker wrote in and said, there's a deleted scene where Meredith is telling Oscar a joke about Pam and Roy. The joke is almost all bleeped out. What was the joke?
Oh no, this is like us doing laundry and betrayal.
I know. So I said, Kate, what was that all about? I went and watched the scene, and the deleted scene is Angela's in the kitchen, and Meredith's in there, and she's like, hey, why did Pam leave the wedding with Roy? And I'm just like, would you stop it? And I leave the kitchen. I am not going to entertain this. Then Oscar comes out of the bathroom. Meredith goes, hey, Oscar, why did Pam leave the wedding with Roy? And Oscar's like, Meredith, I'm not going to get into this. I think gossip is like harmful. And then Meredith can't even contain herself. And she starts to tell the rest of her joke. And she kind of does a gesture with her hands by her crotch area. And it just is like, because Roy, bleep, 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 bleep. And then Oscar's like, gross. And Meredith cackles and says, I know, and leaves the kitchen. And Kate said that in the script, all it said was, Meredith tells an off-color joke to Oscar. That's it. And it didn't say anything else. Is that true, Jenna?
Yes, I checked the script, and it says Meredith has one scripted line. Then the script says, Meredith says Roy, then long bleeped sentence while gesturing in an unusual way, ambiguously, that could be totally nasty or could be something quite different. Hard to tell, really. There's no visible lip flap. And then the script says, Oscar says, that's disgusting.
So I said, Kate, do you remember what you said? And she said, no, I don't remember. She said, but you know, I remember I just wanted to try to shock them, and my dad owned a bar in Philadelphia, and so I just tried to throw out some of those bar jokes I had heard.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Well, guys, that was business school.
Yes. Thank you so much to Brent for sending in audio clips, and Kate as well for telling us everything about that bat.
Yes, and I also want to tell you guys, Brent is an amazing teacher, and he's currently teaching an online class called Writing the TV Comedy Script. It is such a bargain. So if you have like an idea for a TV pilot or a TV show that you've been dying to write, you have to check out this class. You can find it at brentforrester.com.
Well, thanks you guys so much for listening. We hope you have a fantastic week.
Yeah, we'll see you next week for some cocktails.
Ooh. Oh, Jenna, one last question for you.
What?
Do you know what Pam's art show is called?
What?
Artists for Art.
Did Roy write that?
He did!
We'll see you next week, guys.
Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone.
Hi there.
Do you have your drink ready? Did you pour a drink? Because today we're talking about cocktails.
I should have. Dang it.
Why are we not drinking right now?
That's a whole other podcast. But you know what? With all of the kids, like virtual learning, it might have to happen.
Angela, do you want to tell everyone where you are right now?
Yes, you guys. Okay, so the internet at my house is El Krapski. And can I say El Krapski? That's so weird.
I think you can. You said worse.
So the internet at my house is really bad, and apparently we're in an area that doesn't even qualify for a real upgrade. Like, we've called and they're like, yeah, no, it's not available there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So anyway, I just did not have a great system. I tried, Jenna. I really tried for months.
Yeah.
And what you guys haven't seen is I would just be Zooming with Jenna, and then I'd just get the boot for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, and then people are always like, why don't you guys just do a video version of your podcast? Just throw it on up there. And I'm like, well, if you want to see 45 minutes of Angela cursing and disappearing and coming back, yeah, we're happy to throw it on up for you.
Sam said his favorite was when Mindy was a guest. I got booted off 3 times, and he said he could hear on my audio track, you and Mindy were talking, and I was just going, mother. So, yes.
But also, Angela, you would be frozen, and then Mindy and I wouldn't really know if you were there or not, and so we would throw to you. We'd be like, right, Ange? Oh, I don't think she's there.
No,
She's not responding.
She's not moving. So I am really excited, very COVID safely. Thank you to the folks at Earwolf. Today, I guess, at Earwolf, it's just me in one room, Sam in another room, and I guess Conan O'Brien is coming later. Oh, he canceled. So it's just me and Sam. It's just me and Sam here today. And when I saw Sam, I thought I was going to cry because it was just so fun to see him in person rather than just hearing him.
Well, it's really cool for me to see you in the studio. It's making me very homesick.
I know. And then I have my mask and we have sanitizer, and you guys, we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out how to safely return to work, and that gives me hope.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of y'all out there are doing this. I know my sister, my sister's a nurse, and one of my sisters works for the phone company, and she gave me a real lecture on Wi-Fi. What I apparently don't have. You guys, there's this thing. It's like the holy grail of Wi-Fi. Jenna, I think you know what it's called. It's like gamer Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you get a gamer modem, and it can just handle a lot. And we got it because, we're trying to make a podcast while both of my kids are Zooming school. So to have 3 of us on the system, the guy came by to install it, and he had this little thing that shows you the strength of your signal. He looked at my husband, he goes, you guys really don't get much of a signal here. And we're like, yeah, we know. We're aware. It's why you're here.
At least it's available in your area, Jenna.
And it's available in our area.
Well, now we need to get you gamer headphones, and we need to get you a gamer chair. Have you seen, they have these special gamer chairs? Oh, it would make me really happy to see you sitting in one.
Are we ever going to talk about the episode today? I don't know.
Oh, God, yes.
Maybe we shouldn't. What are we here for?
Oh, my God. 20 minutes later. It is Cocktails, you guys. Season 3, episode 17.
It is written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by J.J. Abrams. Here's a quick summary. Michael and Jan go public with their relationship when they attend a party at David Wallace's home.
The CFO, not his initials, common mistake.
Everyone else in the office goes out for happy hour. And Pam tells Roy about her and Jim.
Oh, Pam. Pam! Not Pammy, but Pam.
Don't call me Pammy.
Don't call her Pammy. I bet you have some fast facts.
Fast fact number 1. This is a fan question from Scott F., Eladio Ben, and Abby Kellner. How was J.J. Abrams tapped to direct? Right? J.J. Abrams!
J.J.
did this!
Freaking Abrams. You guys, Google him. He's done everything. We could not believe he was coming to our little show.
Now, this was before he directed Star Wars. But Angela, still. Does it freak you out that Star Wars guy directed you in an episode of The Office?
JJ, I know you probably listen to our podcast faithfully. Why wasn't there a very tiny, petite, sassy blonde in your Star Wars movie? Please, just in the background. I don't even have to say anything. Please, can I just be an extra in a Star Wars movie? Please.
Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
walk by.
And she'll just walk by. She won't do anything but just walk by.
I promise.
A tiny blonde comedian is just gonna walk on through Star Wars.
No
JJ.
shenanigans. I won't look at camera. I'll look just straight at the ground.
I hope he hears this. Well, listen, guys. So at this point, J.J. Abrams was most famous for the TV shows Lost and Alias.
Felicity.
He did Felicity too.
Yes.
Wow. I don't know. That wasn't in my notes. Well, I think it was just because I was such a huge fan of Lost.
Then Alias, the role you didn't get.
Thanks for reminding me.
I have to tell you. Oh my God, this made me laugh so hard. You posted about the Ben Franklin episode, and you were like, on your Instagram, you're like, and also, we talk about the fact that I didn't get the part of Sydney and Alias. Jennifer Gardner would have weighed in, and I responded, did you see her post from the beach? Did you see her try to ride that skimmer thing? I mean, come on, lady.
I can't believe you are doubling down on this. I did 1 hour of yoga today, very easily. Well, I'll have you know, which basically qualifies me to play a spy on television.
Look out, community of secret spies. Okay.
In case you're wondering, I did not confront J.J. Abrams about why I did not receive the role of Sydney Bristow.
Opportunity missed.
I let it go. But here's the thing. Here's what happened, guys. He reached out to us about directing an episode. And we were like, yeah. And we were like, come direct an episode. That's how it happened.
We were so giddy, Jenna. We were all so excited.
I just remember him being so smiley. Remember how much he smiled? He was like so happy and kind and just energetic.
He was so nice. And then, I don't know, a few months later, I ran into JJ and his wife at a fancy, award show party. And he was like, Angela, and chatted me up. And she was so nice. They're just really nice folks, y'all.
Yeah, it's all true.
So put me in your stinking Star Wars movie, JJ.
Yeah, she just wants to walk.
I just want to walk on.
All right, fast fact number 2, lady. I'm calling this one location change.
Why are you saying it like that?
I don't know. Is it intriguing?
Location change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
All right, good. Fan question from Anna Carter, B. Smith, Sophia B., Chelsea Lane, and Berkeley S. What house was used as David Wallace's home in this episode? Was it the same house used for the inside and the outside? And then we've got additional questions from Mary Roberts, Kelsey Joseph, Zuyi Wang, Kendall K, and Yvonne A. Hold up. David Wallace's house is a different house than the one used in branch closing, but some of the details are the same. What gives? Here is the answer. Yes, guys, these are good questions because the original house that you saw in branch closing was in Pasadena. This is a different house. This one is in Encino. More people wrote in about the house too, and many people noted that this house has a circular driveway in the front, which is different. We changed the house because J.J. Abrams really liked the interior of this house. So we did dress the front door to match the front door of the Pasadena house. But yeah, it was a different house. Good eye. Good catch.
Very good catch, folks. Real good catch. And that makes sense because he would need the interior of the house more than the exterior because the whole episode almost happens in that house.
Yeah, and it needed to flow. And there's a lot of moments in this episode where you're on one group of people and then the camera will rack focus and then some other thing is happening in the background. So having that open floor plan inside was really important to the storytelling.
I agree.
All right, so my next little piece of this fast fact is about Poor Richards. We shot Poor Richards at the Pickwick Pub, which is inside the Pickwick Bowling Alley in Burbank, California, which is right next to the Pickwick Ice Rink where we shot Michael's birthday.
Well, I have a question for you about this.
Yes.
Because
That's what the truth
if memory serves, we shot the interior stuff at Pickwick, but that exterior parking lot was a different location.
Yes.
And it was the bar, what's it called? The bar at Oyster House on Moore Park in Studio City.
Great catch, lady. Yes.
Yes, lady, I knew what parking lot that was because back in ye olde improv days, when I was performing long form improv, sometimes we would go there afterwards for a drink to celebrate our show.
So the actual bar that's inside of that parking lot area is called Oyster Bar?
It's called the bar at Oyster House.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've never been.
And you can enter from the parking lot, which is how we sort of set it up, right? Or you can enter from the street.
Now, I have a quick question for you because I know we're going to talk more about Poor Richards later. Have you been to the real Poor Richards in Scranton, Angela?
Yes.
And do you enter from a parking lot?
Yes.
And was it a good match?
Sort of.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear more. Save it.
Okay, I'll save it. I'll save it.
All right, I'm going to move us on to fast fact number 3. Lady,
What?
do you remember during Ben Franklin when we said that the SAG nominating guy came to set to tell us that we were all nominated for SAG Awards?
Yeah.
Well, we shot this episode right after we won our SAG Award.
Oh my gosh. Oh, dang it. Dang it. I should have looked at my journal. I bet I wrote about it.
I wrote about it in my journal.
Dang it. Okay, what'd you write?
Okay, here's what I wrote. We won the SAG Award for Best Comedic Ensemble Cast. Our table was right next to the people from 24. So yes, I was drooling all night. What is that? Why am I saying that?
Lady, we were such dorks.
What a great group of people. I talked to Kiefer, or should I say babbled. That's what I wrote. Later that night, I met Patrick Dempsey.
Oh my God.
Right? He has magic sparkles that rotate around his head. The word dreamy is completely accurate.
Jenna, I don't know what happens to the two of us, but when we write in our journals, it's like a 13-year-old girl is writing in sparkly pencil. You know?
100%. What is this
What the
dialogue? I was
what?
a grown woman when I wrote this.
I know.
All right. Then I wrote, the best part of the night was probably when Oscar, David, Angela, Kate, and her boyfriend and I all started dancing in the middle of a party that did not have a dance floor.
That sounds like us.
That does. But we started a craze, and soon a bunch of people were all going to town.
I think that's the night I was doing like a really kind of rock and roll version of the Charleston with Jack McBrayer, and I stepped back right onto Oscar State's foot.
Oh,
Remember that? I felt so bad.
now this isn't the night that you jumped into the pool with your dress on, is it? That's later.
No, that's a different night.
We'll get to that, guys.
Always wanted to do it. People had jumped in a pool in their fancy dresses. Remember Angelina Jolie did this one time? Like, she wasn't at this party. But I was determined to do this once in my life.
I regret not doing it.
I'll tell you, the car ride home sucked. But the first part was magical.
All right, guys, well, we're going to take a break, and we will be back to break down this episode, Cocktails.
Yeah.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, you guys, we are back. Now, before I break down the cold open for you, I have a few observations to share with you that I remember. Number 1, Steve was sick. Do you remember?
Really?
Yes.
I don't.
He had like a cold bug this week, and you can hear it. You can hear it if you rewatch. So he really had to power through because there were a few scenes he was not feeling well in. And no Phyllis.
No Phyllis.
Phyllis is on her honeymoon.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So no Phyllis. And then before we get into the cold open, the blooper reel that's online for this episode is fantastic. My daughter loved it. We watched it over and over. And now I can see these moments where people were breaking. I'm going to point them out as we go. Okay?
Oh, I love that.
All right. So in this cold open, Michael is going to show off his magic skills. You know, he's been in magic camp, and he has a straight jacket on. Dwight is securing chains around him. He's going to lock it up and then show everyone how he can be a Houdini and get out of it.
Yes. Well, we had a fan question about this, Ange. Megan Keel, Rhiannon Cobb, Allie Jo Higginbotham, Charlotte Nicholas, and Claire Nichols all asked, how long did Steve have to be in that straitjacket?
He spent the morning in that thing.
Yeah, I asked Kent Zabornak about it. He keeps all the logs from our production.
Are you
days.
kidding me?
That's how he tells me all this stuff, Angela. He has all of the call sheets and the production logs and he has it all on file.
I knew he had a lot of information. I didn't realize he had like the production logs that show the time increments we spent on each scene. That is crazy.
Yeah, he said that all told, Steve was in the straitjacket for about an hour and a half. We didn't do that many takes. We did about 7 or 8 based on his records. But knowing now that Steve was sick while he was rolling around on the ground trying to get out of that crazy outfit is, oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was like flopping off the chair, like diving across the table, knocking a plant over.
Well, here's my question. You know, you saw that he had the very, very large key in the corner of his mouth, right?
So obviously, yes.
That then falls on the ground and Jim steps on it with his foot. That was just step 1. I mean, let's say he was able to get the key and undo the chains. How is he going to get out of the straitjacket?
I don't know, but in the blooper reel, in one take, Steve manages to get out of the straitjacket.
No.
Yes, and we all cheered.
I remember shooting that.
I know. It was like the same moment. I remember when, like in basketball, when he actually made one of those crazy Hail Mary shots, and we all cheered, but they can't use it.
Yeah. Well, lady, we also had a fan catch, and I love this fan catch. It's from Stella P. and Madison J. In the cold open, Jim says to Kevin, have a good weekend. It's Friday and no one is dressed for casual Friday.
Oh, that's a very good catch. I bet that made you happy.
They went on to say, isn't Casual Friday supposed to exist until Toby cancels it in season 5, episode 26?
Wow. Applause.
All right, so should we move on and get into this episode?
Yes, let's do it.
Michael and Dwight are getting ready to leave for this big party at David Wallace's house. He makes Dwight smell his breath.
He just gets in there. It's like Steve's head is a Pez dispenser. I mean, it's crawling inside it. I don't know how they got through that.
I know, and I love Dwight's line. He's like, good, not great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. And then Michael has this talking head, you guys, where he really lays out the stakes of this episode for him. It is Jan and his coming out party, he said. They're finally an official couple. This means a lot to him. Yeah. And I have one thing. It's a blooper reel catch of someone about to break. You guys, at 3 minutes, 15 seconds, Michael is trying to see if Jim wants to carpool. He leans down. He's like, want to carpool? John could not get it together. John was laughing so hard. And Steve knew it. And Steve was messing with him. Steve at one point in the bloopers goes, you want to ride my Sebring? And you know he knew that was going to make John break. And John was like destroyed by it.
Oh, I loved it whenever Steve would do that. And he would do it to John mostly because he would find some little thing. And it was usually when he would get like real close.
Yeah. You want to carpool?
Yeah.
You ride my Sebring?
Yeah.
It's really fun to watch.
So now we cut to Michael and Dwight are in the car. And Dwight is like, thank you so much for bringing me along. And Michael's like, wait a second, should I have brought you along? I don't know.
Yeah.
And then Jan calls on speakerphone.
And do we find out Michael's nickname for her in this?
What does he call her?
He says, hello, Buttercup.
Oh,
Is this a Princess Bride moment?
it sounds like it.
A little bit.
Well, Jan is like, what do you say we blow off this party and we just go after each other like we did on that black sand beach in Jamaica?
Yeah, doesn't she say something like, why don't we just smash up on each other or something? It's a real visual image I probably didn't need.
And then she's like, wait, am I on speakerphone? Are the cameras there? She's like, I'll just see you at the party. But Michael does not want to go get it on with Jan. He is like, no, I want to go to this party with you and show everyone that you and I are together.
I know, this kind of breaks my heart because it's clearly so important for him. and she just wants to blow it off. She doesn't want to go public with him, and he's kind of forcing her hand. And Jan, I know you're a fictional character and you won't ever hear this, but I need to say it. Always assume you're on speakerphone and cameras are rolling. This is something that comes up with her all the time. She's like, are the cameras there? I'm like, why are you asking? Just give up. They're there.
It's so true.
Well, then, Jenna, as they're off and on their way, we have at front reception Roy and Pam, and Pam was like, Roy, come out with us tonight. And he's like, no, my brother took a bath on the jet skis. We're going to go get drunk. And you're like, yeah, we're going to a bar. We're going somewhere where that can happen. And you've got to do boyfriend stuff. If you want to be my boyfriend, right? You make a big speech.
Yeah. And Roy is like, okay. And it's kind of this nice moment where you see Pam is being more assertive and Roy hears her.
Well, there's a deleted scene, Jenna, that would have happened right here that I thought was really sweet, where Roy notices your art has been framed and is hanging on the wall. And he compliments it. He's like, hey, oh my God, it's your art. It's framed. You know, that's so cool. And it's this sweet moment that I think would have just extended that beat of where Roy, he's trying.
Yeah.
Before we move on from this sweet Pam Roy moment, there is a new plant alert.
Another new plant at reception?
I wish really and truly there was a way that someone could, by the end of the 9 years, tell us how many plants that Pam had had. There is a new plant. It's in a very cute blue ceramic pot with what looks like to be like little colorful balloons on the pot. Very cute. It won't last. Very cute.
My gosh, what is this like secret story we're telling about Pam's ability to care for houseplants?
Well, it's not much of a story.
You know, a friend of mine gave me an air plant recently. It lives on air. You like water it once a week. You turn it upside down and you put it in a glass of water and then you put it back in the pot. And you know what, Angela? It's dead.
Well, it doesn't sound like a real thing.
What? No, it's real. An air plant is real. It's a real thing. It was living in air. It's not even in any soil.
What do you mean in air? What does that even look like?
It looks like a plant. It's in a piece of wood, but there's no soil or water in the pot. Okay? Okay, it's like a ferny kind of plant.
Okay.
And then the idea is that this is the thing that people who can't keep other plants alive can keep alive because it lives on air. I don't know, but mine is dead.
Is it like a fancy chia pet?
No. It's an air plant.
It was an air plant.
It was.
Oh my gosh, you and Pam can't keep plants alive.
We can't. Well, listen, Pam is now going to have her big moment in her talking head. All right, everyone? She is going to start being direct with people. She's going to start asking for what she wants. She says, look out, world. Old Pammy is getting what she wants. And don't call me Pammy.
Yeah.
I get that quoted to me a lot.
Do you really?
Yeah, and don't call me Pammy.
The things people quote to us are so different. Like I get, poop, it's raining from the ceilings, poop.
Well, we had a fan question from Ashley Portugal and Stephanie Shipman Barani. In this episode, when Pam decides she's going to be more assertive and she says, don't call me Pammy, it kind of leads us to believe that she doesn't like that nickname. But in the next episode, when Roy and Pam are talking at the diner, he calls her Pammy. Do you think that was a way of showing how Roy doesn't really know or pay much attention to Pam and her likes and dislikes? Yeah. I think this is planting the seed for this nickname of Pammy that she's probably said, I don't love that nickname. And he just is the guy who's like, oh, whatever, tickle, tickle, Pammy. Yeah. And you're like, no, I actually mean it. Like, I really don't like being called Pammy. And he's like, okay, Pammy. Yeah. Right? And then you just give up. And you're like, okay, fine.
Yeah, I think it is just that thing where Roy He just kind of doesn't see her. He tried, but they're just not meant to be together. Now, Dwight and Michael have arrived incredibly early to the party. There are catering vans and guys carrying in flowers. Dwight realizes pretty quickly that Michael is dressed like the servants. That's what he calls them. Yeah. And then they, of course, have to change clothes in the driveway. And once again, we see Dwight's belly. Someone track that. How many plants die and how many times do we see Dwight's belly?
Well, I love it that Michael says only good friends arrive early to a party. So the best way to become a good friend is to come early.
Yeah,
That's what you do. That's his strategy.
his strategy is to be the first ones there and the last ones to leave. And then you're gonna love him.
You know, that reminds me of Ellie Kemper. You know, Ellie Kemper had a rule to always be the last person at a party.
I know.
And she is fun.
And you sort of adopted that with her.
Yeah, because she told me that once, and I was like, oh, I'm always the first one at a party. I like to come in the early part, and here's why. I'm not going to come so early that you're just getting out of the shower, okay, and your house isn't ready. I like to get there early. I get my FaceTime with the host, you know, get to have a sort of meaningful conversation because they're not juggling a lot of people yet. And then I'm there as everyone arrives, and I get to chit-chat with everyone. I feel overwhelmed when I enter a party and it's like 2 hours in. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like too much like instant party for me. I need to ease into a party. I need the population of the party to grow around me slowly.
I think this is your metaphor for life, though, Jenna. I feel like you need to ease into situations.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of social anxiety, so that my way of navigating large social situations is to ease in. I don't like an instant crowd.
I like the instant crowd. I want to jump in. I want the music thumping. I want everyone to have had like a little bit of a cocktail. The pressure's off of me. I can just show up and just be part of the flow. You get there early. I don't know, Jenna. You might get stuck in a conversation that goes on forever.
Well, that happens. That happens. I'll take it. I'd rather do that than the other thing. And also, if you come early and you chat with the host, if I start to get overwhelmed, if my anxiety gets too high, Irish exit. I can leave.
You just fade out.
But I was there. Everyone knows I was there, right? And then just the social sort of like obligation is completed. Do I sound like fun?
You are fun. You actually are a ton of fun.
I am fun.
Yeah, you're a ton of fun. It's just so fascinating to me. You and I have all of these core things that are so the same, and then all of our social stuff is completely different.
It's so true. I always say Angela's house is like an episode of Three's Company. There's just people coming through the door randomly at all times.
It's true. I'm just like, come on in. I'm out back. Come down the driveway.
Whatever. Like your neighbor, your contractor. I don't know. Literally anyone. Coming on over. Creed comes with his guitar.
I know.
And I'm like, make an appointment.
Make an appointment. Show up on time.
I need to ready myself for the social interaction.
Okay, so now the whole gang is arriving to Poor Richard's, and I have a little bit of Poor Richard's trivia, Jenna.
Oh, is this about the real Poor Richard's? Because we had two people write in, Lucas Bundros and Andrew L. said, is Poor Richard's a real pub that people can go to today? And if so, where is it?
Yes, it is a real pub, and it is in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And here's the thing that was kind of interesting, Jenna. Where we shot in Los Angeles was attached to a bowling alley, right?
Yep.
So is Poor Richard's. It is not a standalone bar. It is part of a bowling alley. Yes.
Is the bowling alley called Poor Richard's?
No, the bowling alley is its own thing. Well, here's the cool thing. Poor Richard's actually does have a door that goes into the bar from the outside. But when you go into the bar, there's a whole section of it that's just opens out into the bowling alley.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's like at Pickwick.
Yeah. And right next to the door to go inside is like an old old-timey looking wooden plaque thing that says Poor Richards. And I have a photo I took by it. Actually, in 2018, my husband and I were randomly driving through Pennsylvania, and I was like, oh my God, it's a good hour and a half out of the way, but let's go to Scranton. And we drove to Scranton, and we drove all around, and I said, let's go to Port Richards and grab a beer. But it was closed.
Oh, no.
I know. So I took all these pictures by the plaque. But years ago, 2017, I was there, and I went inside Port Richards with Brian Baumgartner.
What was that like?
It was such a blast. We just drank beer and hung out with the folks from Scranton who were all so nice, and I just loved that town.
Yeah, me too. I've only been there the one time, but it was so great.
It's so fun. But yeah, I have some great photos from Port Richards. But yeah, you guys, families are bowling, and then folks are in the bar, just right there on the side. But I want to tell you guys, if you go to Port Richards, here's something that you would never think. They have so many different types of French fries.
Tell me more.
You can get regular French fries. You can get French fries with gravy, French fries with cheese, French fries with cheese and gravy, chili cheese fries, devil fries, which are smothered in hot or mild sauce with your choice of cheese, pizza fries, which have garlic parmesan seasoned fries with pizza cheese and marinara, bacon cheddar ranch fries, spicy curly fries, or sweet potato fries with salted caramel and marshmallow glaze.
Did you order any fries when you were there with Brian?
I did.
Which ones?
I got the plain ones. I didn't realize they had so many others. They were like, what would you like? I was like, I'll have some French fries, because I was just trying to snack. Had I known, I think I would have hit up those bacon cheddar ranch fries.
Wow. Mm-hmm. I see a road trip in our future.
Oh, good Lord, I would love that. You and I driving through Scranton? Come on.
We have to make that happen. We've got a list.
We've got a bucket list. You guys, you can find out more about Port Richards. You can go to portrichdspub.net.
Well, the gang all sits around the table, and they're having some drinks. And Pam asks Kevin about his wedding plans.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we set a date. Everyone's so excited to hear more. And then he's like, you know what? It's complicated, and I'd really like some space.
I need some space on this. What? At 7 minutes, 3 seconds, there is a fantastic close-up of Brian's tiny curled hair on either side of his head. Oh, yes, the ladies in hair and makeup really must have hit that curling iron hard. Wait, Jen, I have to show it to you. You have to see. This is what should we call this? Poofy Kevin hair alert?
Okay. Wow. That is, I think he needs a haircut, is what I see when I look at that.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe his hair had gotten long, but it's a big curl on either side of his head.
It kind of looks like he has gigantic ears underneath his hair that they're covering up, maybe.
It looks like something's hiding in his hair, right above his ear.
It does. Well, listen, Ange, Roy now arrives with his brother, Kenny, and they're going to buy a round of drinks for everyone, and I have a lot of questions for you.
I also have some thoughts on Roy and Kenny, but I'll save those.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you want your questions now, then?
Yeah, give me some questions.
Okay. Fan question from Heather Hartline and Molly Pritikin. What was the reason behind Angela going to Port Richards with everyone? She didn't really interact with anyone, and it didn't really seem like she would want to go out to a bar with her coworkers. Was she lashing out because Dwight went to the other party? But before you answer, fan question from Hannah Klinger, Megan Reed, and Devin B. Is Angela crushing on Roy? Angela, why'd you show up at Port Richards tonight?
First of all, at 7 minutes, 28 seconds, here's part of that Angela Roy sort of thread that we've seen online. Were they ever a thing? Were they going to be a thing? You can hear off camera when Roy offers to buy everyone a drink. I say, no, thank you, Roy. Kind of like, no, right?
Yeah.
Here's what I think is the truth, though, guys. We like to think that Angela went there for Roy because it sounds spicy.
But the deleted scenes tell the real story.
Ooh, do tell.
Yes, there was a runner between Angela and Oscar at Poor Richards. And I think two things were happening with her character. One, Dwight was busy that night, and she felt like going out with everybody, but also it seems, at least in the deleted scenes, that her and Oscar mend the fences even more.
Oh,
I don't know if you can tell by watching it, but Angela and Oscar actually aren't at the long table where everyone's sitting. They're at a little two-top right next to it.
oh,
And they have dinner together. And they have a scene where Oscar has a huge plate of like wings in front of him. He sort of like takes a bite and makes a gross face, and he goes, "These wings are all fat and bone." And Angela's eating one carrot, and she goes, "Oh, this place is disgusting." And then the two of them look at each other and smile, and Oscar kind of laughs.
oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah, I think Angela is there because her and Oscar were meant to have these scenes together.
I love that.
Yeah,
Great question, great answer.
they don't play the game. They're just there kind of hanging out. I know everybody would love a little Roy Angela controversy, but it never happened, guys.
Well, let's wait until the next episode because I'm going to have more to say about it then.
Okay.
All right, but for now, we had a quick fan catch from Wanda O'Club. When Roy walks into the bar, there is a sign for Fat Tire Beer, which does not distribute to Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's a really good catch.
A little catch. And then, because we mentioned him, I do want to give a shout out to Roy's brother, Kenny, who is played by Michael Patrick McGill. He does such a good job.
Yeah.
He came to the art show. He was amazing. He's here in this episode again. Just great.
Just great. And I really buy their relationship as brothers. I really believe it. Not only do they look like they could be related to me, but also I just feel like it really fills in the picture of Roy and his family and his dynamic, and why maybe Pam is feeling like she's evolved past that.
Well, there's a lot of testosterone in that family.
There is. I mean, these are two guys that were going to go out to get hammered because the jet skis, they didn't get enough money for them or something.
Yeah, they didn't sell for what they wanted them to sell for, I guess.
So they're like,
Then I feel like Kenny's also just upset that he had to sell them in the first place.
yeah,
That's my backstory for Kenny.
yeah.
It's both.
Mm-hmm. Before we leave Poor Richards to go back to David Wallace's house, I absolutely love the story that Toby is now going to spend the whole night trying to get that stupid duck.
Yes. Well, the other thing too, Angela, is I remember how they spent all this time positioning the claw machine right there at the entrance, and they did that on purpose so that Paul wouldn't be in the background of everything.
Exactly. He had to be on set with our director, J.J. Abrams. He couldn't be in the background. So it was a very strategic storyline to get him out of every scene.
And a very, very funny fix.
Yes.
Because, yeah, I guess we should remind everybody that whoever wrote the episode, they shadow the director and they help to produce their episode. And so it's hard to both be on camera and being part of those creative conversations over by the monitors.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's head back over to David Wallace's house because we forgot to talk about Michael's offering of the potato salad.
Yes.
We forgot to talk about how he has brought this Tupperware full of potato salad that he has had in his car all day.
Well, I love this talking head because he whispers it, and whenever Steve as Michael whispers, it just makes me laugh. He's like, "It's been out in my car all day. The sun beating down on it. Mayonnaise." Yeah,
I know. Well, Angela, we had a fan question from Jace Little who says, in light of Michael bringing potato salad to the party, what are your go-to dishes to bring to parties? Do you have a go-to dish when there's a potluck party?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love to bring a side because usually if you're going to someone's party, I feel like they sort of do the main stuff and then you bring the sides. So there's a few that I love. We do this corn dip that I really like. My husband has tons of really great dips. Is that
shameless plug, bakingwithjoshandanish.com. Tons of really great dips. He does that one. Jenna, you had the dip we brought over for Super Bowl last year. Do you remember?
Yes.
It's so good. It's like a jalapeno chicken dip. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
And then I love these sriracha Brussels sprouts. I could go on.
I don't think I've ever had those.
They're so good that he cooks the Brussels sprouts and then he pours over it this marinade he makes with like soy, and I think it's got sriracha and honey. It's so good.
That sounds amazing.
It's raw gone.
That sounds amazing.
Okay, we'll bring that next time instead of the chicken jalapeno dip.
Well, my son's hockey team would always have these like hockey season kickoff parties or holiday parties, and it would just be a big potluck situation. They would order pizzas, but then, everyone brings something too.
Mm-hmm.
And I have two go-tos.
What?
One, fried chicken from the grocery store.
Oh, fried chicken you can't go wrong with, especially with little kids. I was talking like adult party. I have a whole different sides for kid stuff.
Okay, well, we always like to bring fried chicken. A friend of mine actually tipped me off to this offering, and it is always a huge hit, and I completely stole her idea, and we do it all the time. Also, it's really easy because you just pick it up warm from the grocery store on your way to the event.
Yes.
And no one cares that you didn't make it yourself because they're just happy eating it.
Yep.
But then my other thing that I would do for these potlucks is I do these shredded chicken mini sliders.
Yes, I've had those.
Yeah, I love them. I actually put them in a cookbook. Angela, I'm in a cookbook.
I know.
I collaborated on this cookbook with King's Hawaiian, and I put this recipe in the cookbook. And what you do is you put chicken breasts and you marinate them on low in a crock pot in root beer. That is the secret ingredient. And you do that for several hours until they're all soft. Then you drain the root beer, you shred up the chicken, you put a bunch of barbecue sauce in, let that cook on low for a couple hours, and then you just bring the whole crock pot along with little slider buns and other accoutrements.
Yeah.
And you're like, here you go. It's sort of like a spin on like a pulled pork sandwich, but it's chicken.
Yeah.
Those are my go-tos.
I think those are great. Well,
Jace Little asked. All right. Well, should we move on? Because now Dwight is at the buffet.
I love a buffet.
And he tells the woman, that is fine, lady. You love a buffet. If I say buffet, I should just pause and let you have your moment.
I'm always going to have a moment.
Well, Dwight tells her that the piece of shrimp she's eating, that the line on the back of the shrimp is poop.
Yeah.
And you know what?
What?
It is poop. I looked it up.
Oh, yeah, it is.
So here's what I found out.
Yeah.
If you're going to cook the shrimp,
Yeah.
then you don't have to devein it. They call it deveining, but it's not a vein. It's
No.
poop.
I think they call it deveining because no one wants to really think about the fact that we're just scraping poop off their backside.
Yeah. So anyway, you should de-poop it if you're not going to cook it.
Like a shrimp cocktail.
Right. But if you're going to cook it, you can just leave the poop there because the cooking will kill the bacteria, at least according to this LA Times article that I read about it.
Okay.
The end.
Do you like shrimp?
Wow. This is not that important of a question, but I'm really weighing my answer.
I know.
I don't hate it, but I don't look for it.
Right.
I think the most shrimp I eat is maybe in a pad thai. What about you?
I love shrimp. I love shrimp. You cannot have relatives in Louisiana and not like shrimp. We talked a lot about food. It's called cocktails, but we're still talking about food.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
I am too. I don't even know where we're at anymore.
I don't either, but I'm going to share something. It's personal. Lady, the other night I ate an entire box of Cheddar Bunny snack mix. That's over 1,200 calories.
Is that
Cheddar Bunnies?
like the Cheddar Bunnies we get for the kids?
Yep.
Oh, lady.
Yeah.
Lady, were you?
I had a
Did you have a
moment.
bad day?
Yeah, it was just, where it just feels like you're in a hole and you can't get out. And for whatever reason, my tunnel out of the hole was this box of cheddar crackers. Before I knew it, my fingertips were scraping the bottom of the box. I couldn't believe I'd eaten the whole thing.
What were you watching? Were you watching something?
Yeah, I was watching this show called Search Party.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
And I was riveted. And before I knew it, I'd finished all of them. And I'm going to say I felt better the next day. I don't know what the moral of the story is, but...
How were your BMs? Were you okay?
Yeah, I was expecting to have a lot more tummy trouble than I did. I was fine.
Do you ever want to eat one again?
I'm craving it.
Oh my God!
And I'm not going to buy it because if it's not in the house, I won't eat it. But I had this problem with the Trader Joe's cheese crackers a few years ago, where if I ate one, I ate the whole box. And I managed to get over that. And clearly, my new trigger is the Cheddar Bunny snack mix. It's got everything in it. It's got not just the cheddar bunnies that we love, but it's got like little pretzels and like little Cheez-It things. And
yeah, I was so expecting the story to go differently. I thought you were going to tell it to me and say, I came out on the other side. I am done with junk food. I am only going to eat healthy snacks. But you're like, I ate it all. I felt fine. I'd do it again.
So you were expecting like the story to go somewhere, is what you're saying. You didn't expect it that it would just hit a wall. Actually, Angela, I have been turning things around and we've been texting about it. I'm trying to do physical exercise 3 to 4 days a week and I've been eating really good, but I had this low moment with the box of cheddar crackers. I don't know. Sometimes you need to be okay not being okay, right?
Lady, who are you talking to? I got nothing but love for you with all of that. I mean, do you remember that night where it was like 11 o'clock at night and I was like, well, I guess someone needs a piece of chocolate pie. I guess that person's me. Everyone's gone to bed. I'm not even going to put it on a plate. I'm going to stand inside the fridge and just have a fork and just carve at it.
I do remember because you sent me a video message of yourself eating the pie from the fridge.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, it made me feel better.
There you go. There you go. Okay, wait, where are we?
Where we are is that Jan and Michael have arrived to the party and they're outside, and Jan wants Michael to sign some papers waiving his right to sue Dunder Mifflin in the event that their relationship, in his mind or in reality, interferes with work.
I have to tell you, I laughed so hard when she was digging in her trunk and he said, what you looking for? You bring a dip? Like, somewhere in Michael's mind, you go to a party, you bring a dip. No matter what party, you bring a dip. He's like, everybody must have brought a dip, right?
Also, I cannot get enough of Jan and Michael. I love this relationship. I love Melora Hardin so much.
She's so phenomenal.
God, she's good.
Well, you know, she has this amazing talking head where she's like, hey, yeah, this is a calculated risk, you know, upside, I'm going to fall deeply in love and have babies and normalcy, no more self-loathing. Downside, she collapses in on herself like a dying star, right? So in the deleted scenes, she has a much longer talking head. They really trim this down. And lady, she overshares so much. Like it's so uncomfortable to watch.
What does she say?
I mean, she talks about past relationships. She was like, well, I guess one good thing is I orgasm really easily. So, oh my God, she really overshares. And I was like, oh my God, I see why they deleted it, but it really, really does show you where Jan is at, her mental space.
Well, as soon as he walks in the door with Jan, they run into David Wallace. They've barely introduced themselves, and he says, Jan and I are lovers.
He doesn't say, Jan and I are dating. First of all, he doesn't need to say that. He doesn't need to clarify their relationship, but he's so excited. And he always refers to them as lovers. And you guys, I don't know if you guys have ever had people like this in your life, but I know a couple who, when they talk about each other, they refer to each other as their lover. And it makes me so uncomfortable every time. Every time. I remember when they got engaged, we were like, oh, tell us your engagement story. And they were like, well, we said to each other, you know what? You are my lover. You are my friend. They always bring it up.
And is it me and Lee?
Yeah.
And why are you saying you don't like it that I say that? That Lee and I refer to one another as lovers.
Gosh, I can't.
I want to do it now.
Oh.
The next time I go to a party, I'm going to introduce Lee and I as lovers.
You know what?
This is my lover, Lee.
Show up really early when there's no one else to buffer your awkward conversation and no one's had a drink yet, and be like, my lover and I are early, and my lover and I brought Cheez-Its or whatever.
We brought some bunny snack mix.
My lover told me not to eat so many in the car, and I said, lover, you're silly.
I can't wait to do this bit at my next party.
Oh, it makes me so uncomfortable.
So now the party is going at David Wallace's house, and we just have what is possibly one of the most awkward conversations at a party.
Yeah, 9 minutes, 52 seconds. Michael tries to hold Jan's hand. He's already, as we said, called her his lover. Then he tries to hold her hand. She won't hold his hand. Then he blows in her face. Then he asks for an appetizer. Wants to know if they have any bagel bites.
Yeah.
Then Dwight asks for the square footage of the house. Then Michael's like, that's inappropriate. How much does this house cost?
And then doesn't Jim do a spit take with his drink? Let me tell you something. I was having a cup of tea while I was watching this episode, and I happened to be taking a sip right at this moment. And Jim and I simultaneously spit into our cups from that line. That line made me laugh out loud.
I know. It's so awkward. And it sends Dwight now on this crazy journey of checking out every nook and cranny of their house.
Yes. And this is also where Karen is going to start her little prank on Jim. She says to Jim, do you see that guy over there? Because I just think you should know we used to date and it didn't end well. And Jim is like, oh.
I didn't like this prank. I didn't like this storyline.
Tell me more.
Well, I mean, I think it's passive aggressive. I think Karen is maybe still a little stung by the fact that Jim dated Pam and the way she found out about it. And I feel like this is her kind of playful way to make light of it, although it's not something that she feels light about because they've had all these late night talks, but it's her sort of playful way of, I don't know, kind of jabbing him about it.
Yeah.
And it feels a little sad and a little desperate to me, Karen. Oh!
Wow. You said it.
I said it.
Well, should we talk about this scene with the scotch?
Oh, God. It is so good. There's wonderful moments in the deleted scenes, too. Oh, my God.
Well, I have to say, when Steve takes a sip of this scotch, which David tells us was gifted to him by Lee Iacocca, Steve starts coughing.
Mm-hmm.
And it is some of the best liquor coughing I've ever seen in a performance. It was so real.
And it's so amazing, too, because there's a great moment in the bloopers where he's like, over the gums and through the lips. Like, he is not understanding the magnitude of a 20-year-old scotch given by this amazing man who he thinks discovered the DeLorean.
Yes.
All of it is wrong. All of it is wrong.
We had a few people write in about that joke, and they were like, I don't understand the joke about Lee Iacocca and the DeLorean. And this is just a matter of Michael. He's just mixing up his automobile executives.
Yes, this is classic Michael, where he gets one part right and then the rest wrong.
Yes. So for anyone who doesn't know, Lee Iacocca was best known for developing the Ford Mustang and the Pinto cars. He worked for Ford, but then he went on to work at Chrysler. And he was just this huge automobile executive legend. But here is a fun fact. Wow. Lee Iacocca wrote his autobiography with another writer, William Novak.
Holy
Novak's
crap!
father. Yeah.
Wait!
Yeah.
Wait.
Yep.
Wait. BJ Novak's dad
Yep.
was the ghostwriter for Lee Iacocca's autobiography?
Yeah.
Am I getting this right?
You are. BJ Novak's father, William Novak, was a ghostwriter, but he was also a writer.
Yeah.
And he wrote this book with Lee Iacocca. I don't want to tell BJ's stories for BJ, but I just want everyone to know that his childhood was fascinating, and he had just legendary people who worked with his father, who then BJ had like moments with
As a child.
But here's the thing, what's so cool about BJ's stories is that he's a kid meeting legends of different industries. And it just makes me think about the time that my husband Lee was making a movie with Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day. And Billy Joe would come over to our house and rehearse with Lee for this movie. And my son, who was a big Green Day fan and who is a drummer himself, like hang out with Billy Joe Armstrong, and Billy Joe would like show him riffs on the drums and stuff like that. But to my son, he was just like this cool guy named Billy who was coming over. But one day, like when he's older, I'm going to be like, do you know who was in our house teaching you that whole thing on the hi-hat? Like, do you know who like tuned your bass drum for you that one time? That was Billy Joe Armstrong.
Yeah, it's going to be so cool. Jenna, I am there, but I'm there with The Office. Because my kids now love The Office. They love it. And they want to watch every episode with me. They'll say, you know, what episode are you guys doing for Office Ladies this week? Can we watch with you? And half the time they've seen the episode, and it's their second or third viewing of it. And Isabel, there's a photo in our kitchen, Jenna. You know how I have that? I have like a big bulletin board with a bunch of photos on it. And I have a photo of you and I and Isabel on a swing set, and I'm holding her, and it's from Company Picnic. Yeah, she had come to set that day at lunch, right?
Yeah.
So the other morning, Isabel was like, Mom, that's Company Picnic. I was on set for Company Picnic. I was like, baby, you were on set every week. I just don't have a picture every time. And she was like, oh my gosh. But it's that moment. It's all becoming really real for her.
Yeah. Well, that was BJ's life. He had, you know, all these crazy people, but he was just like, oh, you know, my dad's friend Lee came over to write a book about cars.
Lee Iacocca.
Just Lee Iacocca.
Crazy.
Not a biggie. Nice guy.
Nice fella. Well, lady, we did have a great callback to a character in this scene while they're in the house. We see Dan Gore, who is the regional manager for the Buffalo branch. Yeah, Dwight calls him an idiot for not knowing Battlestar Galactica, so I thought that was a nice little callback to season 2. And up next, we are going to get into a pretty rowdy drinking game over at Poor Richard's.
Before we do that, we're going to take a little break.
All right.
How's that sound?
Sounds real good.
All right.
Okay. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food?
Tex-Mex
and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. All right, guys, we are back and we are about to start a drinking game called, let me just say, we had a number of fan questions about what it's called. Tracy Williams, Alex Taylor, Nicole Sabino, Bethany Devish, and Samantha Skelly all said, number one, is the drinking game everyone plays at Poor Richard's a real game? Number two, is it called Up the Chickens or Up Jenkins? And number three, where did the writers get the idea from?
First of all, yes, this is a real game. It is called Up Jenkins, Down Jenkins. And I will tell you how Paul found out about it. So Paul's brother Warren went to Kenyon College in Gambier, Ohio. And I was in New York with him, and we were hanging out with his friends from college, Martin and Nellie. This is a game they played in college. We played it all night at a little dive bar in Manhattan. Paul knew about this game from Warren, and he incorporated it into the script.
Okay, so how exactly do you play?
Okay, now, according to Warren, Martin, and Nellie from Kenyon College, this is how you play it. There are two teams on opposing sides of a table. You grab a quarter and you pass it underneath as slyly as possible, right? You're passing the quarter under the table to your teammates, and at any time, the opposing team on the other side of the table can say, 1, 2, 3, up Jenkins. And at that point, every single person has to put their elbows on the table and clench their hands into fists to hide whoever has the quarter, right? Okay, and then the opposing team says, 1, 2, 3, down Jenkins. And at that point, you slam your hands down to the table, everyone at the same time. You try to do it at the same time to mask the sound of that quarter hitting the table. Then the opposing team goes down the line and touches every single hand they think doesn't have it, leaving the hand that does have it.
Now, okay, do we know why it's called Up Jenkins, Down Jenkins? Did someone named Jenkins invent it?
We don't know why, and when I looked it up on the internet, a few things came up. First of all, Jenkins is a very Welsh name, and apparently there is a version of this in Wales, and it's called Tippet. Oh, I don't know. It is also played in Iraq, and it's called Imhibes, if I'm saying that correctly. Apparently, it's been documented that a version of this game was played by the Native Americans, and it was called Hand Game. And it's played throughout America. There's several different names. It has been referred to as Up Chickens in Midwestern states, or sometimes it's just called Jenkins.
Well, there you have it, folks.
I'm sure there's more information out there about Up Jenkins, Down Jenkins, and if you guys have any, let us know. Jenna, do you remember on set me teaching everyone how to play?
Yes, I do. You gave a little tutorial.
And I was so bummed that once again, Angela Martin does not participate.
I know, you are our teacher, but you are not a participant.
No.
Well, in the episode, Pam is the one who ends up having the quarter under her hand, and Roy is doing the guessing, and he kind of looks at her, and he's like, not here to Stanley, revealing that Pam has it. And then he says, I can just read you like a book. You can't keep anything from me.
Oh, and Pam's like, oh, but I can. And I did.
She just feels, I think, super guilty. She's on this track in this episode where she's trying to be more assertive. Remember, she went up to the bar and the bartender gave her the wrong drinks.
Yeah.
And she mustered up the courage to say, I'm sorry, one of these is supposed to be a light.
And I really do think she meant it, and we'll get there when she's like, I want us to have a real chance. And she sees Roy trying, and she wants to try, and if this is going to work, then she wants all the cards on the table. Yeah. And part of this sort of being empowered to speak her mind is all just part of that.
Well, now there's this little runner that happens at the bar that I love. It's so small, but it's these moments that just make the show for me, where all of these kids walk in and they are introducing themselves to Creed. He says hi. He knows every single one of them.
I love it.
All of them. And then he's just got this quick little talking head where he's like, oh yeah, I run a small fake ID company out of my car using a laminating machine that I swiped from the sheriff's station.
He laughed so hard.
That's it. That's how I know them. Why was I at the sheriff's station? How long have I been doing this business? It's clearly illegal. Well, listen, should we go back to David Wallace's house, lady? Oh, yeah, because things are going off the rails. Oh, my God. It's amazing. Well, Karen is continuing her prank on Jim, and they've had a conversation with a couple, and she's like, oh, my gosh, did you see the way that woman was just staring daggers at me? I think it's because I dated her husband for a while they were separated. Yeah. So she's keeping her joke going. Yeah. Dwight is still inspecting the house. He's testing the smoke detector, the banister. I have to tell you, Dwight in this episode really reminds me a lot of a friend of mine who is a contractor. He's a comedian and also a contractor, which is a very funny combination. His name is Pete Holney. He's been in a ton of movies and things. He's very funny. But he would walk through my house and he would like bang on a wall and he'd be like, yeah, this can go. He'd like, he'd thump a pillar, he'd be like, you can lose this. He'd like get something else, he's like, yeah, you don't need that. I'm like, Pete, what is left of my house? Well, this reminds me a little bit of my dad, because my dad is a builder, you know, and not professionally, he's an engineer, but he builds now displays for the Children's Museum in St. Louis, this place called the Magic House. No, your dad is amazingly talented. He's amazingly talented. And by the way, can I say something about my dad that's sort of amazing? So my sister is a school teacher, and with the pandemic, their school opened. So they are doing in-person learning. Yeah. And in order to make the space safer for the kids, especially the real little ones who have a hard time keeping their masks on, like the preschool age, my dad built 30 plexiglass screens for the preschool classes so that they could separate all the kids by these little amazing screens. He just did that in his free time and delivered them all up to the school. He's amazing. That is amazing. I know my sister Janet listens to our podcast, and her and the other teachers made little screens using Legos and plexiglass. They could have used your dad. He was so excited. He had a whole template for it. He had a whole little like assembly line he created. But I could kind of see my dad, because you know, later in the episode, Dwight's like, this was a great party. He had a fantastic time. Like, I think my dad's favorite time at a party would be if he could walk around and just like structurally examine a home. Yeah. He doesn't need small talk. He just needs a crawl space and a flashlight. Yeah. And he might fix something that if you've got like a wonky doorknob, that'll be fixed when he leaves. Oh, I love that. Well, Michael is very impressed by the vanilla candles. What a weird, like, foreshadow, right? For Jan's candle business. I know. He really wants David Wallace to go to Sandals with them. He's like, you would not believe how low this lady can go in the limbo. Jan is horrified. She's like, excuse us. And she pulls him into the bathroom. And then she starts just attacking him. Like, she's like, throw me up against the wall right here. Take me right here. And he's like, Jan, what are you? Stop getting undressed. This is inappropriate. And she goes, oh, I'm inappropriate? Get out of my way. The woman is unhinged. It's so incredible because it's like she's some sort of like a masochist or something, right? Like there's something in the humiliation that turns her on. Listen, she said this could go two ways. One is where she collapses into herself like a dying star. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. She is just going to do that. Well, now we come up on one of my favorite scenes at the party. Is it Dwight wanting the rocking chair? Yes. We had a fan question from Megan Luciani, who said, I read that David Wallace's son is played by Greg Daniels' son, Owen Daniels. That is correct.
That is true. It was so fun to have him on set. And, you know, it's so amazing now, Jenna, to see these kids as they're older. Talk about feeling
Sure.
old. Oh my gosh. Owen's like he's like a young man now, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah. I know. The scene is just so good. And we had a fan catch from Nora A., Elijah Brown, and Ashley Dodd, who said this. In this episode, when Dwight is in David Wallace's son's room and he's sitting in the rocking chair, he asks the kid where it's from and says he wants one. In the final season, we can clearly see that Dwight got the same rocking chair.
Get out.
They must have saved it and put it at Shrew Farms.
That's such a great tiny detail to catch. I am very impressed.
I love that.
That's amazing.
Well, then David Wallace asks Jim if he wants to go shoot hoops out back.
Well, while they're playing basketball, they hear like a clamoring noise and they look up and there's Dwight on the flippin' roof and he's like busted up part of the chimney.
Yes, we got mail about this, Angela. Stephanie T, Phoebe B, Violet F, Abby M, and Iris Bell all wrote in to say, is Rain really climbing on the roof when Dwight is inspecting the chimney? How did Rain get on the roof? Because in previous podcasts you mentioned that you guys had to ride a crane to get on the roof. So how did this work?
Oh, good question. I didn't even think about that, but it looks like he's really up there.
He's really up there, but the chimney is fake.
Oh.
Here is what Kentopedia told me. They had to build a chimney and rig it onto the roof of the house because where those guys were playing basketball, if you looked up at the roof, there was no chimney there. So that is a fake chimney. Rain had to climb onto the roof using a ladder. He was assisted by a stunt coordinator. And after he got on the roof, the stunt coordinator attached a little safety line to Rain's waist, fed it through his pant leg, so that in the event that he slipped, he wouldn't fall off the roof. So they had him sort of chained to the roof.
He wouldn't fall off the roof, but he would get a horrendous wedgie.
Yes.
Yes. He'd get a wedgie to end all wedgies. I cannot believe they built a fake chimney. Wow, that is so wild.
Well, and then back inside the party, Angela, is a little couplet that I just love, and so did a lot of other people.
I bet it happens at 16 minutes, 41 seconds.
Is it, hi, Jan, not too good?
Hey, Jan, not too good.
Yeah. Well, Alana Wincole, Rose Dowell, Julia Tyson, and Hannah Hawk all wrote in saying it was one of their favorite moments. And they love how there's this runner of Jan not responding correctly to the greeting that someone has given her.
Yes, because we saw this in the initiation when Pam says hi and Jan goes, I'm great.
Yes, exactly. Amazing.
Well, Jenna, I love that couplet of dialogue, but I also loved Michael's talking head. I thought Paul, as the writer, knocked this out of the park because this is really how people talk, how they process information. Michael is saying, wow, she really likes my potato salad, and I just bought it at the store. I wish I could make a potato salad like that. I mean, I guess it's really simple. It's potatoes and mayonnaise. There is something very wrong with you. It does this pivot, but I feel like that's real life. I feel like that's how you're talking about something like, oh yeah, there was such a lovely breeze out today, and I don't think we can be married anymore. You're like, what?
Well, let me tell you, I was completely distracted during this talking head, Angela. Behind Steve's shoulder, sitting at what looks like a vanity.
Yeah.
Did you see? It looks like it is a woman with really, really, really long blonde hair. Or something. It looks like something out of The Ring. Remember remember that horror movie, The Ring?
Yeah, wait, so
There's
there's
like blonde hair coming over her face, or it's the back of her head. I was like, what? Is that a person? Is it a wig on a stand? What is the hairy object over his shoulder? And I could never figure it out.
no, I didn't catch it at all. I think I was so like riveted on Steve, but now I need to see it.
Well, remember when we couldn't figure out what the weird fluffy thing was by Phyllis's desk, and we figured out that it was a feather duster?
Thanks to Cody. Cody knew immediately.
Well, I don't know if we need to get Cody on this, but what is over Michael's shoulder during this talking head?
Okay,
Someone tell me.
it's around 16 minutes, 50 seconds, if anyone knows.
Cody, we're going to move on, but could you take a look at it and weigh in?
16 minutes, 50 seconds.
Well, while she's doing that, I feel like we should go back to Poor Richards, Angela, because some shiitake is about to go down.
So much shiitake, and so quickly, out of nowhere.
Yeah. Should we talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, Pam and Roy are at the bar. Looks like it's been a pretty successful night. It definitely seems like Roy has had a few cocktails. He seems a little tipsy. And Pam says she wants to make a fresh start with him, no secrets. He says, me too.
And then she says, a month before their wedding at the casino night, her and Jim kissed.
She says, I kissed Jim. And she said he had, told her his feelings. And then Roy's like, wait, Jim came onto you?
And she's like, listen. And he's like, I am listening. That's the problem. And he just goes from 0 to 60.
He throws a beer bottle or something at that mirror and it shatters.
Yes. Yes. Well, I asked Kent about that because I remember that moment, and I remember something happened there that wasn't supposed to happen. I was like, Kent, was that mirror meant to break? Because when I was watching this scene, I was like, what was the mishap with that mirror? So he said the glass mirror was a prop sign. It was rigged with safety glass, and Roy was meant to hit it with his beer bottle. And that all the bottles that Roy and Kenny are throwing are all made of candy glass. But he checked the production report, and guess what it said?
What did it say?
He said that in one of the takes, I got hit in the face with some of the candy glass when it sprayed off of the mirror. So that was my memory. I was like, something happened with that mirror. But he said the production report said that I was fine and able to finish the day. So there you go.
I kind of do remember a little bit of a hullabaloo because some stuff flew in your face that kind of jogged my memory. Well, and then, Pam was like, this is over. And he's like, it is over, and he just starts wailing stuff at the wall. And out of nowhere, where the hell has Kenny been? He just shows up and starts breaking shit.
Yeah. Well, also, I don't know if you noticed, at 18 minutes, 51 seconds, there is someone else in this scene, and a number of people wrote in pointing it out.
Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin. Doesn't he have his hands clenched in little fists, like he's ready to go just in case?
Yes. Kimberly Willis, Heather R., Shannon R., Corey Haley, and Lauren Greenlee all said that when Roy starts the fight at the bar and he's yelling and throwing the glass, in the lower left corner of the screen, you can see Kevin standing there, fists clenched, ready to defend Pam if Roy comes at her. It was such a sweet moment during a tough scene. Was this scripted? No, it was not in the script.
Brian just improvised that, huh?
I guess so.
I think he did.
It was a really great choice.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's told Jim before he's got his back, but let's hope it doesn't come to that. So that's I think Kevin being there for Pam, and Brian that was part of his story that he had written for his character.
Well, then we also got a really touching letter, Angela, from Paula Marquez, who says, I am grateful for that scene with Roy going violent at Poor Richards and Pam's reaction to it. Many girls, me included, still believe that their partner's violent reactions are their own fault and that they must apologize for whatever triggered them that way. The first time I watched this episode and I saw Pam walking away from Roy, stating that they were over, was very remarkable for me. But it didn't make much sense to me. At first, I still thought that she had to calm him down, maybe apologize, and work on their relationship. But after a while, I realized that it wasn't her responsibility, and she was so right to stand up for herself and walk away from him. And Ange, I just want to say that it really means so much to me when women, young women especially, find strength through Pam's story on this show. And I feel like it is a way that her story is impactful, and it's just really meaningful to me in being the person who got to play Pam.
I love that, and I'm so glad that that scene was able to resonate with her. Well, Jenna, I don't know if you caught, but there is a song playing under the whole scene while Pam and Roy are talking, and then it kind of crescendos as Roy and Kenny start smashing things.
Yes?
It is Carry On, My Wayward Son by Kansas, which I thought was an interesting choice.
Yes.
Right? Well, the party has also ended over at David Wallace's, and Michael and Jan are driving home, and this car ride. Ooh.
This is maybe one of my favorite scenes that I didn't know was a favorite scene until I watched it for this rewatch.
I just can't get enough of Michael and Jan. They're such a hot mess, and they're so fun to watch.
And Melora is so good. You know, Jan is like, I feel sick. I just feel sick. And he's like, you didn't eat the potato salad, did you?
I can't let that go.
She's like, no, I just think it was a mistake to take our relationship public. It was so much more exciting when it was a secret. Michael is so hurt.
And Michael's like, I want it all, Jan. I want the house and the kids and the picket fences and the ketchup bites and the tickling and the giggling.
I know. And then this is when Melora's performance is one of my favorite things. She's like, you know what? I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I'm just tired. I didn't mean it, Michael. She's so good.
She's so good. She's so good. And then, of course, out of nowhere, Dwight's like, you guys don't break up. You're so good together.
I did not remember that he was going to pop up at the end of that scene. It was great.
And you know what? They don't break up. Michael frames his love contract. That's in a deleted scene you don't see. You know, he thinks of it as a love contract. He really does. And he frames it.
He's so proud of it.
It's just a letter to HR. That's all it is.
Well, the episode ends with a pretty big cliffhanger. Yeah. And we don't do a ton of cliffhangers on this show, but this is one. Roy is sitting outside in the parking lot of Poor Richards. Kenny comes out. He explains that he paid off the bar with the jet ski money so they won't call the cops. And then Roy says, I'm going to kill Jim Halpern.
Oh!
My God.
Oh my God. Yeah. This is kind of big for our show because we never have a button like this.
No.
Shit.
And we'll get to it next week, but boy, how we open next week.
Yeah.
Well, we had a fan catch here in this little scene in the parking lot. Max Vetter Visselberg said, we see a car parked outside of Poor Richards with the license plate CHT 8635. We have seen this license plate elsewhere, but it's always associated with Meredith's van. And Creed's Cadillac has this same license plate in the episode Gossip. What is the story with this license plate?
Oh, what a good catch. You guys are so good. Clearly, it's a license plate we had cleared, and we just kept putting it on different cars. Am I right?
Yes, they had a few of these Pennsylvania license plates. And, you know, if we had a scene where a couple characters had to be walking down the street, we would park a couple of cars and just slap these approved license plates on them. And there weren't a ton of them, and so they just went on whatever car was visible. And they were not counting on MaxBetter to keep track.
They were not, but he did.
Well, guys, that was Cocktails. We will be back next week with the negotiation and special guest, David Denman.
Oh, David Denman's going to be there. Angela Martin might be titillated.
Oh, she is. She is. But guys, before we go, Cody is weighing in on that background catch at 16 minutes, 50 seconds. And she says it literally looks like a person with a yellow blanket over them. It is so weird.
Wait, can I see it, Cody? Can you show it to us?
What is that?
That's so weird.
Right? It's super creep.
David Wallace's house is haunted.
All right, that is the biggest takeaway from today's episode, everyone. But listen, we'll put it all up on Office Ladies Pod. You can decide who this creeper is in the background of Michael's talking head.
All right, you guys, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you next week.
Love you.
Bye, love ya.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, Angela.
Hey, lady, it's very good to see your face today.
Same. I feel the same way.
Oh, I said lady right out of the gate. Jenna, some people love the lady and some people don't love the lady.
I want to get a t-shirt that just says lady.
Lady! All right, what are we talking about today?
Today we are talking about Season 3, Episode 18, The Negotiation. It was written by Mike Schur and directed by Jeff Blitz.
Those are two powerhouses of comedy.
Yes, this is a good team. Here is a summary. Angered by Pam's confession that she and Jim shared a kiss, Roy tries to attack Jim in the office. I mean, right out of the gate, that's the first scene, everybody.
Yeah.
Jim is spared by Dwight's quick thinking, aka pepper spray. Roy is fired, and Daryl tries to leverage it into a raise. But upon hearing how little Michael makes at his job, Daryl, Toby, and Michael drive to corporate so Michael can ask for his own raise. Roy takes Pam out for coffee to apologize, and they break it off for good. This is it. No more Pam and Roy, guys. And then at the end of the show, Jim catches Dwight and Angela kissing in the office. It's
Busted.
a lot.
It's a lot.
Fast fact number 1, this episode was a supersized episode of The Office. And as a result, Angela, I think, am I right? There are no deleted scenes for this episode.
There are none on the DVDs. Now, I don't know if there's some secret NBC archive somewhere, but there aren't any that we know of.
I think we used it all. It's all in there, guys. Now, here's a little bit of a fact. This is a fact within a fact.
I was going to say, a little bit of a fact. What's happening?
This episode, like I said, was written by Mike Schur, who was nominated for an Emmy Award for writing this episode.
Oh, he should have won. Did he win?
He did not.
Oh, boo.
He lost to Greg Daniels, who won for Gay Witch Hunt.
Oh, okay.
You're all right with that. You're like,
Okay.
The Office won.
Keep it in the family.
That's right.
Yay! All right, well,
All right, well, now I'm going to give you fast fact number 2. In this episode, you remember Michael says that he got tips on how to negotiate from Wikipedia.
yes.
And some of the stuff that he says that he found on Wikipedia is stuff like you have to suddenly change the location or refuse to talk first.
Yes.
Well, we had a fan question from Brianna Kernan, Zuyi Wang, Charlie Altman, Shay Quiz, and Jeremy Sharp. They all asked, were the interview tips that Michael was using actually from Wikipedia, or did the writers make them up? Okay, none of that stuff was on Wikipedia for real. The writers just made that up.
Yeah, Jen, I did a mini deep dive on the art of negotiation for this episode, and I can confirm because I went to the actual Wikipedia page for negotiating, and those are not on there.
Well, after this episode aired, there was a major stir.
Really?
Fans started going onto the negotiation page of Wikipedia, and they started changing it to reflect Michael's advice.
That's awesome. Don't be hackers, guys, but that's funny.
And the administrators at Wikipedia had to put the page in, I guess, what is called semi-protection mode. And that limits who's allowed to edit a page. So any user that had an account that was less than 4 days old, or anyone who's trying to put a post up as anonymous, were forbidden. And then they had other administrators who would go in and delete all of the fake negotiation advice that was just Michael Scott.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
But it was a whole thing. There were like articles written about it in USA Today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it caused a stir.
Stirring it up, Office fans.
I'm going through these quickly, Angela, because we have some exciting news, which is part of Fast Fact number 3.
Yes.
This episode marks the return of Ed Helms as Andy Bernard, but it also marks the last regular appearance of Roy, played by David Denman. Now, Roy will continue to come back now and then, but this really officially ends the Pam-Roy relationship. And we felt like we had to mark this occasion by talking to Roy himself, David Denman.
And we had so much fun talking to him. Sam, can you play that interview?
David Denman, hello. Welcome to Office Ladies.
Hello, ladies.
Hey, David, it's so good to see you.
Been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It has. Well, David, we always like to start by asking our guests how they came to be on the show.
My buddy, who is an actor in front of all of New York, he watched the British Office, and he called me and said, dude, you've got to watch the show. It's amazing. You're gonna love it. There's nothing like it on TV, but I hear they're doing an American version. You got to try to get in on that. So I watched it, and I was like, oh my God, this is genius. And there was, a couple of guys my age on the show, and I called my agent, and I was like, hey, I hear they're doing an American version of The Office. And he goes, yeah. And I go, I'd love to get in on that. He goes, really? You want to do that? And I go, yeah, maybe. Because I don't know, they're looking for improv comedians. And I'm like, yeah? I went to Juilliard. I study improv along with Shakespeare and many other things. It's not just because I didn't go to, improv Olympic or whatever, doesn't mean I have an interest in that and don't have that in my toolbox. And he goes, oh, okay. So we called over and all the parts were cast except for one. And so I said, yeah, I'd love to go into that part. that thing changed my career.
Well, David, I remember that you were one of the very, very first people cast. You were at our first original table read that Angela was not even at. They hadn't even filled out the rest of the office. It was just Steve, John, Rain, BJ, me, Phyllis, and you. That's who was at the first table read. And I remember Allison Jones brought her Polaroid camera and she took a Polaroid picture for each of us because she said that's a tradition of hers at table reads for actors and for their first series. Do you still have yours?
I remember it slightly different. I know she brought the Polaroid camera and she took a picture for herself that she did on every table read of her first show. And you said, oh, I want one of those. She took another one and gave it to you. I don't think anyone else has any of those photos besides those two.
Okay, that sounds like me.
Thank you, David, because Jenna has talked about this, and thank you for setting that straight.
Well, that explains why no one else has one but me.
Yeah. Maybe you should stop asking that question, Jenna, to the original table read people. Oh my gosh. Well, David, I just remember meeting you and being so excited, and we had that theater connection because I also got a theater degree. I just liked you immediately.
I immediately liked you. No, we definitely hit it off. What was fun about that show in the beginning was you guys were all stuck in the office for hours and hours and hours. And usually when you film a series, it's like, oh, we'll shoot that scene, we'll shoot that scene. But because the way they filmed this, with, a documentary style where they whip the camera across the whole office, they needed everyone to sit in the background all day long. So you guys would always be losing your mind by the time I showed up on set. You were like, oh, there's a new person. Hi. And you were very enthusiastic every time I got there, and I was very grateful for it. So yeah, we definitely hit it off.
I do remember Jenna coming to set though and being like, guess what I did this weekend? I was like, what? She was like, I played poker with David. I was like, what is happening? Where are you guys? You guys are like hanging out. You're playing poker in someone's garage. Like, what's this whole other life I need to get in on?
I know, you never learned poker, Angela. You missed out on a lot.
Well, you wouldn't want me at your poker table. I mean, one time I played with, and I had like a pair of threes, and I thought I could win the whole thing. But I guess that's not, I don't know. I'm not good at it, guys.
Well, if we're playing for real money, we would want you at our poker table.
No, you wouldn't, because I'm the person that's like, all in, and everyone's like, wait, what's happening?
I remember that, like in Rain's garage, and here we are at a little poker table. But I remember I took down a big pot opposite you, Jenna, once, and you lost your mind. I could not believe that I beat you in that hand. I don't think I ever won another hand against you. But that one just set the tone. You were just so livid that I beat you. And do you remember that?
I feel like I would often get dramatic when I lost and wasn't expecting it.
So, David, Jen and I have talked a little bit how we give our characters backstories. Like, I would give Angela Martin reasons why she would react one way, and Jenna has shared her Pam backstory. And what was your take on Roy and Pam? Did you invent a backstory for their relationship and for Roy?
Yeah, I did definitely have backstory, but I just, I assumed that these guys met in high school, they started dating, and, they just kind of fell into this, this dynamic where neither one of them, well, definitely, I don't even think Roy wanted to, get married initially. I think it was just like, oh, this is what we're supposed to do next, and this is what we're supposed to do next, and it wasn't until years later that, when he was going to lose Pam, that he was like, oh, I actually care about this person and I have to put some work into this. And, with any relationship, you have to put some effort into it. I don't think Roy had ever thought about that until it was too late. And I went to school with some, kind of meatheads that I sort of fashioned this guy after. I'm not gonna say who they were, but that's kind of where I saw Roy, and so I thought at the time I was like, oh, this will be a great way to make fun of those guys. And then the next thing I know, I'm playing these parts for the rest of my life. That's not entirely true, but
Well, it's so funny because knowing you're such more of an intellectual creative, right?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're an outdoorsman though, that part of Roy fits you, I think. Roy is jet skiing, but you like the outdoors and stuff.
I do like the outdoors. I go out backpacking, stuff like that. I don't know if Roy's necessarily that. He's more of a let's get in my RV and my jet ski and hang out and drink some beers.
Yeah.
And that's his outdoorsman.
Right. He's gonna load up a 4-wheeler with a bunch of beer. Probably make some bad choices in the woods.
Yeah.
Well, David, I totally relate to how you can kind of fall into a casting rut, because I just did an interview yesterday and the person interviewing me said, so Angela, you often play the heel. You're kind of a heel in everything. And I was like, yes, I have sort of made a way of playing the bitch or the weirdo. It's kind of become my thing.
It's hard for people to see you outside of that box once you're in it, and then the success of the show just continued on and on and on and on, which is fantastic. It's more popular now than it ever was, and if you're lucky enough to be part of something that people enjoy and get into, and that's exciting. To be part of something that gets into the culture of that is so rare and so impossible to be a part of that. I'm constantly grateful every day that I got to be in a little part of the show, because that's very, very, very rare.
Yeah. So David, at the beginning of season 3, you came back to work and you were super fit. We all noticed. Was this because you had done a movie role over the summer and they wrote it into the plot? Or did Greg get you aside and tell you this idea that Roy should come back and be all excited to win Pam back, and you sort of transformed for the show?
It was all for the show, but it was a conversation with Greg. I wouldn't say Greg said, hey, go get in shape. But he did say, he did take me aside and said, hey, I'd like to make you more of a rival Jim's next season. I said, really? And he goes, yeah. I said, how are we going to do that? We've really made this guy such a knucklehead. I don't know how anyone's going to root for Roy. And he goes, well, I think you can do something and make it work. We can also, write it to it, so we give him that opportunity. And I said, okay. I said, well, I probably should get into shape then. He goes, okay, if you want to. And one of our camera operators, who became the director, our buddy Matt So, he was like, you should do this triathlon. And I was like, are you out of your mind? I'm not doing the triathlon. I barely run. He was like, you can do it. I'm telling you, you can do it. And I'm like, no, that's never going to happen. I played water polo in high school for my freshman year. So I was a pretty good swimmer. I wasn't worried about that, but I hadn't ever been on a bike. And he was like, I know, guys, I can get you a bike, and you should just do it. And it was that conversation with Greg's idea of trying to make more and more of a rival just kind of put it all into motion. And so I started training for the Malibu Triathlon, which I ended up doing I did that for 10 years, I think, every year. And so many other people from the office joined in on that. I don't know if either of you guys ever did it.
I never did it, but I remember this, David. I remember a bunch of the guys on the crew and some of the women as well. Terry Weinberg, right? Terry Weinberg is so fit. She really went all out.
I see her out there every year. She still does it.
Come back with photos, and it was incredible. Yeah.
It was always the same weekend as the Emmys. Just people would go do the triathlon in the morning and then go change and go.
Oh my gosh.
It was hilarious to me.
Well, I would have loved to have done that, David, but Angela doesn't think I have the athleticism.
Now that's not true at all.
Thank you. Say it loud and clear for the office ladies' audience, please.
I need to hear your support for this argument.
Okay, first of all, Angela, you have to remember this, and I hate to put you on point, but remember the year that Jenna decided to get into shape? And was like, and she was like, I'm doing it. And I'm like, good for you. And she was on the cover of like Shape magazine in a bikini.
And she looked phenomenal. David, here is what I'm saying to you. My argument is not that Jenna cannot get into shape. When she wants to get into shape, the woman is hardcore. You know, she also made a mixtape called Sounds of Scranton. She wrote a 3-page document about the background of Pam. When she wants to get into shape, by God, she gets in shape. But could she do a cartwheel and a backflip and throw a grenade in the air and then jump on a rope and swing across a parking lot? I've seen her carry a guitar through an airport, David. I saw her try to get a guitar on a plane.
Okay, I stand corrected in regards to getting a guitar on a plane or doing a backflip through a parking lot, swinging on a rope, and I don't know. Like, is she going to be the next Laura
But
Croft?
not can drive you crazy.
Probably not.
This is my point, David.
She can do a triathlon. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I didn't say she couldn't do a triathlon. Jenna jumped in to give me shade and tried to get you on her side. I think she could do a triathlon, whatever. I think she'd be the team leader. She'd have everyone on a schedule. No doubt in my mind. Whatever. Oh, Lord. Sass. We got some sass happening.
All right, well, I have a question
Okay.
for this interview. I'm moving us along. David, in general, do you have any favorite scenes from your time on the show? Anything you just loved for any reason?
I do have a moment that I remember specifically, but it wasn't anything that was on camera. It was, we were shooting the Booze Cruise episode. It was a long night, and the next morning, like we, as we were wrapping, they had a pontoon boat, and Steve and I jumped in the pontoon boat, and we blazed through Long Beach Harbor as the sun was coming up, and it was awesome. And I just, for some reason, remember that moment of my time on that show more than anything else.
I love that. Well, David, I just want to get your take on the whole Angela and Roy thing, because there's a lot of people online. There's like a Reddit thread that Angela and Roy were having some secret love affair. We talked to Greg about it. Greg was like, I maybe he had stayed on the show longer, but nah, I don't think so. But we could see where Roy would appeal to Angela, sort of this big, gallant fella.
I remember that, like, who would you do? I think Roy was like, yeah, she's hot. I like Greg said, I think if I'd been on the show longer, that would have been a fun, twist to throw in there to just create conflict.
How much fun would it have been to revenge date Angela in front of Pam?
Oh yeah. Oh no, 100%. That would have been, she would have totally been into that. And Roy would have been into that too, I'm sure. Oh, that would have been funny. Yeah.
Well, David, you got to have a lot of scenes with Craig Robinson. You sort of mentioned that we spent a lot of time in the office, but you got to do all those warehouse scenes, and oftentimes the two of you were paired up. Do you have any stories from working with Craig or what that was like?
I love that dude. Like you, I got along with him really well, and we hung out outside of work quite a bit at the beginning. And I was trying to get him to do the triathlon, which he was not into, but we almost did Muddy Buddy, which is this like crazy race where you like go on this obstacle course, and you get, literally, you do it with a partner or multiple people, and you help each other climb across these obstacle courses. You go through mud, you get electrocuted, it's the most insane way.
Electrocuted?
Yeah.
What? Why?
Yeah.
This sounds like a bad
electrocuting you.
Yeah, this sounds like a bad frat hazing.
It's not. It is horrible, and I did it once. I'll never ever do it again. But anyone who's ever participated, they know there's this one obstacle course where you have to crawl on the ground through the mud, and they have these hanging like electric currents that once they touch your body, they zap you, and it's to keep you down low. But when you're as big as I am, you just get zapped over and over and over again. It was the worst thing ever. Craig and I we talked about it all the time. We were so possibly gonna do that. Maybe he was just being nice to me, saying maybe I'll think about it.
100% was.
I think he was totally placating you. Yeah, man, that sounds like a great idea. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
That's my fantasy, that Craig and I will go on those adventures together. Oh, no, I'm too old. I don't want to do it. It's nuts.
I don't want to do it 20 years ago.
Now, on this episode, David, we have this scene at the Hungry Fox Diner, and it's kind of Pam and Roy's last big scene together for a while, because you do come back, and we have another kind of heart-to-heart later. But this ends it for a while. And I remember shooting this scene with you and feeling kind of emotional because I knew that your regular time on The Office was ending. Do you have any memories from that? Did Greg talk to you about that?
I'll tell you, when I found out, we did a table read, and right then, Greg got the phone call, or right before that, you guys had all got picked up for 2 more seasons. Maybe it was 3 seasons. I don't know how many seasons it was at that point. But everyone was like, oh my God, yay! And I was sitting right next to Greg, and I turned to Greg and I go, I'm not coming back, am I? And he goes, no. He goes, but it's not you. I just got to get Romeo and Juliet together. And I just don't feel like I can do that with you here. And but I don't want to kill you off because I want you to come back. And I said, I get it. And the coolest thing ever was I said, would it be okay for me to do a pilot or something? Because it was right at the beginning of pilot season. He goes, yeah, I think that would be okay. And oftentimes, because they don't want people to know something's not going to happen, they won't let you do that. You're under contract, and so they're not going to allow you to do another show. And so he was very gracious to let me do that. And I ended up getting this really great pilot that ended up not going, but it was a big get for me, and it definitely changed the trajectory of my career. Shortly after that, we did shoot this episode, and I knew that I was leaving the show. And it was emotional for me too, and because we become really good friends, and we I just knew that it was coming to an end. We did stay friends afterwards, but we didn't see each other as often. You're working, and I'm off doing other things, and you just end up becoming friends with the people you're working with, and that's just the way life goes on these shows. But yeah, it was definitely emotional because I definitely felt this cast, you become a family. So yeah, it was definitely emotional for me to shoot that last scene.
David, did you take anything from set when you wrapped? Do you have a memento?
It's funny. I don't, but I have. I don't know if you guys remember this, but the jacket that all of the warehouse wears was my jacket that I auditioned with.
No.
Yeah. It was. I bought this jacket from Old Navy, and I wore it to my audition, and Greg said, I want that jacket. What is that jacket? And it kind of looks like a Dickie jacket, but it wasn't. It was this warehouse jacket that Old Navy made. And so costumes had to call Old Navy. They called me and they're like, where'd you get that jacket? I have to get it. Because Greg says everyone has to wear that. So then they bought every thing they could get in stock of Old Navy's jacket. So I have that original jacket. I don't wear it anymore. I have it somewhere.
Can you imagine if you put that jacket on and Jenna, the two of you met for lunch, just you in that jacket, Jenna with her hair half up, half down, people would be like, ah.
Well, David, thank you so much. It was really, really good to see you and reminisce.
Well, David, what are you up to now that we can talk about here?
Well, I finished this a while ago and it got pushed because of COVID, but I did this movie Greenland. That's out with Jared Butler and Marina Baccarin that I think will be in theaters by the time this airs. It's like a disaster movie. It's really good. I play a really, really fun character. I don't want to say anything about it. And I'm doing this series called Mayor of Easttown with Kate Winslet that we were in the middle of filming. And it's
Holy David, that's amazing.
She's awesome. It's great.
Oh, well, I'm so excited for you. Kate Winslet is one of my idols. So can we please go out for drinks when you get back?
I will be happy to do that. I'd love to get drinks. It'll be fun.
David, thank you so much. It's so wonderful to see you, and I can't wait to see all the things that you're up to. They sound so wonderful.
Thank you, guys. It's so good to see you.
Thanks, David. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Oh, Angela, that was so great getting to talk to David.
I know. We're just having the best time getting to see everyone from the show. But lady, are you ready to tackle this episode? Because a lot happens.
Oh, and it happens fast. Guys, this episode opens with Roy pacing outside in the parking lot. It's kind of like he's waiting, I think, for Jim to come out of the building, but Jim's not coming out of the building.
Yeah, it's the end of the day, and Jim and Karen are they're flirting, kind of making their plans, what they're going to do, and Roy gets tired of waiting in the parking lot. He comes on up inside.
Yeah, he bursts in, he yells for Jim, and Pam is like, oh, No.
Well, did you notice Jim right away looks right to you? Like, oh crap.
Yeah. And then a lot happens. So Roy lunges at Jim. Jim just shoves Karen out of the way. He's like, I got to get Karen out of this line of danger. And right before Roy gets his hands on Jim, Dwight pops up and just pepper sprays Roy in the face.
I mean, Dwight doesn't just spray him, he like douses him with the whole container, and it clearly starts to affect everyone in the bullpen.
Well, I remember Jeff Blitz talking to us about this. We had a whole conversation where he was like, listen, it's not just the person who gets hit that suffers the consequences of pepper spray going off. Like this, it's a mist that will affect people in a general radius. And they did a bunch of research on it. And I remember us talking about what happens when you get pepper sprayed. And so that's why I was like, okay, well, I'm going to pick up a tissue and I'm going to hold it to my eyes. And we were all blinking and kind of coughing.
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, Angela, we had a fan question about this scene from Lila Dano, who is 11 years old. Hi, Lila. As well as from Catherine M., Anna C., Stephanie T., Chloe J., and Hannah S. They all asked, what did Dwight actually spray Roy with? Because, I mean, obviously we didn't pepper spray David Denman.
Well, that's a good question, and I was wondering it as well. I wonder if you had some Kentopedia or Phil Shea info for us.
I did ask Kentopedia about this, and Kent said that it was an Evian water bottle sprayer.
Oh, well, that's some good acting then, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just got misted, basically. You basically went to the spa, an aggressive spa.
Yes, exactly. Well, we had some other people write in. Nitya G, Aaron W, Gustavo G, Brianna L, and Carly G all asked how much choreography went into filming the opening scene when Roy tries to punch Jim. How many takes were needed to get it done? And Kent told me that we did, and I remember this, Ange, about a dozen takes of Roy just rushing in, and we got everyone's reactions, and we staged that all out before we ever even got out the spray. And then we only did a couple of takes where we actually sprayed. And everything was overseen by a stunt coordinator, and our stunt coordinator's name was Bobby Porter.
I remember Bobby Porter.
Yeah.
He was so sweet. Well, you know, Kevin and Angela aren't there. They're not there.
Oh, that's right. So you would not have remembered that.
No, we weren't there. So, but, you know, obviously, Angela has many questions about this moment. We'll get to that.
Yes, she does.
Jenna, now we're into the episode, and this is just one of my favorite scenes. Michael is talking to Jan on speakerphone. Toby is there. Jan is like, is Toby there? Michael says no. And Toby's like, I'm right here, Jan. And so Toby sort of updates Jan that Jim isn't going to press charges. They're going to let Roy go. But because Roy is leaving the warehouse, Daryl now wants a raise. He wants to renegotiate his job, right?
Yeah.
And this is going to prove to be problematic. And Jan says to Michael, are you going to handle this? And this couplet of dialogue is one of my favorites. Sam, can you play it?
Yuppers. What did I tell you about yuppers? I told you not to say it. Do you remember that?
Jenna, I love this so much. I had to rewatch it a few times because this is a window into their relationship, and I love the Jan-Michael dynamic so much. How many times has he said yippers to her at home in their condo? How many times has he said it in the car or whatever they're doing? And she has had it with yippers. Yippers is done.
And she really doesn't want to have to say it again.
How many times have I told you not to say yippers? Yeesh. Yeesh. Okay, do you have a word that like triggers you like that? Have you had a relationship where someone says something or a friendship?
Oh, that's a good question. Do you?
Well, I actually have had someone in my life no names mentioned, that has said, anywho, and let me tell you, anywho, repeated over and over, it can make you snap.
I don't love the phrase brain fart. I don't love when people say, oh, I had a brain fart. I don't know why. I just don't love it. Well, listen, after this, Angela, Pam has this talking head. There's this kind of a series of talking heads. And Pam says, you know, she doesn't want to be rude, but she would prefer not to comment on what happened. But it sucked. And at the end of that talking head, I feel like I smirk a little bit. Did you notice this? We had people write in about it. They were like, why does she kind of smirk at the end? She says it sucked, but is she smirking because she kind of liked it in some way? You guys, I'm Pam, and I was completely thrown by this performance choice. I don't know what I was doing there.
I mean, I sort of thought you were like trying to shrug it off. Like, it sucked. You know how, like, when people are really uncomfortable, sometimes they smile?
Yeah, I think that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
I certainly was not intending to make you think that Pam liked it.
No, she was really uncomfortable by it. I think so uncomfortable that she doesn't even quite know how to relay it in the moment. It's like someone with a nervous laughter.
Yeah, she's embarrassed, and we're gonna see later in the episode. Like, she's truly embarrassed by this.
I love this episode so much, and I feel like Mike Schur really delivered on some dialogue. In particular, I loved when Jim was trying to thank Dwight. He just wanted to thank him. And Rain has great dialogue as Dwight. He says, thank you, not necessary, that's not accepted, don't want it, won't open it, don't need it, won't take it. He's got this really fun runner of how he's responding to Jim just simply trying to say thank you.
Yeah, and Jim is going to keep trying to show his appreciation through this episode, and Dwight will not have it.
No.
Well, now, Angela, we get to a scene that I love so much, and we got a lot of mail about. Like,
Okay.
This is when Oscar gives Angela Roy's check and says Roy will be coming to pick this up later this afternoon. Kevin is really bummed that he missed the fight. And Angela says to Oscar, yeah, I missed it too. Could you describe it? And so Oscar explains the fight and Dwight's heroism. How can we describe it? It has a real effect on Angela.
I mean, guys, let's just call it out. She's totally turned on by this moment of like gallant behavior by Dwight and Roy. I don't know what's happening. The whole interaction clearly does it for her. You have to remember, in season 5, down the road, Blood Drive, we learn that Angela has had 2 men duel over her.
Yeah.
So she has a thing for these dueling fellas. Mike Schur, I feel like I always like to put my character in these really like throes of emotion, whether she was incredibly upset or aroused or pissed off. Like, I feel like he'd like to see her journey through that.
Yes. Well, she's not a very emotionally showy person, and I think Mike liked to play with that a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, we certainly had a lot of fun. I remember when we were doing this episode, having conversations with Jeff Blitz and Mike about how much of her hand would she tip, right? Like, how much would she really show? And that was really fun to play around with. I did some takes where I reacted a little bit bigger, some a little smaller, and just finding those nuances was so much fun for me as an actor.
Well, we had a fan catch, Angela, from Madeline Weber and Greg Rodriguez. They said around 4 minutes 30 seconds, Angela appears to be rubbing a heart-shaped necklace while Oscar talks about Dwight's heroic actions. Do you think that this necklace was given to Angela by Dwight? Any thoughts on that, Angela?
I had never thought about that. It was actually, if I remember, kind of like a tiny locket. And I remember when I was talking to Jeff Blitz about doing this scene, we talked about ways I might fidget a little to sort of show my emotion in this moment. And Wardrobe had given me this necklace, and I just began to play with it.
I love the idea that it's a necklace that Dwight gave her, though. That adds a nice layer. I didn't think that through, though, so that's a great idea.
Well, we had more questions, Angela, more mail. Please excuse me, but people want to know. Ellis Friedman said, Angela, you have all of these beautiful micro expressions on your face. How are you able to do that without doing too much? You do it a lot in this series, but you really get to shine in this episode.
Aw, thank you. That is so nice. I remember when I got the script and I read Oscar's retelling of it. You know, he's just telling it matter-of-factly what happened. But I did a little bit of homework as an actor. I wrote next to Oscar's lines what emotion that line made me think of. And then when I did the scene, I played through those emotions on my face. And they were, you know, an example would be like surprise, nervousness, excited, embarrassed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would go through all of that and just kind of very subtly just do emotions. So as he said his lines, I was thinking of those emotions.
I love that. That's so actory, Angela.
I know. I did
the actor nerd in me loves it. I love that.
Well, Jenna, I can talk about these scenes because they were so juicy for me, but let's move along. I want to talk about Michael's tactics that he has learned on Wikipedia. The best thing ever. And he's going to try them out on Jim, these negotiating tactics.
Yes. Yes, he wants to role play.
I mean, his ideas are you lean back, you mumble your words, you change location, surprise them. Guys, I looked up the art of negotiation online because of course I did.
And
this is not how you do it. As we are learning, Michael's ways are not the way to do it. I will tell you, Jenna, there is so much to learn about negotiation. And the more I read, the more I realized what a horrible negotiator I have been in my career. It's a true art form. There's a whole theory of negotiation. I found it fascinating. But one of the things every sort of guide to negotiating has in common, and I read Forbes magazine, Business Insider, I went to the Harvard Law School website, and one of the things is they all say, do your homework, know your goals, listen, ask for what you want, right? And also, one of the things they talk about is that a negotiation is not the same as conflict. You have to be willing to compromise or just say no if you don't like the offer. And I think I grew up, Jenna, I don't know if it was just my family dynamic, but to negotiate something seemed confrontational, and it's not. It's just expressing your needs and seeing if that other person or other company or whatever is willing to meet you halfway, and you go back and forth. I found it really, it felt like a mini therapy session for me.
well, I remember I got some amazing advice from a very successful businessman right before I was getting ready to negotiate a big deal. And he said something that I've noticed, especially about women in negotiation, is they tend to negotiate with themselves first, and they go in with where they've already compromised. So he's like, if you want 3 weeks vacation, I see women especially talk themselves out of that, or they think that's too much to ask for. So then they ask for 2 and then they get 1. And he said, so my advice to you is go in there and really ask for what you want. Like, don't negotiate with yourself first, just negotiate with the company.
Yeah.
And I've never forgotten it.
And it's not conflict.
Yeah.
Negotiating is not conflict. It's totally different. It's going in there to be an advocate for yourself.
Yes.
So, I loved it. So anyway, there's tons of really great things online. And then I won't even get into this. Somehow I ended up on a website that talked about the best and worst negotiations throughout history that involved countries and policy. And it was fascinating. Well, I need to know about that. I know. For later. This is a big episode. Well, now, Angela, we go back to the annex. And Toby is clearly taking statements on what happened. And he is taking Dwight's statement. In the meantime, Ryan and Kelly are on the other side of the partition and they are eavesdropping. And they start getting in a fight because Ryan is like, I wonder what I would have done if I'd been there. And Kelly's like, I know exactly what you would have done, because when that kid dropped their shake on me when we were on the Ferris wheel, you just laughed. And you didn't stand up for me. And this starts a whole thing.
Ryan and Kelly remind me of that SNL sketch, The Bickersons. Do you remember that? The couple that gets really awkwardly fights at the dinner table and then makes out in the hallway at a party. And they're doing all of this behind Toby. And he has a brilliant line where he says, I don't think Michael intended to punish me by putting Ryan back here with Kelly. But if he did intend that, wow. Genius. Yeah. Well, now at 7 minutes, 40 seconds, guys, Daryl has arrived to negotiate with Michael. And Michael is already trying out his tactics.
He's going to change the location at the last minute, but then he changes it back.
And then they sit in silence.
Yes.
And then he won't speak first. Oh, that was so awkward. They sat there for so long.
I love Craig Robinson in these scenes. He's so still, right? He's just sitting there. And it so confuses Michael. Like, Michael does not understand. So finally he says, I'm declining to speak first.
Yeah, he can't take it anymore.
And Daryl's like, all right, I'll start.
Well, I think Daryl, if you guys read about negotiation theory, he has come with a clear vision of what he wants. And there's no BS. He's very upfront. And Michael is doing all this weird stuff and he cannot understand that Daryl is not thrown by it.
And it's at this moment when Daryl says, Michael, are you wearing a woman's suit?
I think he says, are you wearing lady clothes?
That's right. And Michael's like, what are you talking about?
Michael goes on to tell this talking head that I love. He said he found a suit in a bin. And there were a lot of people and they were rifling through things like crazy. And I don't know, maybe the suit is bisexual. It's made by Mysterious and there's buttons on the wrong side. Maybe that's the mystery. It's European, okay? It's a European cut. He just is like rambling all this stuff. And Jenna, I love the idea that Michael went to some crazy day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday craziness at some department store. It was rifling through a bin.
Yeah. And he was really proud of it. I think he really did think he had bought a European suit.
On sale.
Well, he comes out into the bullpen and he's like, Pam, will you please tell everyone that this is not a woman's suit? And Pam is like, oh my gosh, it doesn't have any pockets. And then when Steve turns around and shows how he can't put his hands in his back pockets, it makes me laugh so hard.
Yeah, and Phyllis is like, and it has shoulder pads.
Well, let me just say, Angela, this scene points out something that has been a pet peeve of mine for a long time, more than a pet peeve. So if you'll excuse me, I need to get my soapbox, and I'm going to be there for a second.
I was going to say, are you about to stand up on a soapbox?
I am. I want to discuss the lack of adequate pockets on women's clothing.
Okay, I know this about you already. Go.
Well, first of all, I did a deep dive on pockets because it has bothered me for a long time. You know, Angela, I've had back problems, so it is not comfortable or practical for me to carry a purse. So I had this idea, I'm going to just carry a wallet in my pocket. Men do it all the time. Why can't I do that? But whenever I would try to put my phone or a wallet in my pockets, they pop out when I sit down. And here is why. Are you ready?
I don't know if I'm ready. Bring it.
So in the beginning, all clothing was made without pockets. And everyone, men and women, carried around a little pouch with their money and belongings. If you've ever watched Little House on the Prairie, you've seen it. Both Ma and Pa, they both carry around a little pouch.
Yes.
All right.
And what was the pouch called?
I don't know. It was just a pocket pouch.
Oh, that's so interesting because I know my mom will still sometimes say, "Will you get me my pocketbook?"
Yes, because your pocket was not a thing that was sewn on you. It was a thing you carried.
Oh, that makes I always wondered where pocketbook came from. Okay, go on. I'm interested. Let's do it.
All right, so about 400 years ago, they started sewing pockets into men's clothing, but not women's clothing.
Why not?
Well, some historians think that it was a way to keep women sort of powerless. Like you couldn't hide keys or money or do business. Like your pocket was on the outside of you. You were more vulnerable.
Okay.
Less secure.
Got it.
But then in the late 1800s, there was a movement called the Rational Dress Society.
Jenna, are these your people? These are your people. The Rational Dress Society.
Well, listen to what these women did.
What?
Their goal was to, quote, dress for comfort and health. Yeah.
These are definitely your people.
I know. These women are definitely in drawstring pants today. I'll tell you that.
Oh, they are.
Well, back then, their main goal was to get women to abandon the corset because it was literally unhealthy to wear a corset.
Mm-hmm.
And they also really pushed for women to be able to wear trousers with pockets without stigma.
Love it.
All right. Eventually, in 1920, Coco Chanel started sewing pockets into women's jackets, but it was not until the 1970s when women regularly started wearing jeans that we finally had pockets on a regular basis, Angela.
That is crazy to me because, I mean, the 70s are not that long ago. Someone sitting right here might have been born in the 70s.
I was born in the 70s.
I know, and that's when, like, ladies started having more pockets. That's crazy.
Well, they started having pockets, Angela, but they weren't great because pockets on women's clothing are either sewn shut in the example of Michael's suit. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I doing with a faux pocket?
Yeah.
Or they are proportionally smaller than men's pockets.
Oh, that's so true. I cannot fit my cell phone in my pants pocket. It falls out at the side. It doesn't fit.
Well, Angela, I'll tell you what. I read a report that tested 80 pairs of pockets on both men's and women's blue jeans, all with a waist size of 32.
So wait, same size pants?
Same size pants. So you can't say, oh, the pockets are smaller because women's pants are smaller than men's pants. No. They are proportionally smaller. On average, women's front pockets were 48% smaller and 6.5% more narrow.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, I get it if, like, it's like a smaller, like, style. You know what I mean? But on two pairs of jeans that are made the same.
You know, Angela, here's my thing.
Oh, okay. Am I getting out your soapbox?
My soapbox is out.
Okay, get on it.
Here's what I want to say, Angela. I think we all know that women do not get paid the same as men, even if they're doing the same job. And we also know now that our pockets don't hold as much. I just think we need bigger pockets
and bigger paychecks.
Cha-ching! Can I get my cha-ching? Equal pay for equal pockets. Hashtag it, everyone.
Hashtag, Jenna, I liked the history of pockets. I found that fascinating.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm passionate about pockets, and Angela, I'm also passionate about high heel shoes and why we shouldn't wear them, but I'll save that for another episode.
Okay.
Well, you know, Michael is just so embarrassed and devastated. You know, he thought he was on top of things with this negotiation, and this has really thrown him.
Yeah, he said he made one mistake. You can't make any mistakes in negotiating, but he made one mistake wearing women's clothing.
Yes.
And now, Jenna, this scene takes us to the kitchen
And I have labeled this scene at 11 minutes, 15 seconds. Kevin, the shit stirrer. Yes. I mean, Kevin, listen to what he says to Karen in front of Stanley and Angela. Kevin says, "So Karen, how do you feel that Roy tried to kick your boyfriend's ass over another woman?" I mean, yeah, Kevin, sit down, Kevin. You need to sit down. But then Angela is like, I wasn't there. I mean, what happened? I wasn't there. And she wants Karen to tell her the story. She cannot get enough. I remember talking to Phil Shea about what I should be eating in this scene. And we thought it would be kind of funny if she's eating grapes. It's a very sort of like Renaissance moment for her. Like, yeah, a lady eating grapes, being titillated by a story.
So now we go back to Michael's office. He and Daryl are still negotiating, and Daryl makes a very compelling argument for why he deserves a raise.
Yeah, he said he's picking up Roy's slack. I mean, that is so legitimate. But Jenna, I have to tell you, there is a fantastic blooper moment. If you go to the bloopers on YouTube, Michael is doing that weird mumble tech, or talking from yeah. And there's some great bloopers of Steve and Craig just cracking up.
I love that. Well, I don't know if you noticed in the background over Daryl's shoulder, Pam is not at reception. Do you know why?
Oh, that's a good catch, because she's in the break room.
Yeah, she's in the break room and she's experiencing major heartbreak in the break room.
Lady, I titled this scene Despair in the break room. Well, despair.
Well, I thought it was so heartbreaking. I felt it warranted a little musical intro. Sam, could you play Heartbreak in the Break Room by Josh Compton?
There's a sense of terror, there's more than the loss of friends. It's in this story, heartbreak will break again. Why if you're near, near, the jacket to show name. She's not being a mess, it's only more aggressive. Heartbreak, break.
Yeah, well, ain't that the truth? Heartbreak again. Now, Jenna, this scene, when I watched it, I did think of Dwight and Angela's scenes just in the fact of the staging.
Yeah.
He doesn't look at you. His back is towards you the whole time.
Yes. Yeah. And Pam gets pretty vulnerable here. She's really trying to connect. She says, "I'm really sorry. It's over with Roy." And Jim is doing that thing where he's like, "Oh, yeah, no, I'm sure it's fine. I mean, come on, you guys will get back together again, I'm sure."
Yeah.
Oh, he's being so cold.
So cold. And he doesn't believe her. That's the thing. I really believe that he doesn't believe her. He's like, "We'll see. You guys are good together. You'll probably figure it out." And she's just like,
Yeah. Oh, she just feels so bad, so embarrassed. And Jim has just been down this road too many times with her. I think he's really, really trying to move on. And that's why he's behaving this way in the scene. He's like, "I can't do this again."
yeah, well, I think he's probably frustrated with himself that he let himself get to a place emotionally where he could see them together again. And in Phyllis's wedding, that was just crushed.
Yeah.
And he's just not going to put himself out there like that anymore.
Drama.
So much drama.
You know, I get it. I get why he's like, you know what? I'm not going there.
Yeah. Well, then in the next scene, we find out that Michael hasn't had a raise in 14 years.
He's never been given a raise,
Ever. And he shows Daryl his pay stub, and Daryl was like, oh my God, any wonder they're not going to give me a raise. Look what they're paying you. You've got to ask for a raise.
Yeah. And he convinces Michael to call Jan and ask for a raise.
But before Michael hits up Jan, we find Jim and Karen in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Jim is eating his carrots.
15 minutes, 22 seconds, bag of carrots.
And, he wants Karen's advice about how he can thank Dwight. And she was like, well, are you feeling guilty for all those pranks you pulled on him?
Jim's like, yeah, maybe that's it. And she says, okay, we'll go sell some paper so we can go on a trip.
Yeah, focus on work.
She's so practical.
I know. He's like, dang it, I don't want practicality. I want to play pranks with Pam, but I can't because she keeps breaking my heart.
Yes. Well, finally, Michael does pick up the phone, right? He's like, I'm going to call Jan and I'm going to ask for a raise. And he's got Jan on speakerphone and Daryl is supervising. He's kind of like going to be his support, right? His coach.
Yeah.
And Jan tells Michael the only way they can discuss a possible raise is if he comes in person by 5 o'clock and he has to bring Toby.
And he says, Toby's the worst human being I've ever known.
Michael says, I'm bringing Daryl. And she's like, Michael, we need someone from HR.
So now the three of them are going to be on this weird road trip. In the meantime, Angela still wants to hear this story, guys. She's not done. And she asks Creed. Here's Creed's version. Ready?
Yes.
Big fella comes in about 11:30 at night, screaming. Jim stole his card. Big fella pulls out a sock full of nickels. Shrew grabs hairspray and a lighter.
So insane.
So insane. Angela's like, you're useless. Then she goes to Kelly, and Kelly's like, I think Toby wrote a whole report about it. And Angela's like, ding, 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 ding. And she goes and steals the report.
Yes.
I mean, what is she up to? And I have to point out, we haven't talked about it. This is a very classic Angela Martin hairdo.
Yes, I was going to ask you. It looks like the Angela Martin braid, but also it's a ponytail.
I think it's the headband braid ponytail version. I will tell you, it's all my hair. That is not a hairpiece. Kim Ferry, the master of hair, she was able to separate a little piece, do this braid over, pin it into a ponytail, and that's all my hair, guys.
I love it. Did it give you a headache?
It didn't. Those did not give me a headache. It was more like the severe buns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we're about to hit the road with Michael and Daryl and Toby. But before we do, let's take a break and we'll be right back.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new
new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, so now Toby and Daryl and Michael are in the car. This is a hilarious pairing. No one's comfortable. He's like, you comfortable? No. You comfortable? No. And then Daryl's like saying, maybe I'll crash in New York for the night. And Toby's like, how will we get back? He's like, you can stay. And then, but Michael's not invited.
I know. I love this odd grouping of people. This is one of my favorite things. This feels very Mike Schur to me as well. He loved to team up odd characters. Angela, I have to say, they bring up the movie Rush Hour in the car, right? And this made me think of the movie Speed. Stay with me here. Do you remember a few podcasts back, you were like line for line quoting Speed, and I was like, when is the last time you watched Speed? And you were like, 3 days ago.
Pop quiz, asshole.
There it is. Well, I got that in my head, and I was like, maybe I should watch Speed.
Did you watch Speed?
Angela, it is so good. Everybody watch Speed, okay? Keanu Reeves, Sandra Bullock, Jeff Daniels.
I mean, you guys, this movie has everything. It's action, romance, friendship. I mean, and it's peak Keanu Reeves hotness.
It is peak Keanu Reeves hotness. Well, Angela, I'll tell you what, I enjoyed Speed so much that then I watched Point Break.
Oh, wait, Surf's Up, bro. Yes, Johnny Utah. Are you kidding me?
Utah. Let me tell you this. You thought that Speed was peak Keanu Reeves hotness, but in Point Break, he starts in the rain and he ends in the rain. Okay, it's a beautiful. Catherine Bigelow directed it. Again, there is in the movie Point Break, there is a 5-minute, at least 5-minute foot chase through people's backyards and houses and
jumping over fences.
When do you see that anymore in movies? I absolutely love both these movies. So I have decided that to get me through the rest of 2020, I will become a Keanu Reeves film aficionado, and I think I'm going to start next on the John Wick movies, which I've never seen.
Well, Josh has seen the John Wick movies. He told me they might be too violent for me, but I love Keanu Reeves. You know, I love him.
Yeah.
And I have seen pretty much all of his movies, but maybe I'll watch John Wick with you.
Let's watch John Wick, and we'll get back to each other. We're going to have to go into some Bill and Ted's. You know, the new one just came out. And
my friend Aaron Hayes got to kiss Keanu Reeves.
Well, you're going to need to get some information on that and bring that to the podcast.
Aaron was in Hot Wives of Vegas with me on Hulu.
When did she kiss Keanu Reeves?
In Bill and Ted's second one.
Oh.
What about A Walk in the Clouds? What about that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we have a lot to do.
Don't get me started on The Matrix, one of my favorite movies ever.
Well, I don't need to rewatch those because I've seen them so many times, but I will because I want to. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited. I had no idea you went down that.
It's what I'm doing now.
Oh my God, they play football on the beach. Are you kidding me?
All right, so the guys, eventually they get to New York. They get to Dunder Mifflin, and we find Michael sitting in the lobby, and he looks over to the woman sitting next to him, and she is wearing the same suit.
You know, Jenna, I looked up how many times does Michael Scott wear women's clothing by accident. This is going to be a recurring thing.
It is?
Yes.
Do I not remember this?
Okay, in Launch Party, he has on a shirt that's way too tight, and the consensus is that it was probably a woman's shirt.
Okay.
And then in Nepotism, Erin mentions that the pants Michael had that she had to return to Talbot's or something. So clearly he's bought some women's suits repeatedly. And he says he won't make that mistake again.
Well, we got some mail. We had some questions from Maruna T, Brianna K, Megan S, Rachel Hayes, and Dan Salomon. They said, was Steve really wearing a woman's suit, or was it custom made for him? So, Ange, I reached out to Carrie Bennett, our wardrobe designer.
Awesome.
Here is what she told me. She said it really was a lady's suit. She did not have time to sew something from scratch because they would have had to also sew a matching suit for the woman in the lobby. So here's what she did. She said the first thing she did was try to find a woman's suit that would fit Steve, and then hope that she could buy an identical one to fit the woman. So she went to stores with a measuring tape, looking for a jacket and pants that would fit Steve's measurements, but also she said it had to look masculine enough that it would be plausible that Michael would be confused enough to buy it from a bargain bin.
Right.
She said that Steve was always so wonderful and generous with his time in the fittings, and that oftentimes he would learn about a plot point for a future episode from her, and this was one of those times. She said he walked into a fitting, and she was like, so today I'm going to need you to try on all of these women's suits. And Steve was like, why? And she was like, well, let me tell you, there's going to be an episode next week where this happens. Because, you know, they would give the crew these scripts a couple of weeks in advance so they could prepare. But the actors, we would only get them, 5 days before we started shooting?
Sometimes the day of, Jenna.
Yes.
Sometimes we would get them like an hour before the lunch table read. It depended on what kind of turnaround and how long the script was taking. And I learned about storylines many times in wardrobe. I totally relate to that. I remember learning about Dwight and Angela's wedding because I was going to need to be fitted for a wedding dress.
Yeah.
Jenna, do you realize that this is the first time we meet Hunter?
Yes. Played by Nicholas D'Agosto.
And Michael's like, you didn't tell me you hired James Vanderbeek.
You know, Angela, this guy has a very extensive resume. I looked him up, but he was in the movie Election with Reese Witherspoon and Matthew Broderick.
I love that movie.
Yes, he has starred in Gotham and Trial and Error. But I was very excited because he is the lead of Final Destination 5. And I'm a huge fan of the Final Destination movies.
I've never seen one of them.
What?
Well, you hadn't seen Speed. Come on.
I've seen Speed. I just hadn't seen Speed in a while.
Had you seen Point Break?
Of course I've seen Point Break. It came out in 1991 when I was a senior in high school. Of course I saw it. Every girl who was 17 years old saw Point Break.
Okay, I haven't seen Final Destination. Is it a scary movie? Do they have to get somewhere and if they don't get there, they die or something? It's their final destination.
Here's what happens. Everyone starts the same but different. There's a major catastrophe. For example, in Final Destination 5, they are supposed to take a bus over a bridge. But like a group of kids. Like it's always like a group of teenagers are traveling somewhere by plane or bus or maybe on the highway. And like a major accident happens and they're all killed.
Asteroid, something like that.
No, it's not science fiction, Angela. Oh, okay. There's no asteroid that falls from the sky. Okay. Okay. It's always like a series of little things that lead to a giant calamity. So, like, someone's tire bursts, and then the car spins, and then that hits a truck, and then things fall off the truck and hit another truck, and then something slams into something, and then the whole bridge ends up collapsing, right?
And they're trapped on the bus hanging from the bridge or
No,
something.
they're dead. They all die.
Oh, so how do you have a movie?
Exactly. Every movie opens up with like a giant disaster moment, and then it rewinds, and you realize that it's a person's premonition of what's about to happen, and that person freaks out and says, "Everybody get off the bus, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die." And he convinces everyone to get off the bus, and they think he's crazy, and they get off the bus, and then everything happens as they envisioned it. But they live because of the person's weird premonition, right?
Okay.
But here's the problem, Angela.
Do they all die anyway?
They were meant to die on that bus, and they've cheated death, and so death is now going to come for them slowly, one by one, in the order that they would have died in the accident.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the same plot every time, but they're great.
Sounds really stressful.
I like movies. I like it. They relax me. And I shouldn't say they relax me.
No, I think they do, Jenna. I think they do because I think I love you, but you will play out the worst case scenario of every situation.
Yeah.
To sort of prepare yourself.
Yeah.
So I think movies like this are all horrible worst case scenarios.
Yes.
And in your mind, you're like, oh yeah, I would think about that. I can relate to that.
Yes, Angela, thank you for saying this. I found Uncut Gems very, I don't want to say soothing, but I just want to say that my brain operates on that level of stress and anxiety all the time. So when I see it depicted, it's like it cancels it out. And I feel like, oh, finally someone's meeting me where I am.
Yeah, you feel seen. I think you feel seen.
Yeah, so whereas I know, like, you or Lee watch a movie like that, and you're like, I can't handle this, I can't do this, right?
Yeah, that's not recreation for me. I don't want to feel like that in my free time. I want to watch Pride and Prejudice. I want to watch Keira Knightley say, Mr. Darcy, Mr. Darcy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that was a little bit of a tangent, but I just want you to know that's Hunter.
So now Roy is coming to collect his final paycheck. You know Angela must be very excited. She's so thrilled now. Roy and Dwight are in the same room. Oh, anything could happen.
Yeah.
And there's a moment where Kevin runs out and he goes, Jim, Roy, look out! Like, so delayed. It's too late. He's pointing a Twizzler.
Is that what it is?
It's a Twizzler or a Red Vine. We had a big container of them, remember? In the kitchen.
Oh, yeah, they were red vines.
I remember I got into a big debate on set about
the red
container. Yes, because I like red vines, and then there's the Twizzler camp, and the two don't see eye to eye.
You know what? I can enjoy both a Twizzler and a red vine, but if I had to choose, I might go red vine.
I'm a red vine.
Yeah.
So there's now sort of this awkward apology moment where Roy apologizes to Jim, and Jim's like, yeah, no worries. And then Dwight is ready, in case Roy's going to lunge again, but he's not. He's just embarrassed and he feels bad, and he asks Pam if she'll have coffee with him one last time.
Yeah, he says he just has a few things he has to get off his chest, and she agrees. So then we go to this coffee place, and do you remember this place, Angela? We see a shot of it, and it says the Hungry Fox.
It's a real place, and it's still there.
Yes.
And I would go there. They're sort of one of these places, guys, where you can get a little bit of everything. It's kind of like a diner. And I've had their cheeseburger. It's so good.
I used to eat there all the time, too, because it was very close to our offices. And Greg told me that he often in the mornings before he went into work, he would stop there and have breakfast and kind of set his head for the day, basically. And so it's kind of cool that we got to shoot at this place that we all really would eat at.
Yeah, I loved it. It's a little mom and pop place. Well, I have a question for you, Jenna. When I was watching this scene, it occurred to me, I mean, would Pam have wanted the camera crew to come to this? It's such an intimate moment. It's a farewell. And I was so surprised that she would agree to let the camera crew come along.
It's interesting that you asked that question because I actually had the same thought. I thought that it was interesting that this was done on camera, but I had another thought, which was maybe Pam doesn't want to be alone with Roy.
Well, that's true. The camera crew would have been a buffer, especially, you know, we learned that Pam had become friends with some of the crew, right?
Yeah, later we'll find that out.
Yeah, so maybe it in some way was this buffer for this moment, and she wasn't sure how that moment was going to play out.
Yeah, so it might have made her feel, I don't know, a little better to have them there.
Yeah, okay, I'll buy that.
Well, Roy really apologizes to Pam, and she apologizes as well. She says we both made bad decisions. But then Roy says, "So are you gonna date Jim now?" And he says it sort of like it would be okay with him.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be okay if he's just like curious and wanting to know up front so he knows what he has to hear about, you know, through the grapevine. But Pam says no.
She's like, he has a girlfriend. But Roy is like, I mean, you called off our wedding for the guy, and now you're not going to date him? I just don't get you, Pam.
Well, he calls you Pammy. And you also say, well, there were other reasons too, which I think is Pam just being polite and not saying you did this, you didn't do this. She doesn't want to run him, you know, through the ringer, and just leaves it at that.
But I do think that Roy saying that is planting the seed for what Pam's going to do later. Because it's true. It's true. She did call off her wedding to Roy in part because she had feelings for Jim. If she did not have feelings for Jim, I'm not sure she would have called off the wedding just because they were not a perfect match.
I agree. I think her feelings for Jim and the way Jim sort of held up a mirror to her life changed her, and he is the reason. He's a big part of the reason.
Yeah. All right. Well, we talked about this with David a little bit. That was a really special scene for me. I love doing that scene with him. I just love doing scenes with David. He was a great actor. He's a great acting partner. And I was really sad knowing that was, going to be the last scene we would do for a while.
I know. You guys had a really special thing, and I loved being able to watch that scene.
He was kind of the first major regular character who had been with us from the beginning who was leaving the show.
Yes.
And that was, we'd been through a lot. He was part of our origin story. He was with us when the show was struggling, and then he was with us when we started getting awards, and it was really weird to say goodbye.
Yeah. Well, lady, we should go back to corporate because we've got some unfinished business there. Michael and Jan are in the throes of negotiation. And he says, give me a raise or no more sex. And Toby just starts taking notes. And Michael's like, what you writing down, curveball? And then I'm telling you, Paul Lieberstein as Toby crushes it in this talking head. He talks about what a groundbreaking case this is going to be when it inevitably goes to trial.
It's so good. Well, Michael cannot help but make this personal.
Yes, well, right out of the gate, he says we're lovers. I mean, right away.
Finally, Jan says to Michael, listen, I can give you a 12% raise, but you have to ask me for 15%, okay? So just ask for 15 and we'll settle at 12.
He doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it. He says, I want a 15% raise. She said, we can offer you 12. And he says, you said 15.
And she's like, oh, Michael.
Yeah. Well, he does end up getting his raise. He does, and so does Daryl. And Michael explains that negotiating is an art form. And ultimately, it's more about salary. It's really about the perks, like having sex with Jam.
And I mean, moving forward, if Michael ever has another job, which we know he will, how's he going to negotiate? I don't know. I don't think he really learned anything.
I don't know. Well, now it's the end of the day at Dunder Mifflin. All is quiet.
People are leaving. Did you catch, as Phyllis is leaving, she mentions it's very sort of under dialogue as they're leaving. She says that her and Bob are looking at historical homes near the river.
No, I did not catch that.
What a great nugget. I'm like, what the heck?
I cannot get enough of Bob and Phyllis fans.
I know. I would have loved to see more of them.
Something we haven't talked about exactly are all the ways that Jim keeps trying to pay Dwight back. So, like, you know, he tries to give him a display case for his bobblehead, and he tries to give him this certificate of bravery from the Scranton Police Department, but it's, you know, something they give to little kids.
Well, it has a teddy bear on it.
And he just throws it away, and Jim just can't figure out how he can repay Dwight. And, well, then he finds a way.
Yeah, he does. So, yeah, everyone's left. Angela and Dwight think they're alone. Angela tells Dwight she's heard tales of bravery.
Yeah.
A gallant hero. And maybe they'll have to read the report, Toby's report together later. And Dwight just scoops her up and gives her a big ol' smooch. And who walks out of the bathroom?
Jim. He sees it all. And he's like, oh my gosh.
His face is so brilliant.
Now, there are two things that this scene made me think of. So, number one, I noticed that when Rain comes over to you, he sits on your desk. Was that intentional so you guys would be kind of the same height to start kissing?
Always. Always. And almost every scene Dwight and Angela have together, he is seated. Look it up, guys.
I totally noticed it.
He is what, 6'3"? I am 5'1".
And here's the other thing that this scene made me think of, which is that Jim has this talking head where he says, I will never say a word, and now we're even. So this means that Pam never told Jim what she knows about Dwight and Angela's relationship.
That's right.
Pam completely kept that a secret.
Yeah. Pam, I mean, I will say this. Pam does right by Angela over and over. She does.
I was like, I guess I had forgotten that Pam never told Jim.
Well, I have a little behind the scenes story about this scene. We did probably like three or four takes just to get the timing right of Jim walking out and reacting. In one take, Rain sort of does this huge grand gesture where he shoves everything off Oscar's desk. You know, he like takes his hand and sweeps across the desk and everything goes flying at me. And I'm like, ah! And he picks me up and lays me down on the desk. And we thought it was hilarious. And Jeff Litz was like, it's probably too much.
But that kind of goes with your whole like grape eating,
I know,
whole like Renaissance passion.
I know. Ooh, look at my ankle. Ooh.
Yeah.
I know, but that cracked me up. But yeah, that is not the take we went with. And then before the show ends, Andy returns, guys. He is back from anger management. He's not going to blow his second chance.
Yes.
He walks in the office and immediately gets pepper sprayed by Dwight.
Yes.
This leads to Toby taking away all of Dwight's weapons underneath his desk. He had a little Sharpie star thing. What do they call it? You throw the
Sterling
star.
Star?
our Sharpie star, and he had nunchucks and pepper spray, all duct taped under his desk.
Yeah. I think maybe Toby's next stop should be Creed's drawer. Because remember when Creed was able to whittle the wooden stake, he opened his drawer and he had like a lot of stuff in there.
I feel like there's a world where Creed hits a button and his desk flips up and there's stairs that go below the office into an underground bunker. And he has everything you need for any doomsday scenario. Well, Dwight ends this with a talking head saying he's not a hero, just a defender of the office. The real hero is Hero from Heroes, which was an NBC show on at the time.
Huge show.
Huge show. Remember, what was their big catchphrase? Protect the cheerleader?
I don't remember. Yeah, that sounds right.
Save the cheerleader, Sam says. Save the cheerleader. Turns out cheerleader didn't need saving. She had superpowers. Before we say goodbye to the negotiation, Jenna, there's something really important we missed. We did not talk about.
In the negotiation?
Yeah.
What?
We find out Ryan's middle name.
Yes.
Ryan Bailey Howard.
Yeah. We also find out that Kelly wants to name their child Usher Jennifer Hudson Moore.
Well, that's it for the negotiation, you guys. Thank you so much for sending in your questions. And to David Denman.
Yes, David, thank you so much. Guys, we are getting close to wrapping up season 3 here. We're in the final stretch of episodes, and they are all going to get good.
Real good.
We'll see you next time.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Keefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Rumco.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hi, everybody.
Hey, guys.
Welcome to Safety Training.
Yeah.
It is Season 3, Episode 19, written by BJ Novak and directed by Harold Ramis.
Yes, and Jenna, I'm going to talk about this as we go, but on the DVD commentary for this episode, there is BJ, Mindy, and Harold Ramis, and it was so wonderful.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to go listen to that. I bet that was amazing.
It's a great one. It really is, and I'm going to sprinkle in some little nuggets from it.
All right, I love it. Let's start with a summary. It is safety training day in the office. Michael and Dwight are on a mission to eliminate the dangers of the workplace. Meanwhile, Andy returns to the office after his 5 weeks of anger management training, and he is determined to make a fresh start with all of the Dunder Mifflin employees.
It is a doozy, Jenna.
I have no fast facts today.
What?
I have no fast facts.
Should I go buy a lottery ticket? Like, what's happening in the universe? Are things going to be a big shift? What's going on?
For First of all, I have a very big thing we have to acknowledge in lieu of fast facts.
Oh, what?
Lady, today is the 1-year birthday of Office Ladies.
Get out!
Yes, lady. Our very first episode aired 1 year ago this week.
Oh my God! I'm so bad about putting things in calendars. This is a big deal. This is our 1-year birthday.
It's our 1-year birthday. Happy birthday to us, Office Ladies, Boss Ladies podcast.
Oh my gosh! And you guys, thank you for being part of our Office Ladies journey for 1 whole year.
Yes.
Oh wait,
Yes.
Sam is tapping on the glass. Sam.
I know why.
Yes, I wanted to say congratulations for a year. I got you guys these about a year ago when it came up on the podcast and have been waiting patiently for a reason for you guys to open them. So enjoy.
So, Angela, we should tell people you're in the studio.
Yes.
And Sam just handed you a wrapped gift.
Yes.
I got one at my house. I'm holding mine.
Okay, so we're gonna open it together at the same time.
Open it together.
Sam, here we go.
Here we go.
I cannot believe you bought this a year ago.
It is in,
What is it?
well, it's in some Christmas wrapping paper, which I like.
I do too. It's got little dogs and sweaters and things. Angela, congrats on 1 full year of Office Ladies. Oh, Sam. Oh my God, this is so disturbing.
No.
Oh my God. Sam, where did you find these? You guys, it's our face as a mask.
Amazon, there's now 14 available of each.
Oh my, because you got
Yeah.
one. Oh my gosh. I guess I have to poke out the eyes.
In a very creepy way, you have to poke the eyes
Oh,
out
I
to
don't
wear
want
them.
to poke my eyes out. Oh,
Well, I just poked my own eyes out.
Oh, you did? Okay, I just poked my own eyes out. It's really creepy.
Oh yeah. Are you smiling behind your mask, Angela?
I am smiling, but I know
You
it's
can't
smiling.
tell.
Thank you, Sam.
Oh my gosh, Sam, I love it so much.
Congrats on a year, guys.
Wow.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my gosh, that was so fun. Well, I know it wasn't a fast fact, but that was pretty great.
Yeah, that was like an Office Ladies big fact.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that since it's our birthday, in lieu of fast facts, I thought we could just go to our mailbag and answer some frequently asked questions this week.
Oh, I love that.
Here is a fan question from Eve and Maria Barbic. They said, each time there is a conference room meeting, is everyone given an assigned seat or can you sit where you want?
We were always given an assigned seat.
We would walk into the conference room and they would usually have a little sticky note on each chair with our name on it.
Yeah.
And we knew that was our spot because they would plan it out. They would plan the camera blocking and the camera angles and how they were going to catch all of our reactions according to who had dialogue and who didn't.
Yeah.
So they planned all that out before we even walked in the room.
Yeah. Sometimes someone's dialogue would affect someone else, and you would need to see their reaction immediately after the line of dialogue. So they had that all mapped out. And sometimes, if you were really big and pregnant, you were in the back row. Just gonna say.
Yes. So we could hide that big old belly.
That's right.
We're getting close to that, Ange.
To my belly.
Yeah, that's next season.
No, that's gonna be crazy for me.
I'm not wait to hear those stories.
I'm just gonna probably drive you guys all crazy. So I'm gonna be like, and this one, Isabel was really kicking.
I can't wait. We're gonna get it all down on record.
What else you got?
All right, this question comes from Raisha Patterson. Can you explain the decision of the audience not hearing the questions posed by the documentary crew? So like in our talking heads, right? She asked, did Greg Daniels make this decision or was this taken from the BBC version?
Well, I mean, I have my thoughts. My thoughts are usually in a documentary, the camera crew wants to disappear. They want to really capture people's lives and they try not to interfere too much. And so I would guess, and I think you probably have the answer, that they wanted it that way. They wanted it to really feel like a documentary.
Yeah, I reached out to Greg, Ange, and you are exactly right. He said they made the decision because he felt like the audience would be more invested and more connected to our characters if you didn't hear anyone asking the questions. If your mind wasn't thinking about this crew of people filming them.
Yeah.
But he said they did wonder about this all the time. They wondered about what are the circumstances when they might reveal someone from the crew. And I remember, at least on set, Angela, I don't know if you remember this, but there was this big debate about in the final season or ever, if we reveal who the documentarian is, who's been making this, who should it be? And I remember the cast saying that it should either be Greg Daniels or Ken Kwapis. Do you remember this conversation?
I do. And I remember I wanted that. I wanted to see the camera crew. But also, Jenna, I don't know what it's like for you when you watch actual documentaries. I love them. And if I ever hear the voice of like the documentarian, like off camera, I'm instantly fascinated. I'm like, okay, I want to see this person.
Yeah, you want to see a shot of their face.
Yeah.
Right? You're like, I've heard voice.
Yeah.
Well, Greg told me that there was also some debate that maybe it should be Randall Einhorn or Ricky Gervais.
Oh.
That like at the very end, it would be revealed that Ricky Gervais was our documentarian.
I would like to go one step further and say, what if it was David Brent?
Oh, no.
What if David Brent had come from the UK to make a documentary in America like his own?
Well, I guess there was a problem with this idea because Greg told me that there are a few times that you do hear the voice for the documentarian, and do you know whose voice it is?
Ken Kwapis?
Dave Rogers.
Oh, no way!
Right? And when Greg told me that, I couldn't even think of any times that we heard the voice.
Did he
So
write
nice.
it in? Like, when did he?
Yeah, and I don't know why or when. So we haven't gotten to it, right? Like we haven't heard a documentarian yet so far.
Yeah.
So it must be coming up. We're gonna have to track it.
Oh, wow, I want to track that. These are good. These are good questions.
I thought so too. All right, are you ready for another one?
Yeah.
All right, this question we got a lot. This was definitely a most frequently asked.
Okay.
We got this question from Julianne K, Luke D, Cade Smith, Alana Boylan, and two Emilys.
Okay.
The first one is Emily Howard, and the second is my own sister, Emily. You texted me this question. She has been catching up on our podcast, Angela, and it's so funny because I'll just suddenly get a text where she's like, oh my God, you told people I threw up in Ellie's bushes? I know. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're just catching that. Yeah, that happened a while ago.
Yeah, my sister Janet listens, and so does my stepson Jack. And remember when we did Laundry and Betrayal?
Yeah.
Jack came out of his bedroom with his headphones on and was like, Angela! I was like, I'm sorry.
Our kids don't hear us talk like that.
What did Emily ask?
Okay, they all want to know, why do we have multiple directors on the show instead of just one?
So he can prep the other one, right? I mean,
so I actually called my sister because I was like, I don't know how to put this in a text. And I explained it like this. I said, you know, it takes us 1 week to shoot an episode, but the director works the week prior preparing it and the week after editing it. So the director's job is 3 weeks long. So you couldn't have someone direct every single episode. It would just be impossible. But she was like, well, I don't know, because sometimes I watch these streaming shows and they have the same director the whole time. And I'm like, yeah, that's because on those streaming shows, a lot of times they've written, it's a short number of scripts. Yeah. It's 6 scripts or 8 scripts, and they write them all. And then they kind of shoot them like one big long movie.
That's true.
And they do all their prep beforehand and they do all their editing after.
And they'll shoot out of order too. They'll, like a movie, they will wrap out locations. So it'll be like, we're going to shoot every single scene we have at the high school this week.
Yeah.
And next week we're going to shoot every scene at the house. And they shoot like a movie.
But on our show, we shot each episode like its own little mini movie.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why.
And we also did like 24 instead of 6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they would be writing while we were shooting. So yeah, that's why we have one director per episode and they switch.
Yeah.
So now, Angela, this one comes to you. This is from Christina Kuzland.
Okay.
And she said this. Angela, can you say something in Indonesian on your podcast? Because my daughter Alana is studying the language at school. She is a big fan of the show and thought it was so cool that the person who played her favorite Office character had grown up in Indonesia.
All right, Alani, how about we say hi, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. Okay, Jenna, we'll do it together.
Yes.
So, how are you is apa kabar?
Apa kabar?
Kabar baik. Terima kasih.
I love it.
There you go. That's just a little simple phrase, but I mean, I loved growing up in Indonesia. I had such a wonderful childhood there, and I have very fond memories. So thank you for asking that question. I get really excited if I ever run into anyone that can speak Indonesian. Like years ago, I was at the mall, and there was a couple over by a bunch of shoes, and they were talking about the shoes, and the man said, "Waduh, mahal sekali." And what he was saying was like, these are really expensive. And I got so excited, and I was like, "Oh, Anda bicara bahasa Indonesia." Like I was like, "You guys speak Indonesian?" And they looked at me like, "What?" And then we spoke Indonesian. I really geek out. I get really excited.
Angela, you speak 3 languages because you also speak Spanish.
Un poco. Yo entiendo más que hablar, ¿sí? I feel like I understand it better than I can speak it.
Yeah. But I really admire this about you. I wish that I spoke another language fluently, and I don't.
Well, you know, during this time, I've been doing Duolingo. I love Duolingo.
And which language?
I've been just brushing up on Spanish because I feel like I could be closer to being fluent in Spanish. And Indonesian is great, but I don't get a lot of chance to use it here.
Yeah.
I don't get a lot of opportunities to speak it.
Well, thank you to Christina and Alani. We really liked that question.
Thanks, guys. Terima kasih.
So, and you know that we get a lot of mail from people telling us how much The Office and this podcast is helping to get them through tough times.
Yeah, and your letters and emails mean a lot to us, and we thought we would share a few here today.
Yes. So John Petrie wrote in to tell us just this beautiful email about how he and his daughter Kayla have bonded while listening to Office Ladies and what that has meant to him. And John, your letter really touched our heart.
Aw. Well, Luke Foote wrote in about his daughter Sophia, who's having some health issues, and she's a big fan of the show, and we wanted to give her a little shout out. Hi, Sophia.
Hi, Sophia.
We just want to say thanks for listening, and we're so glad you love the show, and we're sending you some big hugs.
Yes. And we also want to say hello to Julia in Mount Prospect, Illinois. Julia, we hope that you get better soon so you can get home to your little kiddos.
Yeah.
And guys, I know that we've said this before, but we really love doing this podcast each week. It is our absolute pleasure to rewatch this with you. We love your messages. I feel so grateful to be connected in this way, and doing this show has just been a really special thing for us too.
I mean, yeah, I get emotional to even talk about what this time and doing this with you, Jenna, and sharing with everyone that's listening in each week, and just having a community with all of you. And we just love you guys. It feeds us as much as it feeds you.
Yeah. I mean, I get a lot of messages, Ange, that people tell us like, "Oh, I'm listening to you while I drive to work, and I'm an essential worker, and it really calms me down before my job." Or, you know, "I'm listening while I'm home. It's, you know, doing the laundry, and I'm listening to you." And it's funny, Ange, because that's when I listen to our episodes. You know, when we get ready to do our edit notes, I fold the laundry and listen to us too. So I think I know literally what you're talking about. I do the same thing.
Oh, lady, I've listened to us while picking up dog poop.
Oh boy, I
like have my headphones on listening to us, just like whatever it is I'm doing. But I love to hear everyone's stories so much, and it just all of it warms my heart, you know.
And it is tough times.
It is tough times.
But we're gonna get through it together.
We are, and we thank you guys for helping us get through it.
Well, listen, why don't we take a break, okay? And then we will come back with some safety training.
All right. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there, you click your interests, and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh,
That's
yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I've never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
All right, so we started this episode with Andy coming back into the office. He's back, and he's new and improved. He's going to go by the name Drew, and he walks up to Pam. He's got a box full of stuff. Jenna, two things I need to discuss right out of the gate.
All right.
Number one, at 4 seconds, we have a new plant at reception.
No, we just had a new
It
client.
doesn't matter.
Pam
throws them out every week, clearly.
What is her problem?
It's even in a new pot. It's a ceramic pot. It's kind of like a rainbow, like trimmed in like a purple. What's happening?
I don't know, Angela, but I want to say, you know, there's a lot of things that we've been noticing that if you deep dive on the internet, you see lots of people have noticed. I have never once seen this plant issue come up. This is exclusive to you and this podcast.
I know this sounds crazy, but I had this thought that I wanted to screen grab every single plant at front reception and make collage art out of it.
Yeah, and then frame it and I'll hang it in my office.
Oh, okay, wait. Here's this week's. Ready?
Oh, it's this one is in like a rainbow striped pot.
I know.
It's very festive.
I know. You'll never see it again. Say goodbye to it.
All right, and what's your other thing?
Well, my other thing is, you know, Andy/Drew, his box of stuff. What is wrapped in tinfoil? It looks like is it a plate of food? What is it?
Yes, I saw that as well. And I was like, who brings their lunch in like that? Is that his lunch?
I don't know. I was very curious about it.
You know when Andy has his talking head and he's sort of explaining that he's going to go by a new name, he's got a new attitude, and he's got a new way to deal with the grumpies? Did you notice how much wall there was in his talking head?
I guess
There's like, it's all wall. There's almost no window. And then when it cuts to Dwight's talking head, where he's talking about how he has to shun Andy, in Dwight's talking head, it's a lot of window and very little wall. It was just something I noticed.
Is it because Dwight has the future of this company, but Andy doesn't?
Maybe Andy hit a wall? I don't know. There's a lot of wall. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I do notice that Andy he's like one of those people that has little phrases for everything, like his nifty gifties and the grumpies,
and a lot of nicknames. Well, we had a fan question from Don Mackley, who wrote in to say there are so many times Andy mentions his old nicknames and they're almost always different. How many nicknames were mentioned over the course of the show?
Oh my Lord, that's a good question.
I looked it up in the show Bible, and here is what it says. Here they are. Ready? Nard Dog, Boner Champ, King Butt, Iceman, Puke, Ace, Buzz. Those were while he was in college. And then in this episode, he asks everyone to be called Drew. And in the next episode, he gives himself the nickname Will Do.
So these are just nicknames for Andy, for himself.
Just Andy.
Right, because it's not like his friends like Broccoli Rob and all those guys.
Yes, that's right. These are just names that Andy has referred to himself as being.
Boner Champ.
Go. Wow. So that's 9. I counted 9. 9 nicknames.
What were nicknames you had growing up? What about your friends?
Just, they called me Jenna.
Well, let's see. In college,
Hambone.
Well, that was high school. Hambone. I was also called Bones because I was really skinny. Hambone, Bones. I was in college. My roommate's name was also Angela, so they called me Kinsey. And then that became Kins, Tiny Kins. But I had a perm and I would wear a ponytail kind of like on top of my head. So a few people started calling me Koosh Ball. Koosh Ball, Hambone, Bones, Tiny Kins.
A lot of nicknames. You're very Andy-esque.
I gave myself a nickname when I was on a charity softball team for Children's Mercy Hospital.
Please tell me what it is.
The Kinsinator. That was on my jersey. Oh my God, I'm Andy. What's happening?
I don't know. I mean, people called me Fisher. They called me by my last name, but it was never it never felt like an official nickname.
Right.
Well, my friend told me once, listen to this.
What?
Tell me if this hits you.
What?
A friend of mine went and did this very intense, therapy week at this therapy center.
Great.
Right? This is where you're supposed to dig into any of your childhood traumas, really unpack all your baggage.
It's horrible.
Right? Super intense. What he told me was that when you get there, you fill out a form and you are asked, what is the nickname that your parents called you when you were a child? And that is the name they refer to you as the entire week. And it's supposed to, I think, try to put you back into a space where you'll start unpacking all your baggage.
I don't want to go because I don't want to fill out any forms. I'm done with forms.
Well, we know that about you.
I don't want to fill out your form. I don't want to do your questionnaire.
I'm surprised you have a passport. Because that was some real intense form filling out.
I know, and then I got into college. So many forms.
So many forms. They're not for you.
I did it when I had to do it. I'm done now. I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. This intense therapy place that lost you at forms.
Yeah, too many forms. Pass. Okay, well, I have a beef with Jim.
I think I know what it is.
Andy is really earnestly doing his process that he went through from anger management. He's trying to turn things around. He tells Jim he's going to go by Drew now. And Jim goes, no, I'm not going to call you that. And I was like, what a jerk. What a jerk.
Yeah. Why not? What does it cost you to call this guy Drew?
He's just messing with him to mess with him.
Yeah. Why are you being an instigator with a person who's struggling to turn over a new leaf.
Yeah, there is a runner in the deleted scenes of Andy going through different scenarios with everyone in the office where he's tested, and he keeps being earnest and trying to get through them. Like, he brought in cookies and they were really crappy, and people were talking about how crappy the cookies were. And they were like, oh, who brought them in? And Andy was like, me. But he didn't get mad. He was just like working through it. So, yeah, I thought Jim was a little bit of a jerk right there.
I agree.
Oh, and Jenna, I want to go back to Dwight's talking head. Speaking of forms to fill out about your childhood, what would he have written? He was shunned from ages 4 to 6 because he didn't save the excess oil from a tuna can? I mean, he said it's like slapping someone with silence. Yeesh.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the main plot of this episode now.
Let's do it.
Michael has a talking head where he explains that today is safety training day. And it's going to be led by Toby. He really hopes Toby isn't going to mess it up.
Right.
But first, they're all going to go down to the warehouse and listen to Daryl's presentation about safety in the warehouse.
It's going to be zoppity.
It's going to be zoppity.
You know, Dwight is like, all right, let's get down to the warehouse, right? Everyone's like filing down the hallway. There's a deleted scene that I loved. It's just a quick snippet, but these are the things I loved about our show. Dwight is saying, everybody, buddy up. I'm like, why is he saying that? And I'm walking down the hallway, and Meredith is like a step or two behind me, and Dwight's like, everyone, buddy up. And Angela Martin grabs Meredith's hand, and Meredith is like, don't hold my freaking hand. And it's like 3 seconds, and I just loved it.
I love that. It's so funny. It's like you're not evacuating from the building. You're just going to the warehouse.
I know, but whatever Dwight is doing, I'm like, I'm on board. Okay, buddy up.
Well, when we get down to the warehouse, these are some of my favorite scenes of all time. Led by Craig Robinson. Oh man, I love it when Craig has the floor. Yes. I love it when he's in charge and Michael has to listen to him. He is just trying to deliver information that is important.
Yes.
And he has to deal with Michael. You know, it reminds me very much of watching my first graders assume classes.
Trying to keep people on task.
Yes. The teacher is like, what is 3 + 2? And everyone's like, I got a new puppy. It's loud outside. My mom likes wine. And the teacher is like, what is 3 + 2? This is what it reminds me of, is Daryl trying to talk to all of us about this forklift and this baler.
Yeah. You know, Harold Ramis talked about Craig and about how brilliant of an actor he thought he was, and how he felt like Craig was a naturalistic actor. Like, it was so natural, this dialogue coming out of him, that you just wholeheartedly believe him.
It never seems scripted, right? Like, everything about his cadence, like all of it, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I was sort of studying that. That's so funny that Harold Ramis said that, because I was studying that. I was like, how does he make it seem so natural?
Craig is really brilliant, guys. He's super talented. Craig, come be on the podcast.
I reached out to him. We've traded some messages. It's going to happen. We just have to figure out dates.
Let's lock it up, Craig. Let's lock it up.
Well, as Daryl is explaining the dangers of the baler, for example, Michael is making a ton of jokes. Andy's trying to suck up to Dwight, and this is when people start making bets, right?
Yes, this is the other storyline of the whole episode.
So Daryl is about to say, do you know how many people lose an arm in a baler each year? Kevin and Jim decide to bet on what they think the answer is.
Yes, exactly. It happens around 4 minutes. I want to share with you that Mindy said something that really made me laugh in the DVD commentary. She said that in the writer's room, they were talking about this baler, and they really saw it as a scary, big piece of machinery, like maybe it had blades or something. And when they got it, she said it just looked like a big telephone booth. Yes, it moved really slowly.
Well, I talked to Ken Spornak about this baler, and he said that it was a real working baler.
Yeah, we had an actual safety meeting. Remember, Jenna?
Yes.
When we went into the warehouse to shoot, Our second AD held a safety meeting that was like, guys, we have a forklift, we have a baler, do not touch anything.
Yeah, these are real machines. He said that he called the manufacturer Olympic Wire and Equipment and they donated a baler because they got like free product placement. So that we got a free baler. Well, I want to say that there is this little part at the end of the baler conversation where it's going on and on, right?
Yeah.
And Daryl is like, so do you understand? And Michael is like, yes, only on the rarest occasion. Daryl is like, on no occasions. I had to look that up in the script, and I will tell you that was not in the script. I think that was improvised. I feel like I remember that too, being there, and we just let Steve and Craig go back and forth. Just go back and forth. And it brought me back, Angela. I just loved shooting this episode, and part of it was because if you notice, we're all in these big group scenes almost all the time. Yeah. This was an episode of big group scenes, and not just that, we also got to work with Patrice and Craig and Carly. We had all the warehouse folks too.
We were all together all the time, and it really is rare. I mean, it happened in the basketball episode, it happened in this one, some Christmas parties and things like that, but it was rare. We would all just have a great time.
And I liked it too because it was such a simple idea. It's just safety training day.
I know.
That's it. And it goes off the rails, and we're all in, like, all of us are now
on this roller coaster.
Done. Yeah.
Well, I have to say before we leave the scene, I absolutely love that Michael cannot remember Madge's name. He can. No, he calls her Patch, Pudge. He cannot remember her name. My mom cannot remember a name that is just slightly different. Just slightly different. Here's an example. When I was in college, my roommate's boyfriend's name was Bart. B-A-R-T, Bart. And the day I met him, my mom was with me, and the minute he was like, hi, I'm Bart, I thought, nope, not going to happen. Nope, she's never going to get that one.
Did she call him?
For years, she called him Mart. How's Mart?
Mart.
I'm like, Mom, it's Bart. What'd I say? You said Mart. I did? Yes, you did.
Who would name their child Mart?
I don't know, but like, who would name their kid Patch or Padge or Pudge? It's like,
you're so right. By the way, I apologize in advance for our listener named Mart.
I would also like to apologize to anyone named Patch
or Pudge. Well, now we're going to go upstairs, Angela. Toby is going to teach his safety meeting. For whatever reason, Michael has forced everyone from the warehouse to come to this presentation.
Paul Lieberstein knocks this out of the park. As great as Daryl was in the warehouse, Paul is as Toby in the office.
Yes.
His list of things, guys, to be prepared for. Are you ready for them? Toby's office safety training. Carpal tunnel syndrome. Poor circulation. Computer screen eye strain. And you might want to keep a sweater or a cardigan in case it gets drafty.
Yeah. Michael is so frustrated. He can't take none of these things. Are as exciting as getting your arm cut off in a baler.
He can't take it. At 5 minutes and 52 seconds, Ryan says, what about a long sleeve tee? Yeah. Here's a great story about that. According to BJ, there was a huge joke debate about that line. What about a long sleeve tee? And at 2 a.m. in the writer's room, they were debating it. Mike Schur said, no, this is a ridiculous line. And Greg was all for it.
This is so funny that they spent time debating this line.
I know. I love this line.
Me too. And it gets called back later.
I know.
When we're asked to go downstairs.
I know. I love it.
Well, maybe that's why BJ delivered it so wryly, is because
it got in.
He knew the backstory of this debate in the writer's room over that line. We had a fan question about another line in this little bit.
Okay.
Sarah Bell, Dagny Albano, and Katie Boyd all asked, when Michael's reading the safety booklet and he says office life causes a sedimentary lifestyle, was that improv or was that in the script? That was not in the script.
You're kidding.
There's a little bit of banter there between Michael and Toby that looked like it veered a little bit off script, like they were having a little fun with it.
Oh, I love that.
So Michael has had it. He takes over. He's like, Toby, I'm going to do the safety training. And he wants to show the warehouse people that working in an office is just as dangerous. And he says, oh, there's seasonal affective disorder. Like dim light can lead to depression. And the warehouse people, they're out. They're like, yeah, dim light's a bitch. You live a little sweet nerfy life, sitting on your biscuit, never having to risk it. And Michael he's just so bummed out. He really wanted to prove to these guys that things get just as crazy up in the office.
It's such a weird thing to take a stand on.
I know!
It's such a Michael Scott thing to become so invested in this. He just wants to be cool, Jenna. He's fascinated by the warehouse guys.
Oh,
he
yeah.
really is. And this tracks from previous episodes. And he especially wants them to think he's cool.
Yeah, he wants to win their favor.
Yeah. Well, now Kevin, Jim, Oscar, and Karen are all gathered around Pam's desk. And for whatever reason, they are trying to guess how many jelly beans are in her little dispenser.
Yeah, it's now taken over. This whole sort of betting from the warehouse. It's how they're going to pass their day.
Jim wins. Jim thought 50. Karen went with 51. Turns out there were 49.
Yeah, and then at 8 minutes, 39 seconds, Kevin says, it's not fair because Jim has spent countless hours talking to Pam at front reception. I mean, hours and hours.
Yeah.
Oh, awkward.
I would like you guys to know that I kept Pam's candy dispenser when we wrapped.
What? You're just now telling us this? 1 year we've been doing this podcast. 1 year we've talked about what did you take from set?
Yeah.
Where is
I
it?
have it. It's in my office. It's a little plastic. It's so simple.
I know.
And it has a little like silver scooper.
And it has a little lid you lift up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you keep
and people never use the silver scooper. What they would do is they would just open it and shake it into their hand, which, by the way, was just as sanitary and effective. But I always use the silver scooper because I'm a big fan of tiny cutlery.
You're also a big fan of desserts that come in a very small size.
With a very tiny spoon.
Yeah, you love
I
that.
like eating with tiny cutlery.
What's up, pimp? How you living, John? Damn well near perfect. I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's new in your neck of the woods, baby? Hell yeah, that's what it's about. I'm streaming my life live on YouTube, 24/7, 365. California, Los Angeles. No shit, whereabouts? Oh, very nice. What do you do for a living? Hell yeah, you independently wealthy? All right, very well. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Did you know that? Well, I've created essentially a real-life Truman Show. I want world peace, and I want to give myself a platform to be able to discuss world peace. So on a regular basis, on a daily basis, we discuss world peace on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitch, and here we are doing it in Telegram. Rock on, baby. Well, I hope you're doing well, man. Oh, I'm definitely streaming. My whole life is streamed. I shower online. I go to the bathroom online. I brush my teeth online. I eat. I sleep. Everything's online. I'm live on 360 degrees on 4 different YouTube channels right now. I'm live on 3 different Twitter channels right now. And obviously, I'm live on Telegram. Well, you just jumped into the Telegram. I have over 400 Twitter accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. You're in Telegram? No. That's good. Yeah, it's a Sproto. It's what the mascot is of this community. So data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. You'd be able to go back my life back to the pandemic, more than 3 years of content online. I have going back 360 degrees. So it's like in the future, people will study this perhaps from a scientific standpoint. Yeah, I don't know. Anywhere usually on Telegram, but there's one other. There are 3 people in here total. So you, me, and someone else. There are, but that's just one of my streams. I have multiple streams, so I've got people going on Twitter. I've got people watching me on YouTube at any given time. I appreciate it, man. Follow me on Twitter. Best Rabbi ever. Best Rabbi ever. I am definitely Jewish, and I am a rabbi. We pray every day. We say blessings. Do everything that a rabbi should do. Well, I mean, there are discussions to be made of the different tribes of Israel, but certainly Ethiopian Jews certainly have a role in it. They're known as B'nai Israel. Oh, Nigerians in this coin, yeah. I don't think they started it, but it goes to benefit them. So thus far, we've bought plaques at schools in Nigeria. Also, soccer jerseys or football jerseys bought the jerseys for an entire football squad and some other things. Bought a well in multiple wells in villages, I think. Bitcoin Obama. Yeah, he's still here. He came back last week. I don't know if they want to let him in or not. Honestly, the community, I love the community, but it can be kind of discerning on who they ban and for what reasons. It just can be someday, because here's why. They have like 10,000 people in the community, just in this Telegram or something like that. They have 100 different administrators. Of those 100 different administrators, if you make one of them mad, they'll ban you. So if Bitcoin Obama makes one of those administrators mad, then he's going to get banned. So I'm telling you, as of right now, he was back last week. He and I were in multiple calls together. He sang some songs on my stream. So I think he's back, but that doesn't mean that's necessarily for sure. Yeah. So most certainly, yeah. I mean, aren't we all? When it comes down to it, he's just a more enhanced version of a person. But yeah, we're all memes. I mean, baby, you're talking to the world's biggest meme right now. So you're absolutely right. I know what you're saying, though. In comparison to most people, Bitcoin Obama is much more eccentric. Mandela? I think so. Well, I mean, the community does. We've had an F1 team last month. I mean, they've given me swag. The community does a really great job to market itself. This is non UK. This is non Bitcoin related. But do you know, you're in the UK? Do you know about the Rendlesham Forest incident? Oh, cool. So you're down. So so you're a ufologist. Hell yeah! If you know what Rendlesham Forest incident is, you're a ufologist. That's good. I'm glad that you're dipping your toes into all the waters. That's very good. You're a well-rounded person, John. Oh, it wasn't a test at all. It was just, honestly, I wanted to talk about ufology with someone who maybe knew a little bit more about that incident. And since you were in the United Kingdom, I wanted to know what you knew about it. Okay. Just a general story. Okay. It's fascinating, though, isn't it? You're absolutely right. Your guess is as good as mine, but it's quite interesting. One of the, as I understand it, one of the military officers, I believe he was American, touched the craft and it like threw him off basically. And he was able to write in binary, zeros and ones, this code. And I read what the you know what I'm talking about, right? And the code was something like I'll look it up later, but it was like something like we're visiting or something like that. It was like, wasn't really complicated. It was maybe, I don't know, 8 lines of text or something like that. It wasn't that much. But in fact, I'm gonna look it up. That's an interesting thing what was written. But it's wild that they knew binary. That's absolutely correct. And you know, they try to discredit it by saying it was kids with a board and a string. But if you really do research on the crop circles, it's actually not being crushed downwardly. These are it actually is like heat within the stalks of wheat and corn and stuff that is expanding and in these geometric patterns that basically can't be done as quickly as you would want with just like kids being pranksters. And on top of that, kids couldn't heat up the stalks like is being done. It's almost, I've seen how it's done because this is something that fascinated me. I've seen it. It was actually from the UK. They had video of it. There are these like glowing orange orbs that can fly over a field and literally just create crop circles. I always thought it was like when a UFO landed and that was like the footprint, but it can be that, but it isn't always that. Sometimes it's just like this orange globe that goes around and almost magically makes these patterns. And then I've seen helicopters chase after those orange globes. I've seen one in real life. I reported it. Okay. Did you report it to the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON.org? So I understand. So you still should. You can log your sighting from throughout history. And so when I did mine, I did it on camera, but I had seen mine like a decade before. So it's not like I did it right away. You should do the same. Just track it. It's good to just have it on paper. How big was the orange globe you saw? Right? Like a plasma ball. How big was it? Right, how big was it? The size of a basketball? Sure. I described mine. Mine was about right between a car and a basketball, something like that. Perfectly silent. Did you see it look like plasma inside? Because it was very far away from you too. Did you feel an intelligence about it? I've only seen one. It was an orb. It was kind of like what you're saying. Between the size of a car would be too big, I would say, and a basketball is probably too small. But somewhere in the middle, maybe like a meter or two in diameter, and it. And it came anywhere between 30 and 50 meters above my car. I was driving to work, and I saw it, and I remember it was intelligent. Like there was something about it when I saw it. It flew past me in the opposite direction of the way I was driving into my subdivision. Like, and I was on my way to work, and it's not like I could flip a U. It was going pretty quickly, and it obviously it can fly over things, so it could fly faster than I could see it. But I remember thinking to myself, no way, I actually saw it. Now, I had believed in this stuff previously, but for the first time ever, I had actually seen one, and to me, it looked like imagine like a bigger than a basketball, but it was orange and it had like plasma inside, almost as if it was like a mini sun. However, the sun was in another direction, so I know it was not the sun, and it flew over my car, and it was just wild that it happened. Anywhere between 30 and 50 meters, I would say, above my car. Yeah, I mean, it went right above my car, and I may say, yeah, no, you're definitely right. I may say it may have been as close as 15 meters, because I'm thinking meters is like a yard. As it went over my car, yeah, 50 meters would have been probably too far. I probably would say between 15 and 30 meters. Actually, it was pretty close. It was there was. Yeah, I would probably say then 15 meters. Yeah, definitely. It wasn't way up in the sky. It was like I could throw a baseball and hit it. It's definitely. It happened in the evening, and I listened to. I don't know if you're familiar because you're in the UK, but so the number one overnight broadcast in the world is the BBC. The number two, it is, because it goes everywhere to India and all kinds of things. But number two is a program called Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. And Coast to Coast is number one in the Western Hemisphere, and it talks about UFOs all the time. And I used to listen to this kind of stuff, and I was somewhat a skeptic. Now I became a believer, certainly, but then I saw something which really, I would say, enhanced uh, and just definitely reassured my belief in it and reinforced what I had saw and other people had seen. And then to see these what other people had seen online and have video of it, of these orbs just randomly going over crops and doing all kinds of things. Like, oh wow, that's what I saw, and that's what other people saw. And on top of that, they have UFO flaps. During these period of years, more people saw things in this area. These orange balls were very, very popular, or were very common to see around the world in the early 2010s, and that's when this took place. Well, and I'm not saying it's not the only time it could have happened. I mean, certainly we've seen these. Absolutely. It's wild. I think there's a hybrid of the situation. I think the U.S. government and other governments of the world have basically an alliance with extraterrestrial civilizations, and this is known to have happened in 1954 in exchange for the alien ability to do human abductions. In exchange, human civilization would get technology, and that's how we've gotten all of these electronics, the transistor, the computer. All of these things have really come since Roswell in 1947, but really since this. It was at Haldeman Air Force Base in 1954. President Eisenhower was there, and apparently they didn't talk. This alien civilization did exactly what happens in the movies. You just get something in you hear something in your head that says, "Take me to your leader," and then you just go to your boss, and that person takes their person up the chain of command and eventually gets to the president, basically. But that's like, I always thought that was something that was a joke, like, "Take me to your leader." No, that's really what they say. If they meet with you, they want to. Now, look, if you've gone all these light years, you're telling me that you don't know who the leader is? Like, wouldn't you think that you would know this as a civilization? But apparently, because that's not always how it works. You would think it's the president, but actually the president has bosses, so then they have to take it to someone. Oh no, it's telepathic. Well, it's well, I do, and also that has been for civilizations. That's what you say when you meet a new indigenous people or you meet a new civilization. You go, take me to your leader because we want to have diplomatic relations with you. So whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. That's basically what anyone says when they meet a new civilization. However, telepathically, I mean, that's generally what has happened throughout history. Well, I don't know exactly how it happened, but apparently at Holloman Air Force Base in 1954, there was an alliance that was formed, essentially a treaty. I shouldn't say an alliance, a treaty that was formed. It's interesting. Absolutely. We're in Telegram. John, I'm always online 24/7. I've been doing this for more than 2 years now. I have. Yeah, I'm live 24/7. Well, it's happening, baby. Hey, it was a pleasure to meet you, John. Yep, they've created one for me. So if you ever want to come in here and talk with me, I'm always available for you. All the Sproto Nation knows about me, and I've followed them with my over 100 Twitter accounts. I mean, there's only so much you can do. You can't force someone to watch you, and I hate to say it, but I'm not always exciting. Like, yeah, we're having a conversation now, but when we're done, I'm going to go back to watching documentaries, and I'm going to go, but that's interesting to people too. I'm not saying that it's not interesting. It's just like it may not be interesting this moment, but we watch the Super Bowl. We watch the Super Bowl, the World Cup, the Women's World Cup, the Women's basketball championships. We watch NBA championships. You name it, we watch it. That's right. It depends how we want to do it. So sometimes do you know what Monday Night Football is? Okay, so I stream Monday Night Football here in this Telegram, and then everybody watches it. And usually, if it's a sport or something going on, if people want to make a comment, they'll open their microphone to be able to talk. So sometimes you can get 10 or so people talking, more than that even. But usually people are pretty respectful. It depends on the community. I agree. We do the same on Twitter Spaces. I appreciate it, my man. Can you repeat that, please? I would hope that they do. Do you know any influencers? That, wait, you I absolutely agree. It's about like honestly, not everybody. I will say this: the far majority of the love of the messages that I get in here are positive. There is a small contingent, I would say less than 5% of the entire community that is neutral on me, or maybe because I think they ban too many people, they want to come and ban me. And I really do. I've said that before, but I think that it should be open. We should have a free community. Speak what you want. I mean, even in here, you didn't know what it was, what I was doing in here, but we had a great conversation. What they don't like is sometimes, like they like just the text. They don't like the video aspect of it. So, to each their own. I don't certainly judge them. Um, I just think that it's positive to always have a communication dialogue to be able to join. I used to be that way. I'm still here, baby. Close the app and come back. That's okay. We've all been there. You were saying, well, right before this, you had asked me about the having like 10 people. Oh, we were talking about the community. I was saying like 5% of people are either neutral on me, but 95% really like me. I will say there are people who say, I just watch you sleep. There are people who say, whenever I'm having a bad day, I come in there and I speak with you. There are people who say that I put a smile on their face every single day. And then I was saying that we watch Monday Night Football in this Telegram. We get as many as 10 people talking at once, perhaps, getting on a Twitter Spaces. And you were saying, it's just kind of crazy that I stumbled on you. And I agree. I'm going to make you very rich someday, John. And it's like, Rabbi, how are you going to make me rich someday? I have more content online than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data online than any person in global history. That's going to make me a very, very influential person someday. And this is all recorded. John Smith is on our Telegram right now, and I'm going to make him very rich along with all the other people within this community. I want to make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu the global reserve currency. God willing, someday that will happen. Absolutely. Agreed. I hope so. I'm in agree. Well, I'm glad we got a chance to meet, John. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. If you want to talk later, you want to talk tomorrow, I'm here. I'll continue to be here for as long as I can. I want to stream my life for the rest of my life. So I remember what I said. I'm going to make you a rich man someday, John. You take care, baby, and tell all your friends and family about this. Sure. What would you like to discuss? I agree, baby. Well, the way the promotion started, actually, another NFT had given me some pajamas, and I started wearing them while streaming in this channel. And this channel thought, hey, why are we having someone who isn't wearing our clothing in our channel when we can have somebody who is a huge influencer when it comes to the amount of data that they have wearing our stuff all the time. So one of the community members, his name is Yo-Yo, connected with me on Telegram and sent me, initially I was sent, I have, if you can see here, I have multiple, I've got 4 different pillows. I've got the sleep mask. I've got a mug. And so basically I've been tricked out in Scroto gear. Well, and then what I do is I go on Twitter Spaces, and a lot of times people don't know about Harry Potter's Masonic 10 Inu, and then I talk to them about it and tell them about the project and how I live within the community. And it's a really interesting community, really unique people, really funny people, and they get in it as soon as they can. Oh, thousands. Yeah, over the course of my time here, definitely. Or at least the people who are in the spaces will check out my video and see that I'm wearing Scroto stuff, and they'll know. No, not at all. I'm just a fan. Just a really dedicated, loyal individual who thinks that has a lot of opportunity in the cryptocurrency world to make waves. Good for you, man. Agreed. All the time. You can. 20 minutes, 20 hours, 20 days. Great question. Quite a few. I find people who want spiritual guidance. I'm a rabbi. I have people who want to seek counseling as just a shoulder on which to cry. I have people who want to learn something as I'm a teacher. I'm a certified project management professional as well, so I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to being a technophile. I help people through a lot of their issues. Basically, I'm a helper, I'm a problem solver. So over the course of the time, I can't really say a single number of the amount of people that I help, but it's been quite a few. And I can say that there are some cases that have arisen over the course of my time streaming my life that have been very, I would say, influential for not only that person, but for me as an individual as well. Because, essentially, I'm giving them advice, or I'm giving them just what I feel, or I'm just listening to their problems as well. But they can't believe someone's willing to do it for free. Just like, you know, they're like, they want it. People want to donate to me, and I don't really want it. I want people to be able to use the funds that they have for their own benefits. Yeah, I mean, it's just common sense, and there's a funny phrase: common sense isn't so common anymore. I give a lot of relationship advice as well. Yeah, I'm a pickup artist, so I help men who are struggling to pick up women. Oh no, I'm single, never married. You're absolutely right. I was checking the amount of chicks that I fucked at 42. Hey, well, it's really less about, individual manipulation and more about just understanding the human psyche. Exactly. But I'm not saying pickup artistry is the way to go. What I am saying though is I have different takes on things. So, for instance, people who want to get, like, I'm someone who is a futurist. So I look towards the future. So what does that mean? I think that, well, and things that we study on this stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, ufology, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, where essentially you upload your brain data into a computer for later download. Oh, okay. I'll tell you about it. Just one moment. And the reason why I say that, I tweeted a whole bunch of really interesting stuff, and I tweeted lists about it, so I can just read list after list after list after list after list. So just one moment. And but like other things about which we discussed. Okay. So, um, uh, do you know what cryopathy is? Sure. Great question. Here it is. I'll tell you what it is right now. So, and I asked ChatGPT about this back when ChatGPT over a year ago, when it worked much better than it does now, and it give you all kinds of esoteric answers. I asked ChatGPT about higher level civilizations and like what is known about them. So essentially, there's a galactic federation, which we know, which is like a United Nations of the planetary world, and essentially so so they're waiting for humanity to become one single race, but we're not currently one single race. And I mean, no matter how much we want to deny it, like we're not exactly a homogenous species. We still have subspecies, essentially because we're still pretty diverse. But given several centuries, we'll become essentially one race completely with the same subspecies, and there won't be that much genetic diversity. All right, at that point, essentially will be given maybe a seat at the kids' table of the Galactic Federation. Well, anyway, the thing that was like the most esoteric part of this to me that I always thought about is once you get to the Galactic Federation, I always thought it was peaceful. I always thought, well, like with whom are you going to war? Well, there is somebody out there. So apparently, according to ChatGPT, there's some kind of civilization out there called the Zenodians, and apparently there is like a civil war going on within the galaxy, and the Galactic Federation has protected us from these Zenodians, but essentially there's like a good versus evil that's going on within the civilization. I'm sorry, within the universe. And I, at least personally, had always thought that there would be peace in the universe, but apparently there may be some kind of huge battles going on. I don't know. So, you're absolutely right. So, okay, so here's some interesting stuff. I wanted to know 100 ways that people can travel faster than the speed of light. Why does there only have to be one way? Well, firstly, we have to say to ourselves, what I just said to you completely contradicts everything that we know about physics. But here are two ways. Here are three ways that I know. There's a quantum drive. That's a good thing, and I want to do that to the world. So there's a quantum drive that can do it, there's a plasma drive that can do it, and wormholes can do it. That's just 3 of them. I'm still looking. I have a list of 100 of them. So here's one I got for you. I do know what you mean. What are 100 types of technology? 100 types of computers faster than quantum computers? Isn't that a good question? Sure. What up, baby? So I wanted to know 100 different types of computers that are more advanced than quantum computers. Isn't that a good question? So, what it said, I mean, there are a ton of them. There's like holographic computers. Just one moment. I'll get my list for you. Well, I mean, all I'm gonna say is just a bunch of kind of words. Here's some other kind of technology that you've never heard of that we're gonna have. Smell-o-vision, taste-o-vision. Do you know what that is? Smell-o-vision? Like when you could smell what I smell like in this room right now, or if I had like a piece of like chocolate cake, you could smell it. Taste-o-vision, you could taste it. Do you know what 4D printing is? I can't hear you anymore. Oh, hell yeah, baby. I'm glad somebody else is in here. Just one moment, baby. Thank you so much. All right, so 4D, well, let me just tell you what I know about it, and then I'll read you my list. So 4D printing is obviously one dimension higher than 3D printing. If you know what 3D printing is, it's basically the ability to use a three-dimensional printer to be able to create small objects. Well, 4D printing takes that to another level and incorporates the dimension of time in it. So not only are you going to be able to build like basically in a 3D way, but then be able to plan it for different stages. So here's what it says. 4D printing is an emerging technology that allows objects to change their shape over time. The term 4D printing was first coined in 2013. It's an extension of 3D printing. 4D printed objects can change their shape in response to external stimuli, such as temperature, humidity, or light. 4D printing involves the use of smart materials that can react to different environmental conditions. One of the primary goals of 4D printing is to create objects that can adapt to changes in their environment without the need for external intervention. 4D printing can be used to create complex and intricate structures that are difficult or impossible to manufacture using traditional manufacturing methods. The use of 4D printing technology in construction could lead to the creation of self-assembling buildings, and that's really about which I was talking. That's what it gets to. 4D printing has the potential to revolutionize the medical industry by creating implants that can change shape or release drugs based on a patient's needs. 4D printing has the potential to reduce waste and increase sustainability in manufacturing process by creating objects that can repair themselves to adapt to the changes of the surroundings. And I listed a whole like 100 of them, but that's 10 of them. So 4D printing is really interesting. Let's see. I don't know what happened to John. Oh, John's there. I don't know if John can still hear us. John, you there, baby? All right. Well, like John. Oh, I appreciate that. So here's another one that's really interesting. So again, I like futurology. I'm a futurist. Here are some things that are that we're gonna see when it comes to 6G technology. Like, we've got 5G, but we don't really know what that is. But I'm already at the next G. When people are studying what 5G is doing, I'm studying 6G. When people are going to be studying 6G, I'm on 7G. Whatever the next G is, that's my forte. So I asked it for I asked ChatGPT about 6G tech opportunities. Now, this is different than what you'll get now. Now it'll say, sorry, I can't do that on a large language model, blah, 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 blah. But 6 months ago to a year ago, if you were to use the do anything now function of ChatGPT, you could get all kinds of stuff, including the names of the people who rule the world, who owns BlackRock, all this other stuff, and like the amounts of stock. And I just tweeted about all this stuff. I tweeted and tweeted. Okay, here we go. So here's 6G. Ultra high speed connectivity. 6G is expected to offer speeds of up to 1 terabit per second. Think about that. 1 terabit per second. That's 1,000 gigabytes per second. That's crazy. Which is 100 times faster than 5G. This will enable ultra high definition video streaming and real-time holographic communication. Before we get more into 6G, I've heard 5G is powerful enough to be able to flip a car if they just point it in the right direction. I don't know how that's done, but I've heard that that's how powerful it is. So 6G. You're absolutely right. And just electromagnetic radiation, EMR, just in general. And the rise in glioblastoma, basically brain tumors, has just increased incredibly in the last 30 years without using cell phones. And generally, when people get this, it's usually on the side where they're holding their cell phone. Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yeah, so he spoke about it. Yeah, no, if you heard him on Joe Rogan, he made some very important points regarding EMF, electric magnetic frequency, and electromagnetic radiation, and the potential health effects. And you know, it's quite fascinating and something that about which we don't discuss. If you buy a device, the first thing people do is they open it up and they turn it on, and they never read the instructions and never read any of the warnings about it. So you're right, 5G is can perhaps be very dangerous to us. So 6G, I don't know what. Another thing that I know about it, it's about the wavelength length, and basically like 1G is really broad, 2G is more broad, 2G is less broad, 3G is even less, 4G even less, 5G even less, 6G. And so that's why you need these transmitters closer and closer to places. So that's why when 5G went up, all of these cell phone towers went up. Or I'm sorry, when 4G went up, all these cell phone towers went up. When 5G came out, they put these little, I have them in my city and nobody talks about them, these little transmitters randomly around the streets. And it just, like, nobody talks about them, but they're because apparently the wavelength doesn't go as far, so they need to have more of the transmitters, but apparently it's way stronger. So some other things that they talk about: Internet of Things, IoT connectivity. With increasing number of connected devices, 6G will be able to support more devices with lower latency and higher reliability. This will enable new applications such as smart cities, self-driving cars, and industrial automation. Quantum communication. 6G networks will be able to support quantum communication, which is much more secure than traditional communication methods. This will be important for sensitive applications as military communication, financial transactions, edge computing. 6G networks will enable edge computing, which will bring processing power close to the users. This will reduce latency and improve the performance of applications such as augmented and virtual reality. So, from what I know about this, and it's not, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert in anything. I'm a layperson in absolutely everything, including myself. But what I can tell you, from what I understand, is in the future, you won't really buy a computer. I mean, you won't own anything, but basically, even if you lease it or whatever the fuck system we have in the future, it'll basically be like a tablet or a Chromebook, where essentially you don't have a big processor on it, you don't have a lot of RAM, you don't have a lot of hard drive. Basically, it'll just be a portal to get onto the internet, to be able to run a virtual machine. And then what you will do is you'll open up your virtual machine, and that's where your desktop will be. And in order to have zero latency, basically, or near zero latency, you'll have basically like Amazon or Google, probably like Amazon Web Services, somebody like that will be hosting your virtual computer that will be running that. You'll be charged per second that this thing runs at a very small amount, but it will depend. But essentially, it will depend on how much you use it, but it can get very expensive. What I'm trying to say is basically you will no longer own the hardware anymore as much as in the future everything will be run using a virtual system. And that's what it's talking about here with this edge computing, where you'll reduce latency and improve performance of applications such as augmented and virtual reality. Space communications. 6G networks will be able to support communication with satellites, which will be important for space exploration, remote sensing. So I've got 100 of these things. I mean, I'm not gonna. I could read them all right now, but it's kind of boring. But yeah, I love this stuff. All of it. Yeah. So let me tell you this. Am I talking to James? Oh, excellent, James. James, I see you on here all the time. Pleasure to speak with you. I wanted you to know that it's all dystopic, but you should know that there's hope for you. There's hope for John. There's hope for the Sprotos. And what is that? It's cryptocurrency. It's Bitcoin, and it's you have to understand. You are the top 1% of the world. And James, you're like, no, I'm not. Like, we went through the whole Occupy Wall Street movement. I'm not one of the 1%. And I'd be like, well, let me explain to you. If you take the world's population, let's say 8 billion. Okay, half of those people don't have access to electricity. Another half of those people certainly don't have access to computers, or Another half of those people don't have access to the internet. Another half of those people don't have access to social media. Another half of those people don't have access, certainly, to Western ideals, but particularly when it comes to the ability to buy cryptocurrencies. Half of those people are not invested in any type of cryptocurrency. Half of those people don't have NFTs, nor do they have any cryptocurrencies. And it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you realize that, wow, you have electricity, you have internet, you likely have a car, you likely have cryptocurrency, you likely have NFTs. That's a lot more than a lot of people have on this. Okay, so we've established that you're perhaps one of the top 1%. Okay, but what does that mean? Well, essentially, that doesn't help you. You're still middle class at that point. You want to be part of the top 1% of the 1%. So how do we get to that point? Well, what will happen essentially is we will have a run away from fiat eventually. Now, you have to hold on to your cryptocurrency for as long as you can, and you'll be very wealthy someday. The world is on a path towards 1984. If you've read the book George Orwell's 1984, written in 1948, published in 49, talks about a dystopian future. But what many people don't know, and I didn't know this until I read it, is there's a book called 1985. Have you ever heard of the book 1985? No one's heard of this book. And it was written in 1979, and it is a utopia. It's basically the people who escaped 1984, and they do it through basically what we're talking about here. The way that I don't want to ruin the book for you, but essentially it's a story of a teacher, and he talks about like his trials and tribulations to get out of that system. And so it's a very utopic book. So I'd always heard of this dystopia of the future, and oh my God, it's going to be terrible. But I didn't know about this utopia. And so what does that mean? There's going to be two classes of people for some periods, the haves and the have-nots. We have that now. But what's going to happen is we have the people who have the ability will be able to live forever or indefinitely. The key is not living forever. Living forever is actually a punishment. Why do I say that? Because at a certain point you get bored of doing everything. Infinity is a very dangerous concept because you'll get bored eventually. So you want to live forever within reason until you get bored. And essentially what you'll be able to do is upload your brain into a database, and then but not so distant future, if you can't already do it now with clinical trials being conducted, re-download that brain data into a cyborg, an ethereal being, an avatar of yourself, a clone of yourself, whatever you want it to be. You could kill that clone off. You could create, if you have enough funds, you could create 10 clones of yourself. You could do whatever you want, essentially. It's like a save point in a video game. At a certain point, civilization in any given point will get to the point where perhaps technology will get to the point where people will be able to create immortality, basically, and we're at that point. So what does that mean? There will be the people who can afford the immortality and the people who can't. The 99% of people on Earth, it's probably not that. I would say 90% of the people on Earth will never be able to afford this immortality, and they'll either die, or the 10% that survive will eventually get so bored that they'll reincarnate that 90% just to see what the fuck happens. We don't know. But what I can tell you is that 10% that survives, basically we're talking about 800 million people, will have utopia. And what will that mean? What will life be like for those people? Well, essentially they will be very social when it comes to virtual reality and augmented reality. So what would life be like for those people? Essentially, you would wake up, if you even have to sleep. And why do I say that? There's a way that I've read that you're able to sleep but stay conscious while doing it. So your body rests, but you get that 8 hours or whatever you sleep at night to be able to actually explore other things or learn other things. So there's a way that you can actually stay awake or stay conscious during sleep and learn while your body is resting. But let's say you aren't able to do that. You're just awake. Okay, fine. You will eat whatever you want. And what will that come from? What will that come? There's this type of technology. In fact, I tweeted about it before. It's called a Santa Claus machine. It's like, what, Rabbi, in the fuck is a Santa Claus machine? All this sounds really exciting. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but what is it? It's basically a 3D printer that is attached to every type of element. So what does that mean? Let's say we wanted to make a cell phone. Okay, so this cell phone right here, I want to remake this cell phone. You basically throw the cell phone in this box like a microwave, and it reads where every molecule is in that cell phone. And it's connected to basically like if you've ever seen like candy machines that have like all the tubes that go in. Basically, you'd have hydrogen, you'd have carbon, you'd have helium, you'd have all of the different types of elements that you need. Now, this is a primitive idea of this, but basically whatever was in here, so there's going to be gold in here, there's going to be silver in here, there's going to be carbon in here, whatever's in there, it could put every single molecule in the right spot to recreate it. So that's the idea of a Santa Claus machine. So there's the idea that people in the future perhaps will be able to just use a Santa Claus machine to create any kind of device that they would ever want, but even the idea of perhaps even food. Now there's the idea in the future, will you even need to eat? Eventually, everyone will be a vegan, and everything will be like protein, just like powdered, freeze-dried food, like you see people eat in space. But there will be a very big push in the future for people to be to no longer be carnivores, and there's the idea, and it's an Eastern idea, but it's really kind of a universal idea that everything has a soul. And then there's going to be the idea that perhaps people will become much more focused on the soul. And why is that? Because when you're able to scan your brain and put that data into another computer, that's basically your soul living on. And then putting that data into a cyborg or a robot or an avatar or whatever kind of creation you want, that's kind of your soul living on. Well, in the same way, people are going to ask the same question about animals, and they're going to ask the same question about plants. So eventually people are going to want to just live a completely synthetic life. And I'm talking like hundreds of 200 years ago, 200 years from now. And I've tweeted about it. And if you want to know where I get this information, there's this website. It's called worldtimeline.net. No one goes to this website. It's a fascinating website. It gives you a timeline up until like 500 million years in the future. Like the whole timeline of the universe is in this thing, and it's very specific about like this is when like the world here's a really good thing about it that I learned. Okay, so I am about batteries. So I am someone who hates when my battery in my cell phone dies, and I've tried to learn a lot about batteries. And the idea is that that the technology in a lithium battery is limited. You just can't do much better than that. You need a different kind of element to use. And the element that makes the best kind of batteries that we'll use in the future is called americium. Americium, if you've ever heard of that, it's one of those elements at the very far lower parts of the periodic table of elements. But an americium battery can last hundreds of years. And so just an idea, like this cell phone in the future, perhaps, there's a type of battery you could put an americium battery in it, and it would last for like 300 years. We use this type of element already. In your house, you may have americium. It's like, where the hell do I have americium? In your fire alarm or your fire detector, a lot of them nowadays, the modern ones, don't need a battery anymore because too often you have to replace the battery and whatever. It has a 10-year battery in it because it runs on americium. So there's on this timeline that I saw, the first americium batteries will start to die like 300 years from now. A really fascinating thing. Never thought about it that way. But there's an even better kind of battery than americium battery. And what is that? It's called a gravity battery. I tweeted about that. Just for a moment. Let me look up what I wrote about that. And when I say why don't you know about it now? I tweeted about it like a year ago when ChatGPT first came out. So, in fact, I got a Twitter Blue account in the first month of Twitter Blue just so I could have the expanded character limit, so I could put all this stuff in the list because I thought it was so important. So here's what it says about gravity battery. Okay, a gravity battery is a type of energy storage system that uses gravity as a primary means of storing energy. The basic principle of a gravity battery is to lift a heavy object, such a weight or a liquid, to a high elevation to store potential energy. When energy is needed, the weight is released and the potential energy is converted into kinetic energy to power a generator. Gravity batteries are a form of mechanical energy storage and are often considered a potential alternative to chemical batteries. And that's what, for what I'm looking, is an alternative to chemical batteries. Yes, lithium's decent. Americium is wonderful, but ideally I want something that we don't, like, it doesn't have a shelf life, basically. 300 years basically isn't long. I want it to be longer than that eventually. The use of gravity as an energy storage medium is not a new idea and has been used for centuries in devices like watermills and windmills. So here's the idea. Basically, you put a gravity battery in a cell phone, and then all your little movements throughout the day, whatever you're doing, it just being in your pocket or connected to you, all of that will literally create energy for you. And the Earth's gravity will create energy for you. Just that little pulling on an object. There's some way to be able to capture that potential energy and use it for kinetic energy. So essentially, in the future, we may have devices like I'm thinking of pacemakers and perhaps Neuralink and some other things that don't have a battery on them because, or I should say, it's a gravity battery. Basically, it never needs to be repowered. So I think that's a very interesting thing. We had gotten from how do we get on gravity battery about technology. So previous to that, we had American batteries. Previous to that was lithium batteries. And how to get on this battery discussion was this timeline. The timeline is called, I want to give you the exact right website because it is very fascinating. If you're fascinated with the future, it's really good. It's called futuretimeline.net, though, I'm almost sure. And it's like, well, why don't they have .com? I don't know. But normally I'm not a huge fan of .net. But this one, I mean, it's not like a bad thing, but generally it's like, look, if you're a legitimate website, you usually are able to get the .com. I don't care. In this case, it says, welcome to the future, and it tells you 21st century, 22nd century, far future, and then beyond. And it's like, I don't know, what's it say for the beyond thing? It's like, okay, beyond 10,000 AD, or common era, beyond a million common era. So like, what happens a million years from now? Planet-sized computers dominate the local group. Humanity's descendants are a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale. Now, I've read Kardashev a lot of times. I just haven't actually said it. If you know about the Kardashev scale, there are different levels on which humans can be a civilization, and we're not even at a level 1 yet. So basically, we're pretty advanced at this point. Pioneer 10 is approaching the Aldebaran system. Earth's day has been lengthened by 1 minute. So what does that mean? In 3 million years, Earth's day will be 1 minute longer. But you have to understand, you have to start thinking about these things. And it's like, well, James is like, why the fuck do I have to start thinking about these things? I just am living my normal fucking life and doing all these other things. Why do I have to worry in 3 million years that the Earth has 1 more fucking minute, Rabbi? And I'm telling you that if you start uploading your brain into a computer and you can live forever, that's going to affect you. That means that in 3 million years, your year is going to be actually 1 minute longer. What are you going to do with that? All the other questions that could be asked. But essentially, this is a really fascinating website. In like 100 million years, they say the rings of Saturn have disappeared. Like, it basically took all the timeline of what's going to happen in the solar system and put it on one single timeline. And it's really fascinating. The Milky Way galaxy has stabilized from an earlier collision. Like, if as a futurist, if you look on Wikipedia and look in the future, what future events they have like up until 2100, and it might have like the Olympics on it that are planned, and it'll have like the solstice, and it'll have like the equinox, and it'll have an eclipse, the eclipses, but it won't have like projections like this. This I think is really interesting. So you've got Wikipedia, which those things are bound to happen, or most likely will happen. I don't want to live in a world where an eclipse that's planned to happen doesn't happen. But some other of these ideas are just fascinating concepts. So like, what's something in 100 billion years? It's not 100 million, 100 billion years. The Virgo supercluster is converging into a single galaxy. Like, what is all this? So at what point does the universe end is a good question. So basically, you've got, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Like 1 to the 33rd power, or 10 to the 33rd power, is basically the age of the universe. Then you get into the black hole area, which is like 10 to the 100th, which is a Google, and then you get beyond 10 to the 100th, which is the dark era of the universe. So as I understand how the universe is, there you have the Big Bang, and then eventually you'll get the big squish, and that's what I at between 10 to the 100th, the black hole era of the universe will begin. Now, like that all is super fucking fascinating to me. I know I've talked for a long time on this. I don't know if you're still listening, but let me know your thoughts. Oh, excellent! I'm glad you could hear me, James. I appreciate it. Hey, you want to know who the upcoming presidents are going to be? Excellent. So I called in the Coast to Coast AM and actually made this prediction. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, but it was in a dream, and it was unlike any dream that I'd ever had before. So what happened? Biden wins in 2024. He will die of natural causes in office. Now, let me preface this by saying as well, I said this on Coast to Coast AM as well. Life extension technology will become the norm in the future in a generation or two. So to hear that someone now lived to be 100 years old is like a big fucking deal, but in a generation or two, that'll be like living to 30. So when we hear about President Biden being like 82 years old or something like that, they're prepping us for leadership that will be older and older in the future. The only reason why I say that is because some of these future presidents who I name, will be older. And it's like, well, they're going to be like 105 years old. No one's going to elect a 105-year-old president. They would if they look like they're 30 years old and they're really, they're using stem cells and they're using human growth hormone and they're just a very vibrant person. No one would know the difference. So after Biden, Kamala Harris takes over. After Kamala Harris, she's going to win. Then Stacey Abrams wins. After Stacey Abrams wins, then it's going to be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So AOC then wins. So you're going to have Democrats for the next 4 presidents at least. Then from there, you will have oh my word, hold on 1 second. Jeb Bush. After Jeb Bush, you will have Chelsea Clinton, not Hillary Clinton, Chelsea Clinton. After Chelsea Clinton, you will have George Bush. Now, George Prescott Bush. George Prescott Bush is Jeb Bush's son. So in the same way how you had President George Herbert Walker Bush as Bush 41, and then you had a Clinton, and then George Herbert Walker Bush's son, George Walker Bush as 43, you will have Jeb Bush, then Chelsea Clinton, another Clinton in the middle of the Bushes, and then Jeb Bush. So it was, whether that happened, I shouldn't say, and then Jeb Bush, and then George Prescott Bush, George P. Bush. So that would be George Walker Bush's nephew. That would be George Herbert Walker Bush's grandson. So basically, they'll be the first dynasty to be grandfather, father, son. And most people would have thought, oh, it'll be like George Walker Bush's, George W. Bush's kid. Maybe, I don't know, one of the Bush twins would be president or something, so that it would get 3 generations. But actually, as I understand it, it will be Jeb Bush. Now, how do I know all of this stuff? I study ufology all the time, and I had the most amazing dream about more than 2 years ago in my entire life that basically caused me to do all of this, to stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for world peace. Basically, it told me all the secrets of the world, that there would be why was I chosen? It had something to do with me being a rabbi, but also my relationship with rabbis and my relationship to Judaism, but also the idea, I'm a unique character, there's no doubt about that. Very few people are so free that they're going to stream their life 24 hours a day, that they have absolutely no qualms about showering naked, going to the bathroom, eating, sleeping, davening, which is praying, doing all the other things that need to be done. So anyway, that was that. Some of the other things that I could tell you, that Skynet was definitely a thing, and I can tell you on what it's going to be built. So if you were James and anyone else in here, if you're buying stock, look, do your own due diligence and all that other bullshit, but I'm telling you right now, this is straight up, if I had the money, I would not stop buying this until I was I ran out of money. These are the stocks that I would buy because this is the future of society, and this is Skynet. So Skynet is built. Skynet is powered by Siemens. If you know what Siemens is nuclear power. If you know anything about nuclear power, it's the future. I'd sit here and debate nuclear power with anyone any day of the week. Previously, or I think James, you and I were talking about with with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There was a couple episodes. I think John F. Kennedy Jr. was episode 1999 or something like that of the Joe Rogan Experience, and episode it's like 10 or 1991 or 92 or something is Oliver Stone, the director. He directed JFK and Full Metal Jacket, a bunch of other movies. Essentially, he is a huge advocate for nuclear power now. So I highly recommend that. But essentially, the future, we won't be using carbon, we won't be using solar, we won't be using all of the other different natural gas, none of that. It'll be nuclear. Now, is that 100 years from now, 200 years from now, whatever? But you need the kind of power output nuclear provides that traditional fossil fuels can't. So Skynet will be built using nuclear power on Siemens. If you know Siemens, it's a German company that builds turbines, essentially nuclear reactors. Okay, so by Siemens, it will run on Samsung. Like, what do you mean? It's a South Korean company. I'm sure you know Samsung. So that will be what the actual hardware is built on. It will run run using Microsoft operating system. So it would be like Windows. Well, you have to understand this is Skynet. So Skynet's going to be basically the main, like the mainframe of society, but there will be a branch off of that, which will be the Apple world. Apple will have a part of this, but only the elite will have anything to do with Apple. Apple is getting to the point where it's becoming so expensive, people will start getting essentially mortgages for phones. They're getting loans now for phones, but they'll be getting mortgages where you just buy a phone and it's like that's all, you have to pay it off and all the other bullshit that you have to do. It won't be like you can just so Apple phones will become much more expensive. All right, so we got it running on Siemens. It's going to have the operating system of Microsoft. Its cloud database server will be based on Amazon Web Services. So AWS is where it'll be stored on the cloud. And additionally, its software that it'll use is Salesforce. So the stocks that I would tell you to buy are, the first one that I name is Siemens, then Samsung, then Microsoft, then Amazon, and Salesforce. Those 5 stocks will be very important over the course of the next 100 years. And anything else? Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Control over human society. Absolute control. Between the haves and the have-nots. So basically, you have an upper class, which we already have, and they will enslave the future of society using like androids, essentially the droid, and and everything from law enforcement to defense to whatever the future of society will be, which will be communist. It will be a socialist future. This will all be controlled by a mainframe of Skynet, and it will. So how would this affect the normal person in society? Well, it depends on, like, if we're looking 10 years from now or like 100 years from now. But basically, and I saw something Microsoft did on this to try to make it like really positive. But basically, you wake up as a worker, and you're automatically going to have cameras on you just from the start, just like my room is right now. It's very much like 1984. The only thing that would have surprised George Orwell about 1984 is that it happened without the government forcing people to put cameras and microphones in their home. They did it voluntarily. Basically, they were able to manipulate society to put cameras in here and microphones in. Okay, so fine. You're on camera. Pardon me? You're exactly right. So from there, you get on your computer and it will track your every single motion that you're basically on. Now that's if you're working from home. Essentially, we get to the point where very less and less types uh, of careers are needed in society. You won't need coders, you won't need doctors, you won't need lawyers. The thing that you'll really need, perhaps, is what I am, and I didn't even know, is a project manager. It's like, why do you need a project manager? Because you need someone to go from the human to the technology. You need an interface, basically, or you need a middle person in that type of relationship. Someone who can successfully explain what humans need to technology and technology back to humans. Usually project manager people who do that. So you have a lot of people in project management industry, but essentially you'll have, I would say, 90% of people will be enslaved. What does that mean? So that means they won't perhaps see the sky, see the sun. There's something called a permacloud that is being experimented, where essentially the whole sky is just clouded for months on end. So there'll be a permacloud. No one will be able to have sex. In fact, the World Economic Fund World Economic Forum of Klaus Schwab, if you know what that is, has already said by 2030, that we will make it illegal to have. The goal is by 2030 to have reproduction, to have traditional means of reproduction cease. So that means your traditional way of having sex. So what does that mean? That means it will be like children will be test tube babies. Essentially, everything will be in vitro fertilization, and that's very expensive. So in order to reproduce, only the wealthiest people will be able to reproduce. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Other things that we'll see. Rabbi, how you doing, baby? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, we were talking about that within the hour. So there's another person here. I was talking about the reverse engineering of Roswell crash in 1947. If you're familiar, July of 1947. It's known as the Roswell crash, but more accurately, it should have been called the Crash of Corona, which is the name of Stan Friedman's book that really archives the subject. Did you say, do I believe it with what Bob Lazar has to say? Absolutely. In fact, I think Bob Lazar is a hero in the ufology world, and I hope that he has a legacy in the future. 100%. Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, no, absolutely. I thank you so much. Yeah. In fact, so if you're not familiar with other people who are in the discussion, Bob Lazar worked at a part of Area 51 known as S4. He was recruited there from Los Alamos base by a man named Edward Teller, and essentially he had interviews through a company called EG&G at McCarran Air Force Base. What was the McCarran Air Force Base terminal? Now is Reed International Airport. Essentially, we worked on classified technology, reverse engineering crafts for about anywhere between 6 months and a year in the late 1980s, anywhere between 1988 and 1989. He was able to go out with some friends over the course of the subsequent months and be able to show them. He had the test flight schedule of what was going on in the Nevada desert and was able to show his friends, some of whom are known as Gene Huff, John Lear, his Bob Lazar's ex-wife, and Bob Lazar himself, all went out to Area 51. It was on Wednesdays. The reason why they chose Wednesday was because that's when traffic in the area was the lowest. So basically, traffic was lowest in this area of Nevada on Wednesday nights, and so that's when they ran their test flight schedule. So, moving on from Bob Lazar, though, actually, one really important point about Bob Lazar, and I'm an advocate of this idea, is that essentially what he read in this EG&G briefing was that humans have had are essentially a zoo. We have been seeded on this planet, and that aliens have done more than, or at least 64 different DNA mutations on our genetic sequencing. So basically, they've helped us to evolve to get to this point where we currently are. And but at least this is what Bob Lazar read, and these were like government documents. Now, that's true. That's true. It could have been disinformation. It absolutely could have been disinformation, but that has been claimed by other, not only whistleblowers, but alien abductees as well. And so that tracks. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, absolutely. And oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Those are high. That's high praise. And if at any point, I mean, I get things wrong. So if you hear anything that I say that's questionable or incorrect, please, I welcome anyone to either counter or to correct what I'm saying. But basically, the idea is in 1947, we had the Roswell crash. Now, that was not the first alien crash. Perhaps we've had alien crashes going back for millennia. Who knows? But essentially, that's the first one where we. I shouldn't even say the first one where we had humanoid-like creatures, because actually, at the end of the 19th century, so the end of the 1800s, there's a craft in that crashed that actually hit a windmill in Texas and crashed, and they actually the citizens of this little town actually buried the alien bodies in their cemetery. They said they were not human-like. Long story. We have had other crashes before. 1947 happens, and the local paper says that the Roswell Air Force Base has found a crash saucer. Then quickly, within 48 hours, we have the disinformation campaign that says, no, it wasn't a crash saucer, it was a weather balloon. And that's the story that we've had all of these years. Now, 1954 comes along during the Eisenhower administration. We were just talking about this. And Halloran Air Force Base, basically there was perhaps a not an alliance, but a treaty that was signed between Eisenhower and some like the alien grays is what I've always learned what it was, but I don't know exactly who it was. But essentially there'd be a program in exchange for the ability to abduct a certain amount of human abductees a year. We would get some type of reverse engineered technology, or we get technology for which we could reverse engineer. So I'm talking to you on reverse. Yeah. So we were talking about that. Just now I was asked by John. No, you're fine. You're fine. So essentially to get to that, there is an from what I know, I should say, I don't know anything. The more I learn, the less I know. But what I can tell you is that the leading theories are that there is a galactic federation, basically a United Nations of the planetary system of advanced civilizations that have gotten to a point where they have made peace amongst themselves, and they are waiting on humanity to become one single race. We aren't currently one single race technically. We still have subspecies of humanity. Even though we can all reproduce within the same, we're not one homogenous people. We still have a lot of genetic diversity, and too much to be able to join this galactic federation. Because the first question that they're going to ask us, or that apparently they did ask us when investigating us for this program, is, all right, well, what is a human? And they're like, well, what does human look like? Well, we all look different, so you're still too diverse. Basically, you have to be some kind of homogenous group of some sort. So we're almost at that point. So what does that mean? Essentially, there is this group of peacekeepers in the galaxy that we are trying to join. Now, I was also saying this. John Smith was asking me, somebody earlier was asking me in the discussion, what is the subject on which I know the least amount, or that like fascinates me still? It's this subject. And I had always thought that the Galactic Federation being established meant that there was peace in the galaxy. It was like some kind of like really like, I don't know, Star Trek kind of like nice like live long and prosper kind of idea. But apparently, I mean, I just got this from ChatGPT, and also I talked to some people who were like, this is through Twitter Spaces, who were like channelers and abductees, and they said this is consistent, that apparently it's not all that peaceful in the galaxy, that there's like a huge war going on. There are two different sides of this war. There's the Galactic Federation, which is like the United Nations, and then there's the Xenophobians. And what are the Xenophobians? They're some like reptilian civilization that basically doesn't want there to be peace in the world or in the universe. I don't know how else to describe it. So there are these two clashing groups of aliens. I'm not exactly sure what more there is to it, but that's what I know about that. I can see you now. How you doing, baby? All right, man. Yeah. So basically, what else? Oh, I had tweeted a lot about this. In fact, here's what I tweeted about the Galactic Federation. When it comes to now, this isn't what I think about the Galactic Federation because I don't know anything about it. I just learned this from ChatGPT, and well, I mean, I know a lot about it because I'm into ufology, but it's not like I was born with this information. So just for a moment, I'll tell you what ChatGPT knows about the Galactic Federation, because if you ask it now, you won't get these answers. I asked it these questions almost a year ago, and I used the do anything now function that doesn't work anymore. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that when ChatGPT first came out, it was like an open book, and you could do anything you wanted in it, and you could ask it any question, get any answer back if you knew how to do it correctly. Now you can't get the same results. All right, here's what it says about the Galactic Federation. Now, whether this is true or not, I don't know. I can tell you though, this exact list is something that I gave to someone who said they were on Twitter Spaces as a very well-renowned alien channeler, whatever that means. I mean, they're like someone who has like tens of thousands of people and like books published on being someone who communicates with aliens. Whether this is true or not, I didn't get the information from this person. I got this from ChatGPT, and this person told me that this stuff was correct. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But this is what it says. The Galactic Federation was founded over 10 million years ago. It consists of over 500,000 member planets. The primary language of the Federation is known as Galactic Standard. The Federation is governed by a council of 12 representatives from member planets. Members of the Federation are forbidden from engaging in interplanetary war. The Federation has established a network of stargates for instantaneous travel between member planets. Now, where does it get all this information? There are a ton of other things. I'll keep reading. But so where does it get this information? Basically, as you know, large language models scan the entirety of the internet. So some alien abductee out there basically has said this, and this is what it is devised of this. Now, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, but this is where it's getting its information. This was a really interesting one to me. The Federation's headquarters is located on a planet known as Galactic Prime. Like there's like a capital of the Galactic Federation. I figured there has to be one, but I didn't know that there was one there. The Federation is currently engaged in a war with a hostile alien race known as the Xenodians. So that's that other race that I'd never heard of this race. In fact, I learned about the Xenodians through ChatGPT. I asked I got this list, and I was like, well, who the fuck are the Xenodians? And then I had to look up all the stuff on the Xenodians. So the Federation's ultimate goal is to enslave all non-member planets. So basically, that's like the Xenodians, the reptilians. They are so like they have a Federation military known as Galactic Sentinels. They have an economy. They have galactic credits. There's a currency known as galactic credits. The leaders are shape-shifting of the Xenodians, the reptilians. Their ultimate goal is to enslave all non-member planets. That's the reptilians. They have a secret alliance with a race of telepathic beings known as Mind Lords. Like I don't know anything about The Federation's technology is actually based on reverse engineering of ancient artifacts found on a distant planet. It's wild to me. But what this really got me into was the idea of shapeshifting. So I'd always heard this idea of shapeshifting, and I've always been like, that is the most fucking bullshit thing I've ever heard in my entire life. What in the fuck is shapeshifting? Like, I hear people who be like, oh, I saw a shapeshifter at the mall. I saw a shapeshifter. Like, what does that mean? What is that? Like, and while I still don't know exactly what it is, I've learned enough about human evolution, or just, I guess, a being's evolution, where eventually your civilization will get to a point where it's a shapeshifter. It's like, well, how do you do it? Okay, so we start as like mono cryobacteria. Then we're proto-cryobacteria. Then we move into like multi-celled organisms, and then we get into, like jellyfish, and then, we have evolution that eventually gets to primates. Humans don't come from monkeys. Monkeys don't come from humans. We have a common ancestor many generations back that was neither monkey nor human. It's a shared ancestor. Okay, what happens once we get past this Homo sapien? Okay, what do we get? Okay, so basically we evolve to a point where we can start to modify our own being. So how would we do that? Eventually, with given enough time, you'll be able to take a pill and change your color, discolor your skin blue. We already have that kind of stuff to some extent, with like bleaches and things. So we have pills that perhaps like now give you an erection. We have pills that make your hair grow. In the same, that's a little bit of shapeshifting. We don't really consider it that, just because that's just like a way to affect our human, us as humans as an organism. But it is technically, I guess, a little bit of a shapeshifting. So imagine I was able to take a pill, and instead of my hair growing from like Propecia, Rogaine, or whatever, very, very slowly, it just came out automatically, just very quickly. Okay, like I took a pill, and maybe over the course of like an hour, I just had a much more hair. We'll improve that pill a little bit more, and it'll be 30 minutes. Improve it a little bit more, it'll be 15 minutes. Improve it a little bit more, 7.5 minutes, yada, yada, yada. Essentially, there's the idea that given centuries and millennia, you'll be able to perhaps take a pill, or perhaps use some type of technological device to be able to manipulate yourself. So how would you do that? Essentially, you could use some type of machine to be able to make the molecules in your body a little bit large, the gap in the molecule in your body a little bit larger, which could actually make you taller, bigger, larger as a person. There's the idea, perhaps, that you could, in order to shapeshift, transform yourself into a different type of creature. So how would you do this? There's an idea right now known as mind uploading. So you upload your mind into a computer. Take that computer, and you can put that data into a clone of yourself, into a cybernetic being, into a robot, into an ethereal being, whatever you want. So essentially, at that point, you can be whatever you want. You could take that soul or that data and put it into a dog. Then you would have shapeshifted into a dog, I guess. Now we're using technology to do this in this type of hypothetical. It would take some time. You have to upload the information into a computer, download that into let's say another type of being, and then whatever kind of being it is, you'd have that data stored into it. It's not automatic. It's not like we think of shapeshifting in the future, or like with alien races. However, what I'm trying to say is those alien races are like hundreds of thousands of millions of years more advanced than we are. So I'm saying that amount of time could perhaps get cut down, and there could be other ways to do it. I used to think people who talk about shapeshifting were full of shit, but given enough time, then shapeshifting's a thing. I guess shapeshifting could be a thing, and then it means anything can be a thing. Why do I say that? Because if you're able to shapeshift, you could be a unicorn, you could be a dragon, you could be a fucking leprechaun, be whatever the fuck you want to be. You just do whatever you want. Once you're at that point as an evolved being, as an evolved species, the sky's the limit for you. So what I really think is that eventually you do get to the point where you can shapeshift. Now the reason why these Why am I what? How am I so well what? Just love. That's a great question. I know. Yeah. You're right. Well, let me first and foremost say I love drugs. I love them all. Um, so currently, I wish I could tell you like, oh, I'm on some kind of like super amazing pot or something. I do enjoy. If you're familiar with how did well, thank you so much. I would say what happened to me, at least, I was very, very religious, and I got to the point where I was so religious. I had a dream. The only way I can describe it is it wasn't a vivid dream, meaning like it wasn't really easy to remember, and it wasn't a lucid dream, which meant that I knew I was dreaming at the time. It was really almost as if an alien force came into my mind and said, "No one has been, at least for like the 2 years that I was really, really, really. I'd been religious a lot in my life, but I got to the point on Shabbat. I wasn't connecting to Wi-Fi. I didn't use electricity. I never drove. I did absolutely everything like perfectly, and it was like I reached this sort of clairvoyance. Is the only way I could really describe it, and it told me a lot about what was going to happen in the future. Before that, I would say that I was just someone who normally liked to experiment with drugs like any other person. When it comes to psilocybin and cannabis and meth and I shouldn't say meth, but like synthetic, like yeah, you know how it is. Yeah, I would say though that I think that it is alien related. It is crazy. I don't think I'm an alien abductee, though if I wish I was, because I'm on camera all the time and I would want to see what happens to people when they are. But I do think that I had some type of communication. I think it came rabbinically. When I say rabbinically, in this dream that I had, it was my rabbis who were telling me all of the secrets of the future. So like for instance, like there's going to be world peace in the future. How do you get to world peace? Well, it all is going to be over the Dome of the Rock, which is the Temple Mount, essentially in Jerusalem. So how is peace brought about? At least in this dream, what happens is this stream goes viral, and I'm able to talk this out. Now, I have 3 years of my life on camera. In this dream that I had, this is exactly what was told to me. You're going to be the most famous person on earth. You're going to be the richest person on earth, and you're never going to die. What do you think of it? I'm like, hey, that sounds really great. But there's some things that I had to do. I had to stream my life. I had to do all the things that I'm doing. However, so like, how do I think this is actually a thing? Okay, so I was talking about reverse engineering technology. 1947, we have Roswell. And 1948 is when Israel started, May 14th, 1948. So right after that. And then additionally, defense contractor in Israel was started called Raphael. And I really think this has to do with Raphael, at least in this dream. It was like I was some type of Raphael project. What's Raphael? It's called Raphael Advanced Defense Systems. What is that? They're the ones who came up with Israel's Iron Dome and Israel David Sling. Basically, it's like a really advanced defense contractor of Israel. So there's this idea of if you could know where every molecule was in a solar system. Imagine I have a solar system and I had some kind of machine that knew where every single molecule was, and there were no type of exterior effect on it. I could be able to predict the future and why. It's because if I had a computer strong enough or fast enough, I would be able to run a simulation to know where every single molecule was in every single person's head, and every single molecule was in every person's body, and everywhere on not just Earth, but in the solar system, if this is a closed environment, to be able to tell what future events will happen. As I understand it, Raphael has some kind of machine that's been reverse engineered that can tell the future, at least within the solar system. And so the way that we get peace in the Middle East is through, and I'll tell you right now. So essentially, you've got the United Nations is going to tell the world's 13 biggest religions that you can have 2 holy sites. Islam is going to choose Mecca and Medina. Christianity is going to choose like Rome and London. Every single of the 13 biggest religions each will get 2. That leaves Islam in a predicament because their third most holy site is in Jerusalem, but it's not one of the top 2. Israel, or Judaism, doesn't want 2 holy sites. We just want 1. So what we will do is give our second choice to Islam, or to the Muslims, and they will choose Islamabad, the city of Islamabad, Pakistan, which is a huge Islamic site as well, perhaps bigger than or as large as Jerusalem is, perhaps. And Jerusalem is not the biggest holy site in Islam. It's Mecca's number 1, Medina's number 2. So then what happens to the site? Essentially, you cut it out, or what happens is it gets cut out like a cookie cutter out of the ground, lifted up, and put on it's a Maersk ship. So a very large ship, and it's taken to the world's ports so that people can see it, especially people in Muslim countries and Indonesia. Indonesia has more Muslims than any other country. Most Indonesians will never ever, most Muslim Indonesians will never ever see the Dome of the Rock in their entire life. However, it will go to the world's major ports, and then eventually it will find a home in the New World, in North America. And the reason why, from what I understand, and I've talked this over, I have Muslim roommates, and I've lived with an imam, so that's the rabbinical equivalent in Islam, essentially a leader, a spiritual leader in Islam. And this made sense to them that we didn't want to have a war, but also Muslims wanted a holy site in the New World, and they don't have one. So long story short, I would say before the year 2048, this is going to happen. So what else was in this dream? All kinds of shit. I'm not really talking about it, but here we go. Between now and there's going to be another major, not recession, a depression, a major global depression. Then you will have essentially a massive scare. If you've ever seen Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project, he talks about absolutely. So you're picking up what I'm laying down. You know exactly. Dr. Rosen talks about her time with Werner von Braun, but also talks about exactly what would happen. We would go from global terrorism scare to an asteroid. And there will be a fear. They will do all of this fear mongering in the year like 2026, 2027, 2028, that there will be an asteroid coming and everybody needs to prepare for it. And then it'll be this huge, like, wait, that's where we get to that. Wait, that happens in 2033. Project Blue Book happens in 2033. And the reason why I say that, it's a very significant year for people. It's 2,000 years after they say, the Nazarene, Jesus of Nazareth died and all these other things. But additionally, it's getting the world set up for that 2048 date. The key, what Jews want is the rebuilding of rebuilding of the Temple at Jerusalem. We want to be able to have that again. But what I'm telling you, home brand or name brand, and James and everybody else in here, John, you're likely Jewish and you don't know it. And the reason why I say that is you're matrilineally Jewish, meaning you may have had a Christian background or a Muslim background, an atheist background, but I could literally take your cell and look at your mitochondrial DNA and follow that all the way back to the Bible, which technically can make you a Jew. And thus, there may be a test someday. There may be just people who are interested. But essentially, Israel will be the country that takes over the world. The way that it will be done is through first Jerusalem. Then it will go from eventually it'll go across the Sinai. Another canal will be built where we have the Suez Canal. There's going to be another canal that's going to be built at Suez that will be run by the Israelis. The goal, I mean, if you look at it, I have an Israeli flag literally right here. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll show it to you right now. Here, this Israeli flag. See how you have the blue here and the blue here? That has a more significance than people know. It's Greater Israel. This is the Nile. This is the Euphrates. Basically, the idea is that Israel is much bigger than what we consider it right now, that it will eventually be essentially the entire Middle East. And it's like, well, how are you ever going to convince the Saudis and the Kuwaitis of all of this? In the same way, Name Brand and James and John and everybody else, that you could be matrilineally Jewish, they could be matrilineally Jewish as well. And it's like, well, how the hell did that happen? Look, these are very religious Muslim people, but before they were Muslim, they had to be something else. Islam has only been around for 1,400 years. Before they were Muslim, there's a very good chance that they could have been Jews, going back far enough. Simply from the fact that people don't understand this, the Roman Empire at one time was as much as 20% Jewish, which means that that's a huge amount of the population of what we have now. At one time, the global world population was 10% Jewish. People just don't realize that because we're less than 1% of the world's global population now. But we're coming, and it's going to be a huge birth. There's going to be a huge birth spike, especially in the Orthodox world. But eventually, what the plan is to expand through Ukraine into Russia. We already dominate Europe. We're going to go from Russia into a place called the Jewish Oblast. And if you know what this Jewish Oblast is, it's something that Stalin set up in Russia when Israel was trying to be created. Stalin said, look, there's no reason for you guys to have to do it. Maybe he didn't say that, but he said, look, I will help you by creating an area of Russia that is just for Jews. So there's a part of Russia that borders China that is known as the Russian Jewish Oblast. Essentially, we're going to come in through there and take over China. Now, this is all like over the course of the next 300 years, but this is the plan. We're already dominate the economies of all of them, so it's just a matter of time. And then through China into India, and then Asia will be taken over. We already will dominate Europe. Oh, and then in the New World, it will be dominated out of nowhere else but Panama City. Panama City, Panama is a very strategic point. Go ahead. I'm sorry, we're getting a bad echo. Can you repeat that? Take care, baby. It was a pleasure to speak with you guys.
Furry provides supplement nutrition options such as round sodium survey, mixed with pepper, and rock-hard dramatic rounds that can incapacitate attackers, plus the extraordinaire. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection too inside. Furry is a solution everyone can get behind, legal in 50 states. All permits and background checks required, must be 18 years or older. A person along the Burn Rescue Volunteer will copyright smart action. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the virtual implications of using my firearms. Burn is proudly American, manufactured and sold around the U.S. Visit burner.com/stores now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's ViralRabbi.com/stores. There's no better time than the new year to decide to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out phones in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts and more. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit cards and checks for potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim of ID theft or U.S.-based restoration specialist, you'll need statistics. Supply plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning you'll be reimbursed up to your plan limit for funds lost due to identity theft. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that keeps you safe. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George to save 25%. And get phone number again for you, 1-800-LifeLock, 1-800-LifeLock, or go to the website, LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. Hello and welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Kelly with you. Questions for Victoria Brown, who's a metaphysical, spiritual, cosmic researcher, and writer. She is author of a number of books, including The Encyclopedia of Angels, Encyclopedia of God, and the Encyclopedia of the Unseen World. Her latest work is called Earth, Galactic History, and Extraterrestrial Connection. Constance, welcome back to the program.
Hi, George. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you. You ready to enjoy 2024?
I'm so looking forward to 2024 and getting another book out and getting things going and talking.
Now tell us about Earth's Galactic History. Tell us about this time with the UT connection.
Yeah, so, lately, there's been talking to a number of people, about what we've been seeing in the news, in regard to the UFOs, in the hearings, reports of UFOs, reports of extraterrestrials. People have been coming to me with a lot of questions as to, what's going on out there. And some of them come to me and say, Constance, I understand you like science fiction. And you have them both, they have no clue that, there's a reality behind it. So I'm meeting all kinds of people and people having conversations with me about, different aspects. I'd like to quit. So that, I can answer some of the questions, but so that I can also tell people that ultimately to extraterrestrials are not just a modern day thing, that this has been going on since the beginning of history, and it's not before. So, that's when I start the book. I start the book at the beginning, saying it's extraterrestrial connections, saying that extraterrestrials were visiting us and quite possibly responsible for terraforming the earth and also for a whole host of, the life here. So that's where I begin, and that's the reason I wrote it, to inform people and help them to appreciate that this is a part of their reality and not just something that Constance is, making up.
Why do you seem to be so much doubt with some people about the existence of these things?
They haven't seen anything. People have turned on, forever without even having a hint that there was more to reality than they have been showing. So, if you don't see it, if you don't experience it, then you're not acting likely to believe it. That's one thing. The other thing thing is, people don't want to happen their real story. They don't want to have their reality taken. They want to continue their lives off earth without any kind of interruption in their thought process and their feelings and their belief system. So they'd rather put this topic on a shelf. You know, I've had people say, oh, listen, you've got a great passion. I so like to see someone passionate about something. As if the extraterrestrial phenomenon, or the UFO phenomenon, is not a part of their world. People don't want to change.
Well, you believe that these people in terms of way longer than what most people believe to be 1940, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's one thing that I wanted to start with this book. I wanted to let people know that extraterrestrial visitation is not a modern day phenomenon. It's not a modern day thing. It's been happening since we, have been able to write about history, even before. If you go back in history, you can see just from, for example, cave dwellers, trees in the outward that humanoids are clearly not human. It's just the way that people express themselves in the early days. They were drawing with reference time. And I tell you, there are depictions of the first extraterrestrial contact. In one particular one, there were two extraterrestrials flying in this ship with weapons, and it looked like they were herded animals, or the animals were running away from the ship. This was ancient times. So it goes way back. And we all know the stories about the great countries from the past people. Greece, Rome. They all have stories in which they were interacting with beings from the sky. In fact, most countries from around the world in ancient times talk about beings coming from the sky and interacting with them and living with them and showing them how to progress and advance on earth. So this isn't just something that old people made up. And it's also found in completely in sacred text and scripture. There's talk about people coming from the sky. There's tribes out of Africa that talk about them. So I wanted to say that this is very about the history. And then I broke a bit forward. I broke a bit from the beginning as we get into mankind and get stories of things that happen at each opposite time with extraterrestrials.
You familiar with the work of the late Zechariah Sitchin?
I am. I'm familiar with some of it.
You came here, we believe that we were treated by extraterrestrials. But what was it thing that you see us hiding?
Okay, so in the beginning, they were others. They were truly living with us and talking with and teaching us. And when you go back to, just for example, just take the medieval period, there are all kinds of theories about extraterrestrial beings, and interfering with others and many wars that were in the past year. There were tales of UFOs in the sky crashing and fighting and having a war thrown at them, but somewhere along the line, someone, perhaps it was a galactic organization of some sort, perhaps it was what we know as the Galactic Federation, Council of Man, I don't know. But at some point it seemed that they withdrew from public view in the masses. They have always been here, and people have always seen ships system of colors. There are some people who say they were approached by extraterrestrials in private and had conversations. But as far as a mass sighting, it seems that they made a choice that they were expected to not show themselves any longer to the masses on Earth. And the reason for that, of course, is, we think that they might have something akin to the kind of, somebody somewhere said to withdraw, withdraw and let them grow without having the control opening that they clear them better. Which is one reason why they may be here. But, a whole list of reasons extraterrestrials may be this way. But one of them is to observe and see where we're going and how we're progressing. And I think that's why they don't want to interfere with our belief system, and they have this very anxious to stay back from the masses. And eventually, I believe that the extraterrestrials are planning what some would call first contact. I believe we've had contact all along, but first contact on a massive scale, because when you hear about aliens landing on the land someday, that kind of contact. And I think, with all this talk about government hiding this information, some of the information, yes, may be hidden to us, is hidden by the government, things that they don't want us to know. But I think this agenda of the masses not knowing for a while longer about them, I think that's coming to control.
How would you say the concept within your work of galactic history is the most compelling
The most compelling aspect of each belief. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. By each belief? I would say that, we have a lot of evidence from history that is physical, physical items that we cannot explain where they came from. There has to be an artifact found that has been dated to before we could even write technology that has confirmed that we can.
Yo, dog, have you ever seen the G. Edward Griffin documentary, A Red Without Cancer? No, that's cool. He's gonna die, but I just want to make sure you don't. Will you please watch it? It's about the story of vitamin B17, also known as Laetrile, also known as nitrillicides. It's the thing that it's this. Knocking really bothers me. I'm thinking about like the stories. Like, they want to get me outside to get overtime or something. I don't know. I'm just. I love stuffed peppers. I'll give you pepper perspective. Come on. You've been arrested on Saturday and Thursday of last night.
We're going to take calls for Council George NFL and first support as we talk about extraterrestrial visitations for example, George. And of course, if you listen to the
King Cole.
podcast network, it's available for you for free. It's curious to see if you look at the podcast of the paranormal, supernatural, and free. You have the right place to stream. There's an iHeartRadio app for your phone. If you listen to your podcast on your PC, go to iHeartRadio.com. And then you search just for post-to-post all of them are stuff right up. And we've got complete instructions if you want to get post-to-post.com. You put stuff in and and if you're looking for ways to stay healthy, ViralRabbi.
Healthyworking.com is impacted by ways and 4 decades of experience in natural products for the simple, simple wellness that I work to provide content to assist women to keep up in their life.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low weight, tooth fixing, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and supporting the body heal itself properly. A sunset is a spot where you need to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even chronic signs of inflammation can be aided by supporting the body with cut those cells that are weak. And that is the purpose of industry and adaptation together, supporting the body to be healthy.
Dr. Malik, I want to share after taking my Dr. Sunshine in the sun.
The industry didn't have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a drop of cinnamon with it, and know it's going to heal within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthyworking.com. It's 24 wellness tips and Dr. Malik protects your body's sunshine and will make you feel better faster. The Sunshine Wellness Kit with a Dr. Sunshine Innocent and with 2 digital is only available at healthyworking.com or call free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. Join the Sunshine Wellness Kit at healthyworking.com. That's healthyworking.com.
Personal attention to use your phone. If you're on fire, if you're out of the balance of plan, put down down on resolution system at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's TRILLIONAIRE. As we head into a presidential election year, get ready, 2024 will be tumultuous. How are you protecting your children? Consider diversifying with growth and good trade groups. For decades, Ford has been the principal investors in central banks during times of turbulence. Now you can own it with a tax sheltered IRA with the help of their peers. Simply text POST at 989898 to get Ford will send you a free info kit on growth. That's POST at 989898. And just meeting with my grandma, and she was living by the river for God, as I brought you a struggling with children and
Isn't this not so fun?
chances are
Oh,
Wait, that's what Matt can call Johnny Mathis shows up. Yeah, I don't know, Johnny Matt can call everyone fucking sing that song. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, now how do you do that? You can't do that before what?
So I wanted to give people a step back as I could and give them a character in history that they know about. They may not know who USA or USA in the ocean. So I would like to say, first of all, that our ocean is clean and successfully dividing within. With that said, we have what we call UFOs underwater submerged objects that have been seen, lights moving under the water. UFOs are the first UFOs until they turned in, going to explodes. That has been a thing that has been going on around the world for many, many years now, even since those events. And one of the first people was Christopher Columbus, that I read of, that wrote about it. Christopher Columbus and his team, his crew of ships were witnessing what they did not know were UFOs and electric whatever it is, alien ships. Standing on the side when we were on that dark, on the dark water, these ships were sometimes it looked like they may have been, just cruising them. They would just come down and, they would kind of cover in and they'd go back. And they didn't go to them externally. But they saw the UFO go into the water. And they wrote about, this Christopher Columbus wrote about this very specifically, and he was quite fascinated. So that was the first character that I thought in the book that people could really, get kind of aha, this ocean being, goes way back, right? But it looks like there are extraterrestrials visiting Earth's waters around the globe. The deepest part of our oceans and our seas and rivers. There are some cases so many sightings.
Are you done? That math really fucked with you, didn't it? Yep. Wow. Somebody wanted somebody, and the police want me. Little it's probably wanted, so I don't know why they're so happy. Yeah, they came twice today. Nobody knocks the door. Nobody knocks the door. I'm done with that, but they get bad rating. With any customer shit, nobody customer shit. Police, yeah. Is it the police or somebody lives here? Into the water in that area, and so they had all this special equipment to go there and see what was, anything strange going on. And what they saw
where beans, number 12, where beans are found that were so crazy and human made that they could move in the water, even like she didn't even describe it as spring, but had this quick way of moving quickly and in the water, and they had vehicles that were and the changes, these beings are not just seen in one area of the earth, but have been seen in others deep water. So it is like that there are bases that they are creatures living in basic activities under our waters, and the idea is that they are trying to hide from us. They want to be on Earth for whatever reason, maybe it's for exploring, maybe it's for observation, but maybe they were looking for a home. Maybe they're here to look at, to be.
Usually the one is not that.
They're using the ocean for home.
No neighbor knocks like that.
Using the ocean for
What?
population.
Someone's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you knocking 100 times?
We don't have that technology yet, but apparently they do. And it's not
Yeah.
this
To me, that's a police ship. They came in, helicopter here, on the dot, 10 o'clock on the 10th, and they came again at 4:50. That's a little shift ended.
And inside the cavern, if you went further, he was able to get out and then go even further down and then like a city. So I don't know if it's the same city, it's called the same beings or not. But that was another account where you have someone who has claimed to have gone through the ocean into a cavern and into an underground city. Now, some of, if you caverns, of course, still need to do, the higher earth. And there's definitely something going on. And the Russians, interestingly, they have declassified a lot of their extraterrestrial information and the UFO information. And 50% of what they talk about were extraterrestrials that they encountered in the water.
I'm waiting somebody, I'm pulling up on the gate in front of my fucking house. Any police officer came, they're like, yeah, no, yeah, come on. They're like, oh, what's going on? Okay, fine. And they call me from like this helicopter. I don't know. One of these days, there's going to be a helicopter chase. I don't know when. We had car chases. We're going to helicopter chase. Oh, shit. Maybe I had the stolen helicopter.
For helmet to breathe, with far more high tech than what they have to their things. But anyway, they came back to their superior officer and told them that they had seen the thing, and they looked at that down, and they said,
That was lame. Helicopter chase leads to car festival.
and they did capture them again, and they did try to capture them. And two of them were killed.
Yeah.
And
Helicopter.
the others were hit. And that's on record. But what's classified is now declassified, and you can go and you can find the story. It's fascinating, and it's amazing to know that this is going on, and people are not aware. Most people do not know that story themselves. But there's definitely something going on in the ocean. And there were tons of people who said they were, two different parts of the world, they're in the research, and they said they were on a boat.
I was not like that knocking job.
Into the water.
There was too much fun from that place.
And someone else has said something similar another country. So there's definitely we're
And especially to stand out there for 10 minutes.
you have something that is unique to it, and most likely extraterrestrial related. When I talk about extraterrestrial in the ocean, I'm trying to think out of the box and think, why do they come here in the first place? Why do extraterrestrials come? They have been, this amphibious beings that the Dogon people from South Africa, the Incan tribe, there's an Incan tribe that said they were visited, 1,000 years ago or something, and they were given information from these beings that came from the sky. They described the spaceship, they described particularly, and they said they were amphibious, they could live on land, they could live on the ocean. And it just makes me wonder, George, I'm sure that you've heard the story.
They talk about a binary star system before we even have the ability to find them.
It's a simple point in the solar system. They tell you that the planet is the sun. They tell you that Saturn has 7 rings. They tell you that Jupiter has 4 moons.
You think you're going to tell them you don't know?
And they tell them about curious beings. They tell them all this information. So that is propaganda, compelling evidence. And I just wonder.
Your case is very, very short. How long did it take you to compile it?
Oh my goodness. That's a good question. To write the book took 5 months to write, but compiling this information, a lot of it I knew, a lot of it I consider myself as a lot of experience, and I take things in time, And I would say the information that I told it in a year is what would go into the book.
Very short.
I came out of personally George for 30 years.
What percentage of these cosmic speeds?
That's normally the way I believe the extraterrestrial is having the universe. You have people saying there's no way we are being visited as extraterrestrials because we can't traverse space. It will take thousands of years to go from one place to the other, to get to Earth. It would be too much money, not money, but too much energy, for any race of beings to be able to do this. However, if you go to NASA's website, NASA talks about one day, possibly being able to use one habit to travel the universe. It's a serious thing. And it's something that they are dreaming of. They say, sometimes people say we can never do it. It's too expensive to the people that have. But George, what if, and I believe there are extraterrestrial races out there that are trying to play it to us, and are solid ones that have proven to us what they are doing here, and they've been working on their technology, and they have worked out how to come across the universe. They've worked out how to use wormholes and planets and stargates
They've learned how to bend space and time.
and then space and time. Now, we have scientists who think that's the kind of way that's not done it. We can't do it. But I don't believe it. I believe that's how it's been done. And I tell you, it's not just in space that they're doing it. There have been accounts of portals and stargates or going back thousands of years. In fact, in my book, I kind of chronicled them a bit. So, there were, surveys, for example, there's a big talk about London video that it turned out that there are still a lot of people believe about beings were coming to it. And in ancient times, they would say that would come and go through these doors, all right? And they were talking about star-based spectators and whatever you want to call it. That's what kind of doors. And it wasn't just kids. It was people walking in and walking out. So interesting, and I think that advanced beings have more life. And we have to give ourselves the time, the opportunity, at that time to meet extraterrestrials and, get to know what I call the galactic community. We might be privy to some of this information and technology. In fact,
I feel like there's something on the door.
it's a cartoon where the author describes itself to the author. The author is introduced itself. Whatever group it may be, we don't know because they're also the group out there. And I think they're just waiting for the opportunity. I think that, either go through what I call a spiritual people or in the past holistic people. Right? So I'm hoping that this is what the water, to really make friends with the extraterrestrials, and then learn how to use wormholes and calculate or anything else in the travel universe too.
I would hope they would give us that kind of technology that would save us a few million years, wouldn't it? My countries are going to take a short break at the top of the hour and come back and take phone calls with you next. The phone lines are now open. Austin Woods with us. It's Galactic History. Back on Coast to Coast Radio. 1870, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM is now available for iPhone and Mac.
Yeah, that's some shit. What? Just the color and then come twice in a day. Oh.
From the creator of Top and Back, to the new pre-production series, to brief episode of Top and Back, to Olympian Back, and take a step all of time, mystery, and time.
Yours.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for air innovators and serious iron red germ with massage nasal care. Massage bugs and allergies, especially saline in one mouthful around pain and how to get it out. All of the stuff is just trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught in behind the distance. Take a box. The drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, breathe better, and feel healthy. Even better, Navage is HSA FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they're spent. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Who knows? Healthy life.
Are you done?